I'll ask. Okay.
I don't think if you're gonna get banned from this topic, I don't think it's gonna be slurs. It's gonna get you.
No, true.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
like, look,
no,
I
it's
almost
gonna
got
be
banned
the
for saying the word incel, which was weird.
Really?
All the topics
What?
I had. Remember, I got banned for like a day. They reversed it, right? But I got mass reported for having incels on my channel and calling them incels. But that's what they identified as. They said they were incels. That's why I called them incels. And then I got banned for
That's
it.
so dumb.
Seems reasonable to me.
They reversed it fairly quickly, but still, I
Right.
lost a couple days.
I mean, that's like banning, like especially if it's incels calling themselves incels. That's like banning somebody for black people calling themselves the N-word.
No, it's way less.
Well,
because
hold
that's
on.
at least an actual slur.
Yeah, those are the same.
Well, no, actually, it would be like me calling them the N-word because they call themselves the N-word. That would be the appropriate.
Okay, but
Well, no,
analogy.
they're calling them they're calling themselves.
that's
it,
slur.
Well, I know they're calling
Okay.
themselves it,
It's
right?
just
But
a
I mean,
terrible analogy because that's an
black people
actual
also
slur.
call themselves the
Oh,
N-word.
some people call some people
Okay,
consider
enough
incels.
crosstalk.
There's a
We're gonna
matter of
get started.
opinion, but
Okay,
yeah.
we're all
Thank
back.
you. I
And some
appreciate you.
people fucking think the Earth is flat. Like I don't know what to do with that.
Let's start this show. Okay, let me introduce it. Okay, here we go. 5, 4. Okay, welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of Wick TV, a cross-ideological space where we can come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. And we have a bit of a serious topic for you tonight. As everyone is aware, the topic of political violence has been at the top of everyone's mind this past week after the attempt on former President Trump's life. In addition, the other question we will ask today is when is it okay to dehumanize the opposition, to mock the opposition when they get hurt, and other such questions. And again, as most of you probably saw, my conversation with Destiny on Saturday night kind of showcased two of the possible positions here on this. I've gathered a team. We're going to discuss this topic and more and everything around it. But I'd like to thank all of you for being here. Hello, Keto Burrito, Lucy Archangel, Rox Fist, Ian MT, Arian A, Zero Fucks, Dylan Bowser, Mantis, the Cultural Ginny. Nice to see all of you. Thank you.
What was that Aryan name? What was that?
What do you mean? The cultured.
I think you said Aryan in there, didn't you?
Yeah, Aryan A. That's the person's name. I don't know. It's not spelled Aryan like an Aryan. It's
How's it spelled?
Okay, gotcha.
like Arian. I don't know. That's not the
Convenient,
point.
isn't it?
Come on. Let's get back to the
Full dog
topic.
whistle.
Excuse.
I'm gonna give the mic, and we're not gonna start on that side. We're gonna start with Vigilante because fuck you guys on the top. Okay, we're gonna start with Vigilante. He's gonna give brief opening thoughts on this, and then we'll go around. Then we'll get to me to discussion. Vigilante, tell people who you are. Tell people your thoughts on this topic. Go ahead.
So I'm the Vigilante TV. You can find me on Twitter and Twitch. Which topic are we starting with? Dehumanization or?
What are your thoughts in general? Go ahead. Give us what you got.
Okay, so I mean, in general, I'd say on the political violence part that political violence is pretty much situational. I think like with like the Trump thing in general, like it's a lot of what he did could be considered treason. So I think in general it's relative. There are it's a matter of opinion on whether or not the actions of the person are acceptable. And yeah, sorry, I'm trying not to. I'm being as careful as I can with this.
Just say what you think.
So
I will worry about the moderation. Go ahead. Say what you think.
yeah, no.
Yeah.
So political violence is necessary sometimes. It's not. It's more of a last resort kind of thing. Obviously, the justice system isn't with Trump in particular isn't really going the route that it should. In my opinion, it doesn't even look like they've really investigated Trump for treason. They're not even attempting to try Trump for treason. So I mean, it looks like the man tried to take the shit into their own hands. As for dehumanization, that it's not really justified in general. It's something that we do with people that we don't find acceptable, like fascists. So,
Okay. So it's okay. So political violence, sometimes acceptable. Sometimes it's okay to take matters in your hands. Sometimes it's okay to dehumanize. Thank you for being here. We'll get into it as we go. Staxiums, what do you got?
Sweet. Here's my general opinion. We can talk about political violence with a very specific group of people. If I want to have, like, I could have a conversation with Wick about what justify, like, the good, when political violence is appropriate and when it's not. But I don't want to have a conversation like that with Trump supporters. Trump supporters and Trump, largely on his own, has been fueling the rhetoric to such a large degree in this country and has made explicit inflammatory statements, and in some cases calls for violence that have reproduced into political assassinations over the last 4 years, 6 years actually. So I feel like it's a load of hypocrisy for Trump supporters to come on this platform and decry political violence when their main guy is the one who has been fueling this rhetoric for the longest amount of time.
Okay, thanks for being here. We'll get into it as we go. Next up, principles before politics. What do you have for us?
So when I volunteered for the panel, I pitched myself as a pissed off centrist, and naturally, for an issue this serious, I decided to show up as a cartoon cat. But I would say that my sort of central premise here is that political violence is never acceptable. It doesn't matter who's done what. If you're resorting to political violence of your own to respond to somebody else's, we're talking about a very, very high bar to clear. We're talking literally about civil war type scenarios. And if you're saying that somebody else has violent rhetoric and your focus is on somebody else's team as opposed to focused on your own and how you're going to respond to that, how you're going to be mature about the situation, bring the temperature down, I don't think you're being very serious about this. I understand that some people are concerned about Donald Trump in particular, and I'm happy to get into any of that as we get through it. But I would simply say that, if your stance is, well, Trump is bad, therefore it's okay for me to also be bad, I think you're arguing from a really, really untenable position that basically just admits that you don't have anything better than grabbing guns and getting violent.
Hey, thank you for being here, and we'll get into it as we go. Lawson Harrison.
What's up, bud?
You're up.
Yeah, I'm Lawson Harrison. I'm a nobody streamer that just watches Wick and everybody. Yeah, I think violence is good when it's justified and it's bad when it's not. What makes it justified is all going to depend on the underlying facts, and which have become at this point so obscure that nobody can really agree on anything. I think if the underlying facts that Trump is accused of, including the capture of the Supreme Court, are true, then I'm leaning toward being on board, assuming the worst of the worst are true. If they're not, if they're all completely fabricated, I could potentially be on board with some kind of extreme action toward the other side because they would be slandering him. So my opinion's all going to be based on which facts are true and which are not.
Okay, we'll get into it as we go. Lactoid, please.
And Lactoid, if I'm in Lactoid TV, political violence sucks. And if you engage in it, you're a square. You're a nerd. And I don't like that. I don't like people who do that. So don't do it. Thanks.
Get them, boys.
Okay, well, thanks for being here. We will get into it as I am sure. And now, last but certainly not least, Carnelian Exile. Is that how you say your name?
Just Turtleback Armor is what I am on Twitter, but yeah, my Discord name is different.
I'm going to call you by your
That's
Discord
fine.
name because that's
Carnelian is fine.
Carnelian, give us what you got.
I think for the last 25 years, conservatives have shown that they're not willing to actually unify this country, and they've shown time and time again that they are willing to engage in divisive rhetoric despite given every opportunity by the left to actually unify, and I'm sick of pretending that conservatives don't share a responsibility with us to keep this country afloat, and I'm willing to express that frustration in the strongest possible terms.
Okay, so I guess just from a show of hands, right? Who thinks that what Destiny did, making fun of the man who was shot at the Butler, Pennsylvania rally, who thinks that that was acceptable or even good? So we got two. Okay, state your case. Go ahead.
Starting with me or him?
Whichever one wants to step up to the plate.
I'll do it first.
Not so easy, is it, huh?
I think that he probably did a lot of work as a firefighter that his family should be proud of. He seems to have been very much loved by his community. He seems to have been a good family man with strong family values. But I think as we see the kind of man he was and the kind of online presence he had, I think we're more and more vindicated that everyone going to these Trump rallies to some degree is politically radicalized to an unacceptable level. And the fact that the conservatives are allowed to get away on a mainstream basis some of the harshest rhetoric that they can think of, and we are suddenly upset because he made fun of somebody who died. That's I think that's kind of insane.
You know what? I'm actually gonna change my side on this. I'm gonna defend Destiny on this. Uh, I think this is like a lot of things whenever it comes to dark humor. Dark humor is like food. Not everyone gets it. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay, Lawson, give us what your thinks, and then I want to hear from the rest of you and why that's dog shit. Or
Sure.
I'll have to step up to the plate.
I
but
can
we'll
step up
find
to
out.
the plate, Wick.
Go ahead.
All
Okay.
right, I'm ready.
Lawson, give us what you
Sure.
have, and then we'll go to Lactoid. Go ahead.
If I thought this was any worse than any other inflammatory comment that Destiny made, I might feel differently about it. I think the only reason that people do think it's worse than things he said about, a number of different groups of people and individuals is the locality and the fact that it was at a peaceful march, I guess. But I agree with. I'm sorry. What was your name?
My name's
above me?
Carnelian.
Carnelian. I agree with him. If I thought the right wing would not have the same kind of feelings if, say, Destiny were to get killed, if I thought they would respond differently, I might care. But yeah, I don't care that much.
Fair enough.
I wouldn't say it's good what he said, but I'm not gonna say it's bad either.
Lactoid, go ahead.
I don't know where to fucking start. So, firstly, I'm noticing a trend here where people seem to think that, well, I'm going to identify like the worst characteristics of the right wing, or perhaps the people within the right wing that are expressing the worst ideas. And because they're doing it, now that justifies me to do it across the entire right wing, ignoring, by the way, like the large quantity of right wingers that don't engage in this behavior or wouldn't be happy and celebrating when if anyone, God forbid, anything were to happen to Destiny. Destiny's going beyond just dark jokes. It's overt celebration, right? I watched when he jumped on Wick and was actively celebrating. Hey, Pennsylvania voter down, right? That's one less for Pennsylvania. Is that? I mean, sure. If the argument is this is just an extension of some kind of joke, but that doesn't appear to be what he's doing. It appears to be dark humor mixed with genuine celebration, mixed with genuine justification and support for it being okay that this person was killed because they were edgy on Twitter. A firefighter who died defending their family, jumping in front of bullets for their family, and I've watched a lot of shit on this. Like I've seen the video where they're dragging this guy off the bleachers and his wife is there screaming, and it's horrific. And the idea that people could look at that and just say, well, shouldn't have gone to the Trump rally, I think betrays just a deprivation of humanity that that it's disturbing. It's disturbing, and you guys should do better. And I want people to pay attention next time the left wing tries to criticize right wingers for engaging in callous or violent rhetoric. You guys, if the right wing's hypocrites for throwing a fit about it, then you guys are hypocrites for actually engaging in it.
I'll jump off that, Lactoid. So I think the one thing that strikes me kind of particularly is that we should kind of divide the two tracks of this particular thought because I don't think there's just one thing going on here. When we're talking about dark humor, okay, that's one thing. I think it's fair to have the kind of personality that is capable of cracking a joke in a bad time. I think it's also perfectly fair to point out to those folks that you find their sense of humor to be extremely crass or poorly timed. That certainly some things are not as bad to joke about if you're not doing it the day of. The day of kind of makes a difference. And I think back to Gilbert Gottfried was pretty famously unpersoned from the comedy circuit following 9/11 because in the week of the attacks he made a joke about being late to the show because his airplane had to make a stop at the second tower or something like that. So certainly you can make those jokes, but then you have to live with the reality of not everybody wants to hear that kind of humor right in the aftermath of a tragedy. The other piece of it, I think, is what Lactoid was pointing at there, which has to do with sort of reveling in the death of somebody who doesn't specifically have anything to do with any of the stuff that you're upset about. If you're upset about Trump, there's one thing to be said about making jokes about the shooter's aim or something like that. But it's entirely different thing to be joking about, one less swing state voter when this was just a guy who was in the stands, right? And people are now looking through his social media history trying to project this image of some kind of ghoul onto him. But guess what? He's dead now. He doesn't ever get to speak in his own defense. And, not everything that's being pointed out that he said is even, beyond what we're talking about here in terms of crass jokes. So it seems like an unbelievable double standard to be like, oh, he made a joke about the Japanese, and then come back and say, oh, but it's really funny that he died at a Trump rally.
Could I go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I don't think I'm going to take issue with anyone on the panel, but I might take issue with Wick, actually. I feel like this question, writ large, is kind of bullshit. I think that we're asking what the hell a random YouTube streamer said that was pretty edgy, that I think was pretty stupid and kind of gross. Meanwhile, we have representatives. The U.S. Representative Mike Collins said Joe Biden sent the orders right after this. Like, when we're talking about what actually fuels political violence, I don't believe that it's some YouTube streamer who's making some dark joke, but rather some substantive claims that there is seedy personnel behind all of this, and they deserve the wrath. And I don't think that these sort of comments made by Destiny fuel any sort of political violence. But I could point to a number of actual attempted assassinations that were directly connected to Trump's comments. And it feels kind of bullshit that we don't ask people like Lactoid and people like PBP, is that your name? If they condemn Trump's comments. It feels like Republicans are graded on a curve.
I also.
I mean, you could do more than point at.
Hold on. So you're not going to get me defending anybody's calls for violence.
Okay. Do you condemn Donald Trump? Do you condemn Donald Trump?
I'm not sure how that's helpful.
Wait. That also doesn't necessarily follow. You can condemn someone's comments, but necessarily condemning them entirely as a person, which is what I would do with Destiny. I wouldn't say that I'm going to condemn him as a person, but I could say his activity and his comments following were disgusting. Now, this is classic Soviet misinformation tactic called whataboutism, where you're redirecting the conversation. Hey, this random YouTube streamer that happens to be very big in this space that we're talking about because Wick had a conversation with this guy and he was saying crazy shit. Well, look at the.
If you want to bring Mike Collins on my show, I'll have a conversation.
Yeah, exactly, right. And look at this crazy shit the right wingers are saying too. Like, why don't you ever condemn them? Look, if you ask me a specific comment, do I condemn that? Yes. Saying that Joe Biden sent the orders without any kind of evidence, absolutely, I can condemn that. See how easy that was? See how I'm not like resorting to what some people in this panel have already done, which is, well, I mean, the left wing did it, therefore we can say whatever we want. No, that is not how it follows. I'm not going to sink to the lowest of the right wing or the left wing. I am part of the right wing that is above, and Wick is a part of the left wing that is above the unwashed masses of these cretins that are making such horrible claims. Absolutely.
Okay. Two things to that.
To confirm that,
I feel like he was talking to me. Two points. One, that's not a case of whataboutism, largely because I answered the question. I think that Destiny's comments were really ridiculous. I just also think that we should probably pivot the conversation to something a little bit more substantive while I answered the question. So that's not a case of whataboutism.
He was shot. He was shot, and you want to talk about right wingers?
Okay.
Yes. I do.
I know, because you always want to talk about what right wingers do wrong.
No.
You never want to talk about what left wingers do wrong.
Genuine question. Here's a genuine question. Okay, the shooter was registered as a registered Republican, right?
Yeah, like that
How
means
are
anything.
we not? No. This is a genuine question. How are we not sure that this is just a Mike Pence supporter who's frustrated with Trump for leading an attempted assassination on Mike Pence 4 years ago?
Why the
Like,
fuck?
we don't necessarily know.
We're talking about.
Well, hold on.
This is an entirely ridiculous line of logic to try to draw down. The FBI is currently working on this, and we don't have answers yet.
Of course,
It
I
is
didn't say that it was.
wildly unproductive to play this game of.
Well, no. The hypothetical.
What does that mean?
Well, hold on. We can play the game
we
a little
can
bit
say that
because
he incited an insurrection.
I'm answering.
I'm saying
Saxon, let me answer it. Let me answer. I understand what you're saying. You're saying that we don't necessarily know what the motivation of the shooter was, and I don't disagree. Right? This is why I just finished saying it was irresponsible to say that Joe Biden sent the order. Of course, that was a stupid thing to say. But first of all, just because he was a registered Republican doesn't mean that he was a Republican voter. In fact, Pennsylvania has a closed primary. If you hated Trump, the ideal strategy 100%. Would be to register as a Republican, so you can vote against him twice.
My wife's a registered Republican for the exact same reasons. I totally understand.
Absolutely. But secondly, this, I'm okay. Maybe I didn't know we had to do this, right? Like, I thought we were here to talk about condemning the people who are laughing and making fun of and justifying the fact that Donald Trump was shot at. Do we want to have a conversation about whether or not the shooter was left-wing or right-wing? Because the right-wing Trump supporters, they're not like laughing and joking and saying it was a good thing or justified that he was shot at and Corey was killed. It's like the fringe left. Or maybe not even the fringe left. Destiny doesn't really identify as a fringe leftist, and yet he's out here saying the most horrific shit of all of it.
No, I think my position is, I thought we were here to talk about political violence. And if we're looking at the perpetrators of political... Sure,
and dehumanization, which is what they're doing to Corey.
And dehumanization, 100%. And I think if I were looking at the main perpetrators, if I'm looking for Democratic politicians, I can't find any. I can't find any Democratic politicians, any institutionalists, anyone who's sitting in places of government calling for any sort of action. However, I do see Donald Trump comments. I see Rudy Giuliani comments. I see Mike Collins comments. I could go down the list.
The entire RNC lately has been just one dehumanization slogan after another. They gave out mass deportation now signs to all of the attendees.
How's that dehumanization to deport illegal immigrants?
To deport 11 million people.
They are breaking the law. How's that dehumanization? They are human beings breaking the law, right?
Of trans people. We could talk about the dehumanization of trans people and the fact that the right is constantly calling trans people fucking pedophiles.
I'd love to quote Trump. We pledge to root out the communist, Marxist, fascists, and the radical left thugs that live like vermin within the confines of our country that lie and steal and cheat on elections. Again, completely unfounded that there were any sort of cheating on elections. The threat from outside forces is far less sinister, dangerous, and grave than the threat from within. You know who said that? The former president of the United States. And I feel
that last
statement's
fine.
Crazy.
That last statement's fine. The first statement, the word vermin as an issue. I don't like the word vermin.
Dehumanization?
I would have reworded that.
What I said, the second statement you said, I'm fine with. The first statement, I object to the term vermin. I wouldn't use that statement.
Yeah, okay. I'm with Lactoid on this. Can I pose this back to you though? Because I think this bears unpacking a little bit. I'm not again. I understand that there are what I will call valid concerns about Trump and authoritarianism and that sort of right. So I'm not throwing the baby out with the bathwater on this. What I will pose back is, do you not think that it's possible to criticize Trump and say this is un-American? He's a sore loser. He's refusing to engage in the peaceful transfer of power. Do you think there are not lower temperature ways of saying this than he's an existential threat to democracy? Because I think that's one of the things that
we have to be able to describe reality. Hold on. Let him finish, and then once he's finished, we'll go to Vigilante, then we'll go to Carnelian, then we'll go to Staxiums. Go ahead.
the reason I pose that is because we saw with what came out from Destiny that part of his justification, right, for why violence may be justified is that you're facing an existential threat. And this is why I said in my opening that if you are going to make that claim, you're clearing a pretty high bar. This isn't something where you can just say, "Well, I think and feel these things, therefore that means that this is, automatically justified violence." So that's more what I'm getting at, is that can you not oppose this in a way that doesn't communicate to some segment of the audience, hey, there is no electoral strategy left that's going to win here. Like, we're just screwed. America's over. The only thing we can do is grab guns.
So he actively incited an insurrection on January 6th. He tried to overturn the election in Georgia, at least, and that's just the one that we know about. He has made comments in speeches saying that he wants to be a dictator. And the list goes on. There are multiple reasons why you can call him an existential threat to our democracy.
Can I?
And Lactoid, I see your face. I will literally go find the fucking clip.
The dictator comment, for example. Let me ask you, because people do this a lot, and in fact, I was talking to Wick Staxiums. You did this last time you were on Wick, where you left out some critical context from something that Trump said.
Go ahead.
But in this case,
the peaceful comment, is that what you're talking about? Can I?
You can.
Hold on. No, I can sense it's going already. We're not going to relitigate the conversation we had 5 weeks ago, right? We're going to talk about the conversation we're having now.
Absolutely.
Respond. You can respond. Go ahead.
I think this is all related to political violence.
It is. Arguably it is, right? But the dictator comment. So when Trump says that was a joke, and when he specifically says that he's going to be a dictator regarding like to immigration and the border, why don't you find it relevant to add that kind of context? And do you think that by not adding that context, somebody might become afraid? Sure. Somebody might become afraid and think that he's a dictator and might commit political violence against him, right? I mean, I think you should be honest with your terms. And for apparently being the honest candidate, there's a lot of statements that aren't so honest.
Low-key agree with Lactoid here.
I want to get Carnelian in.
Yes.
Well, the biggest thing is that we need to be able to describe reality. We need to be able to look at Donald Trump's actions, and we need to be able to describe them accurately to the mass voter populace. That doesn't mean that we're engaging in extremist rhetoric. Reality is extreme right now. We have to be able to convey that properly so that people understand the threat that is Donald Trump. The fact that he even went to the Supreme Court to ask for criminal immunity from trying to overthrow the election or the democratically elected new president-elect, we have to be able to say those things in strong terms to get people to vote for the guy who didn't try to coup the government.
You gotta like lie and twist context in order to motivate people to vote. Gotcha.
Sure. Yes. Great. Just what I said. Yes.
Lactoid can make facial expressions that I can't.
Well, it's your fault. So you came here as a cat. Change your.
Here's a question. Here's a question though. And I'll start with Staxiums here, and Austin, if you want in, just let me know. Right. Let me know when you want in. Right. Do you think that people like Destiny, because it wasn't just Destiny, he was the one that I happened to talk to, but I saw takes like this throughout the day, okay? Throughout the day, very similar takes. Do you think that by mocking the death or even mocking the shooting, right? Saying things like, oh, I'm sad he missed. Do you think that is are people more likely to listen to us or less likely to listen to us when we make those kinds of comments? What do you
think? Sorry, I want to be clear. I think Destiny's comments were incredibly inappropriate. I don't stand by them one bit. And I think laughing about the assassination is pretty gross and kind of puts all content creators on the back foot. I wish that we talked about more substantive issues. And that's why I keep pivoting back to assassination attempts that were made over the last 5 years. Can I just call attention to one, for example, which is that Trump posted on social media, Truth Social, Barack Obama's address, and someone showed up with 400 rounds of live ammunition and 2 guns at his house. And he was arrested, but that was an attempted assassination. I could send you the link, Lactoid, if you're looking it up right now, for sure. Give me 2 seconds while I just finish up my comment and then I'll post it in the chat. But I feel like it's comments like this that I feel like we should be talking about rather than Destiny's. And I condemn, I can walk and chew gum at the same time. I can condemn Destiny's statements and also pivot the conversation to more substantive issues.
Well, I want to hear also, though, from the people who don't condemn Destiny's statements, such as Cornelian here and such as Lawson here. What do you think? Same question to you.
Like I said from the opening, I'm willing to express my frustration in the strongest possible terms. I think that being willing to do that actually might make the discourse healthier. The Republicans have to understand how upset we are at the last 25 years of them dividing the country, and we
And
can't.
joking about someone's death is letting them know just how upset you are?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, it is.
Absolutely.
agree,
I was
Lawson?
gonna
What are your
respond.
thoughts?
Yeah, I
real
mean,
quick.
just like
The
just
link
like
in the
how-
chat, by the way,
Oh,
if
Lawson,
anyone want
go
to check
ahead.
it out.
Lawson, I want to hear from Lawson right now.
Yeah, before I do, what Lactoid said earlier about like how it's not okay to do something when the other side does it, I do take that to heart, and I am conflicted about this because I try not to toxify the discourse. It's just like it's so like I'm such in a doomer place right now because we can't even agree on facts of reality, right? And yeah, I don't know, like what you're saying, like, oh, is it more likely to get people to listen? It's going to draw more eyes. I don't know if it's going to get more people to listen. I don't know what will. That's the problem. Is it's kind of like scraping the bottom of the barrel right now as far as discourse, because I just maybe I have a very low expectation of just people in general because I don't think like he loves to
To be
say
clear to
we're
my
not
audience,
logic
you're the one
machines.
that wanted this panel. Like, if this is scraping the
Yeah,
bottom of the barrel
absolutely.
with discourse,
Well,
you're the one that asked me, hey,
no,
can
no,
we put
no,
a panel
not
on
this.
right?
Like what Destiny did is scraping the
Okay.
bottom of the barrel is what I meant. Yeah, like because I thought we were going to talk about like what is the threshold for acceptable
going to get to
political
that,
violence.
I promise.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
What was
But,
the actual post?
yeah.
I'm not able to find the Truth Social post.
No, yeah. It's been deleted since, but I did post it on Twitter. I can, yeah. Hold
Yeah,
on.
well,
one
why
second.
don't you guys
My
look for
question
that?
is,
Why you guys look
why
for
did
that?
he post the? Like, was it like he fucked up? Like he was posting some kind of like something anti-democratic and it included Obama's address, or did he specifically like type out Obama's address and then like insinuated that somebody should go get him?
It said Barack Obama's address and then this, and it's redacted now. But it was like a big court file. It was like 6 paragraphs.
Okay. So it's 6 paragraphs. Is it possible? That perhaps Trump didn't redact it, and he didn't actually intend for Obama to get he didn't actually intend for Obama to get like attacked. It wasn't like an assassination attempt by Trump.
That's a pretty unreasonable level of
careless.
charity.
He was careless. What do you mean unreasonable level of charity? That Trump posts things quickly without double checking them? You think that's like a
No,
Yeah, this is what he's known
without
for.
any malice, yeah.
To be fair, to be fair, we can be charitable enough to say that Trump is retarded enough to do that.
I agree.
He did spell coffee Kovifi.
Yeah, so if that's
Okay,
the case,
cool.
then how can we really attribute like to him the kind of malice that an assassination attempt would require?
Lactoid, I agree with this. But I think that it's kind of like a number of things to build my case, and I can go through the I think like 12 or so things that I feel like are worthy enough to say that Trump incites violence, and I feel like being careless enough to just let your political opponent, one that you've been disparaging, saying that he doesn't live in this country, that he's essentially a liar
And
with
the
the
founder of
birther.
ISIS.
Yeah, I think. Can I just? I'll give some more quotations. I'm going to just sprinkle them throughout the debate, just to remember who exactly we're talking about.
We can, but I want to
Mhm.
I want to focus on this one just a little bit because I think this sort of demonstrates what I'm talking about, which is like the broad statement. Like this has happened twice already, at least in this panel that I can directly identify, which is that he said he was going to be a dictator, and what you just said, he posted Obama's address, and then immediately afterwards somebody showed up with a gun. Well, those are technically true. But then I'm like, in my mind, surely there's missing something. What's the actual like story behind this? And then I look it up, and there's actually way more to it. Like, oh, he posted a 6-paragraph like court filing that happened to have Obama's address. Maybe he wasn't like actually posting Obama's address intentionally to get him hurt. Oh, the dictator thing. What was the context? I don't know. I don't know what the purpose of
Why
him.
would he do that?
I don't know what the purpose of him posting the court filing on True Social was. Staxium said he was going to link it to me, but this happened with this.
I got you.
This has consistently happened. And Biden is still lying about the Charlottesville thing, despite the fact that the context there even led Snopes to say it was a lie. And when we're talking about political violence,
can I address that?
We can. But when we're talking about political violence, and you misrepresent somebody's position to associate them with people that we would almost agree might need to be targeted, right? Like Nazis and dictators. Like that is, if you want to go with the political violence, like rhetoric kind of path, I don't see how that also doesn't fall in line.
But Lactoid, would you not agree that many on the right, not all, obviously, but many on the right are also engaged in this broad brush, broad strokes thing?
Yes.
So
I have already.
What about
this is not me. I have publicly condemned libs of TikTok.
You're on here.
Libs of TikTok specifically for what they've been doing following this. Yes.
Yes.
I agree. It's pretty egregious.
Yes, but I'm not just talking about that. I'm not talking about doxing. I'm talking about just broad brush. Look at the left, look at the right, look at how all these people are just like this. Look at how, and like leaving out crucial information that would add talk test. But I asked that to ask this. And the question is, in your opinion, what makes the left worse? Or is it worse?
How I tend to view it is, I think that like within the right and the left, there is like the civil camp, and then there's like the unhinged camp. And I think they exist within both the left and the right. I don't know which one is worse, but I would identify myself to be within the civil camp of the right. And I would identify you, Wick, based on your comments, to be within the civil camp of the left. And I think that there's people that are in the unhinged camp in both. And if you give me any specific, you confront me with any specific statement, and I look into the context, and after looking through all the context, I say, yeah, that's pretty fucked. I'll condemn that. I'm going to do that to any statement, whether it be right or left. I'm not going to back away from that. And I haven't backed away from that. When January 6th was happening, literally while it was happening, I was in Destiny's server condemning it. During it was happening. It didn't take me any time at all to realize this was fucking crazy. And so I was able to condemn it right away. And then when I saw this fucking dude get shot, I condemned that right away. That was pretty easy. But some people it's not so easy for because they're part of the unhinged group.
I remember some of the comments in the server that day too.
There were some unhinged lefties on that server too. Like they were advocating for sending an A10 Warthog and just mowing down. Like it was crazy shit. And I was like, that's crazy too. What are you doing?
So I wanted to add too, if I could.
No, I still think they should have just opened fire. So.
All right, I'm not going to say that, but I would say that like as much blame as I lay at conservatives' feet for what's going on, a lot of it is from the left too, from crying wolf from day one. Like I remember the first few years of Trump's presidency and before he was even elected, I was constantly telling people like I don't think the media is being fair to him. I still don't think the media was fair to him from the jump, right? I mean, even through hindsight, I can say whatever, but
media's not being fair to Trump.
Yes, I don't think the media was fair to Trump at all.
Regarding January 6th?
No, he's talking about back in 2016.
No, like when he was elected and the first like few years of his presidency.
I so agree.
What stuff does the media get wrong? And I would love to talk about the Snopes article.
We can, but this would be another 10-15 minutes.
We can talk about the Snopes article, and I'm going to be writing it because I have looked into this. Go ahead.
I would love to.
First, I want you to address Lawson, and then I'll let you address Lactoid.
Please.
Well, this would get into a whole nother thing, Wick, if you want to, but I don't know how much time you guys want to spend on it.
Gentlemen, we're going to keep it brief.
Well,
when I'm bored,
I wasn't done also.
Don't bore me. Go ahead.
Sure, and I wanted to say one more thing. Does anybody remember the video? It was like 5-6 years ago. The guy was like, "Stop making me defend Trump." Does anybody remember that video? There was like, yeah. I feel the same way now, but in the opposite direction, where I'm like telling the left or the right, like, because I think I lean more conservative than left, but I'm thinking like the right, hey, stop making me call Trump a fascist, because I don't want to, because I sound like them. I don't want to do that.
I just have a question for you. Just like, do you think that, for example, like drafts of executive orders floating the idea to use the military to seize ballots and voting machines is a fascist? Do you feel like that might be fascist behavior?
Yeah, assuming that, yeah.
That's true, right? I could send you some links if you want, but that's 100%
I'd like
something
to
that
see
happened
those.
with Trump. Sure. Yeah, here.
Send the links because we got to double check everything that's said about
Sending you
Trump.
that link. Sending you that link.
Just like the
I
fucking
appreciate it.
Snopes article 4 years afterwards.
I would love to show. I would love to talk about that Snopes article.
If your response is going to be, well,
Lactoid
Trump
is
was
a
wrong about there not being.
liar.
Go ahead.
Lactoid is a liar.
Explain.
Okay,
explain.
no, you called him a liar.
I would love to
Defend
explain
that,
why he's a liar.
motherfucker.
You
Go
have
ahead.
the floor.
Well,
Tell
so
us
let
why
me
Lactoid is a
clarify.
liar,
Let me
please.
clarify what exactly Lactoid's comments were, and I'll show you where he's lying. So, actually, I feel like it's best to Lactoid. Do you want to start, and then I'll clarify what exactly you're lying about?
Why are you a liar, Lactoid?
Look,
How are we going to have this
very-
start
it-
here?
No, go
Sure.
over your comments about the Snopes.
Yeah,
Go
it's
ahead.
very straightforward. So
Mhm.
people attributed, and Biden during the debate attributed,
Mhm.
Trump in saying or insinuating that white supremacists and Nazis, or specifically Nazis and white nationalists, were very fine people. When you actually watch, and Snopes has rated this as false, because when you
Right.
actually watch like 3 or 4 sentences afterwards, don't quote me on
Right,
that.
he
Maybe
says-
it's 5 sentences.
No. That's
Yeah,
fine. You're
he
not lying about that.
He
No worries.
specifically says that
Mhm.
he condemns totally the white supremacists or the white nationalists and the Nazis.
Mhm.
So any
Okay, so-
any insinuation that during that speech Trump praised white nationalists and Nazis,
Mhm.
which is what's consistently been either directly said or insinuated, and Biden directly said during the debate, that's a lie.
Right. Let me clarify what exactly is happening here. 2 things. 1, there are no news articles that said that Trump never said in the very fine people on both sides that there were white supremacists in that group. Here's what did happen though. Let me bring you forward to the Unite the Right rally. Okay, it was a 2-day event. On the second day, Trump was in the middle of having, I think it was a veterans bill, and he was approached by a bunch of journalists. And they say, do you condemn what happened? Mind you, this is after Heather Heyer got run over. Okay, so there was a counter protester to the white supremacist who was killed. Okay, then he did not, and I really repeat this, I'll clarify where you are wrong. He did not condemn white supremacists. He said, we condemn in the strongest possible terms this egregious display of hatred, bigotry, and violence on many sides. And he never said white supremacists. Then he got extreme blowback from his side. Every single Republican was like, what the fuck are you talking about? How hard is it to condemn white supremacists? Okay. Then 48 hours later, he made a speech on the topic saying, hey, I condemned the white supremacists. Then clarifying, by the way, it was the people on the first night who were cool. The second night is when they got infiltrated. Okay. The second day is when Richard Spencer appeared. The first day was the chant of people with tiki torches screaming, Jews will not replace us, blood and soil. Those were the people he called very fine people. So you are lying constantly or gaslighting yourself or ignorant. I'm not sure which one, but he made 2 separate comments. The first was condemned. The second, he made these comments later. How do you feel about that, Lactoid?
First of all, this is directly off the transcript of the debate. This is Biden, what American president would ever say Nazis coming out of fields, carrying torches, singing the same anti-Semitic bile, carrying swastikas?
The first night.
Hold on.
The first night.
Hold on. I'm going to repeat it now. What American president would ever say Nazis coming out of fields, carrying torches, singing the same anti-Semitic bile, carrying swastikas were fine people? Okay. Now, let me ask you.
He did say those people were fine. He said the first night was fine.
So when he clarifies that neo-Nazis and white supremacists were not the fine people, he's saying the non-neo-Nazis and the non-white supremacists.
He clarified it was the second night. It was a 2-day event.
Yeah, there might be some factual misunderstanding where maybe he thinks there weren't white nationalists and there weren't Nazis. Do you really think that he was intending to say that the white nationalists? No. Hold on, that the white nationalists
will not replace us.
Wait. Do you really think that he intended to say that on the first day the Nazis were fine, but on the second day the Nazis were bad?
That's literally what I'm telling you happened.
No.
That's literally what occurred.
Link me
what happened.
Yeah, link it to me where he called Nazis fine people on the first day.
No.
Specifically Nazis.
What? What is your question?
Specifically Nazis. Link me anywhere where he referred to Nazis as fine people, because that's what Biden said during the debate.
Oh my God. Can you listen? He said the people on the first night were very fine people. Okay. Those people, that's not what Biden said. That's what Trump said. Those people, this is me speaking, this is Hunter speaking. Those people were Nazis.
Okay,
Trump didn't say those Nazis were good people. He said these people are good people, gesturing to
we
Nazis.
gotta
Wait,
move
wait,
on.
wait.
We
So,
gotta move on.
hold on. When he specifically says that the Nazis were like condemned totally the second night, do you think that he was only referring to the Nazis in the second night, and he wasn't referring to condemning the Nazis in the first
That's
night?
what he said. I'm telling you, that's
Oh,
what
okay,
he said.
wait,
And he
wait,
also
wait.
took 48 hours to do
Okay,
so.
I'm gonna
Okay.
just wait. I'm not gonna ask a question. I'm just gonna comment on this now.
Mhm.
So,
Yep, go for it.
this is the example of like the ultimate lack of charity that I'm trying to describe, which is you have
Mhm.
somebody who clarifies that he's condemning totally the Nazis and white supremacists specifically.
Which he didn't for 2
He
days.
specifically, okay, you can say that he took 2 days. He still condemned them
Mhm.
completely, right? He said condemn totally.
After huge pushback from
Doesn't
Yep, go
matter.
ahead.
He still condemned it totally, and Biden said he didn't.
It does matter.
No, it doesn't, because I'm calling Biden a liar. All I said, everything I've said was true. Stack seems to call me a liar, but Stack seems isn't pointing to a single thing that I said that was actually a lie. What I said is
Okay,
that Donald Trump condemned the white nationalists and the Nazis completely, which is what he did. Stack seems to saying, well, he took too long to do so. Oh, the
Nothing
first night,
more than that.
the first night he didn't clarify. He was referring to them as fine people, and maybe the second night he clarified that he wasn't talking about the Nazis and the white nationalists. But
we are
still, like
stuck.
it took him too long. No, this was a lie. Biden lied during the fucking debate when he said that Trump referred to Nazis as fine people. Trump clarified that he was not referring to the Nazis.
Evidence out of
No,
this.
we gotta move.
Black
Told you,
Toy, are
Wick.
you triggered,
I
buddy?
was called a liar, Wick, okay, and I did not lie.
I've let this go on. I've let you
Snopes said I'm
respond.
not lying.
I let you have the
Oh.
last word, even.
Oh,
But
so
we
we're
do
listening to
ha-
anything
Hold on.
Snopes says? You stand by that?
Well, I know you do.
This is a rabbit hole. It's a fun little rabbit hole, but we're done with the rabbit hole now.
It's not a
We can
fun
have
rabbit hole.
specific date
Snopes says
debate.
no,
not
Trump
very
did not
fun
call
at all.
neo-Nazis and white
God, I
supremacists
know.
very fine people. Right
Okay,
there, the title.
Hold on. Let's reset with a question then for everyone.
Told you this was gonna happen, Wick, before I
Questions
brought
for
it up.
everyone.
Black Toy, are you
Reset
triggered,
with
buddy?
a question
A little bit, because you
for
guys are
everyone.
lying, and you're saying that you're not, and you called me a liar.
I'm gonna have.
I
to
did call
mute
you a
people.
liar.
I don't
Hang
Yeah,
want
on,
you're a
hang on.
liar.
I
Quick, if
will
I
mute.
may, can I jump in on this exact the liar versus liar thing?
Oh,
Yeah,
yes,
how about
please.
that?
This
Take
was-
that,
This might be a
Staxiums.
good
Okay.
segue. Go ahead.
Well, because I wanted to jump off of something that Lawson said, and then we got into this whole thing about the Charlottesville stuff, and I'm not gonna step into the Charlottesville thing any further than to draw a quick parallel, because Lawson was saying that some of this has to do with what is true, right? And I think that that's a very, very fair way to approach this. That can't start from, well, my first conclusion is true, therefore my second conclusion is true, therefore my third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh conclusion is also true. Right? That if we have diverted from each other on assumption 1, then of course we're nowhere near each other on assumption 7. That's not even hard to understand. So I will pose to you, Lactoid, take for granted, and I'm posing to you first because I feel like I mostly agree with your point on this, and I think you'll
And
be charitable here.
Snopes' point.
Yep. But so assume for a moment that Staxius's position is 100% correct, right? That the Snopes article doesn't exist, that the press conference he gave,
Or that it's
was
wrong.
different, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, well, I'm going to come to you in a second. But for you, Lactoid, assume that everything Staxios said is 100% true. Does that not then justify some of his conclusions based on what he thinks he's seeing as reality?
Yeah, it would justify you, I guess, condemning Trump for calling Nazis very fine people.
Would it? And I want to be more
and
direct
then
with this.
to you, Staxios, would be the
Mhm.
opposite question, right? That assume Lactoid's
Oh,
point
obviously.
is-
Yes.
Wait, I
Right,
agree
that
that
it's assuming
that morally we're not maligned. Like, I think that these are factual statements that we disagree with, and if we came together and said, no, this is truth and
This
this
is where we
isn't,
might morally differ, and this is where I want to approach this with everyone, because Carnelian made a statement near the beginning. Vigilante has made this statement too. Lawson even made this statement during his opening statements, right? That if what the left is saying about Trump is true, does that justify some sort of, maybe not a assassination, right? But some sort of extra legal procedure used to stop Trump from getting into power? If you believe Trump is an existential threat to American democracy, does that, in your mind, justify non-legal actions
This is
And to what
including the
extent?
Supreme Court capture.
Yes.
The immunity clause.
Real
Yes.
quick,
Yes.
Staxium,
Yeah.
can you also link me the article for the first day?
Oh, you just want to
yes,
see the
it
comments
does.
on the first day? Sure.
Yes.
I would
Does
say that
anyone-
if it does, it doesn't yet. Like, we need to exhaust every democratic means possible before we get to political violence because we
So it
don't want to tear
doesn't
this
yet.
country apart. That's my position. I don't know about anybody else, but we need to
Well-
exhaust every tool that the geniuses who wrote the Constitution gave us before we resort to tearing the country apart. What we're at right now is making edgy jokes on Twitter. We're not at political violence
Okay,
yet.
what point? Let me ask directly then. At what point and under what conditions do we escalate to that point? If Trump
If
is
they-
elected, is
Yeah.
that the line for you?
Not if he's simply elected. I would say that if he's elected, all
And
sense
then
of
what?
unity goes out the window. But if he tries to actually deport 11 million people, that's going to be a big problem with me and a lot of other people.
So just to be clear, if he deports 11 million people, illegal
Yes.
immigrants, that is your line.
Pretty much, yeah, because
Okay,
the
gotcha.
logistics of deporting 11 million people involves a lot of really shitty things. 11 million people is what we saw at the border during Trump's presidency would be scaled up by several orders
I
of
wanna hear
magnitude, and I'm
everyone
probably
else's-
understating it.
Got you. We can justify them later, but I want to just get a temperature check on where everyone's lines are here. Vigilante, where's your line? Is it Trump being elected?
I would say, I wouldn't necessarily say him being elected. I would more so say him being elected and then starting to actually enact some of the
Such as?
more scary aspects of Project 2025.
Such as? Be specific.
So there are some aspects of Project 2025 that are more essential threats to our democracy. I can't think of them off the top of my head. I have to pull it up.
Okay, we're gonna go to Lawson while you think, figure it out, and we're
yeah,
gonna
let
go
me
to.
pull something
I
up
want
real
specifics. Lawson.
I've been meaning to read that too, actually, because I don't know anything about it. Yeah, if everything that the left says about what has happened is true, to me, that means that kind of we have exhausted most democratic means in the sense that the investigations have kind of gone nowhere. Like the recent Supreme Court ruling. I mean, I've heard interpretations about that, and it sounds really, really bad. So yeah, I don't know.
At what point, at what point is it Trump being elected? Is it Trump being elected and then enacting a
the immigrant thing
policy?
would definitely, yeah.
So it's the immigrant thing too.
That would be well. This
That's
is
the
the
line
problem.
for you.
If Trump is elected and he's King Trump and he's diddling 12-year-olds in the White House and that story comes out,
Fair
who's even
enough.
going to believe it? Like we can't even. This is the problem. Like it doesn't matter what is being reported, what's being said. There's always something pushing back against what else is happening. And
That is a problem, but I
Yeah.
think it's separate to my question. So you know for 100% surety that X happens. You just know. There's no question. It's 100% true. This happened, right? What can that be? What is X? It's like a math formula. I'm sorry.
the
What is
immigration
X?
deportation would be very good because that's something everyone would
11
see
million
happening,
deported
and there would be no
immigrants.
like, oh, this isn't happening.
Sure,
You couldn't
and
say
you
that.
would you would think at that point, to be clear, that justifies extra legal
Yes, I
action
will.
against Trump.
I
Okay.
will stop.
about-
Actually, I can't say that. Yeah, that would be.
What
it
about
for me.
dreamers being removed? Is that good enough? Like not all 11 million undocumented, just DACA recipients.
Okay. What I'm gonna let Lackley-
I'm asking Lawson.
I'm sorry.
I'm agreeing with that. Yes.
What
I'm
about
saying yes to that.
not
Well,
11 million undocumented immigrants get deported? Just the dreamers, just DACA recipients.
I don't
if
know what
the
the
program gets
population
shut
is.
down. It's like
I-
I think it's like a couple 100,000. It's fairly
Oh,
it's
small.
somewhere
I
close
don't-
to that. Yeah.
I don't think that would be enough. I mean, it would be enough to outrage me, but it's not going to. I don't think that's enough people.
Not enough
to
for political
spark.
violence.
I don't know. That's
Yeah.
rough.
I mean, it's up to you.
And I wanted to add one more thing. If
Mhm.
everything about Trump being said is false, to me, that also justifies action being taken from the right because
Why?
that means there's some big conspiracy against Trump. I don't believe this. I'm just
Okay,
saying.
that's fair.
All my opinions are going to be based on what the facts say, which we can't agree on. So whatever. But
Mhm.
would everyone that
Would it change
on,
your
on the
opinion if
left
there were
here?
half a million DACA recipients?
Maybe.
Okay.
But also, can I ask the left people this? Like, if we found out through a crystal ball that everything about Trump was completely made up and fabricated, however unlikely, what would you feel? Would you feel, oh my God, there's some huge conspiracy against Trump? Okay,
Of course.
all right, great. So yeah, we all agree, like morally, it's
A
just
conspiracy, maybe, but my guy didn't go up to the Supreme Court and ask for criminal immunity
Okay,
for
maybe
I
overthrowing
would
the government.
if
Hold
there was
on.
a huge conspiracy against
Hold
me,
on.
I would.
No,
be
I have
Loki,
to
that's
jump
fair.
in here. Maybe I have a jump in here because no one has given me, at least to me personally, a take where I think political violence is anywhere near
Here.
justified.
Really?
Not
Can I-
You don't think I
a
gave you
lot of
that
people
answer?
making a lot of
Yeah,
lies
no,
about someone.
I'll take this one because
I got it too.
think it's pretty easy to look at folks who are on this or that political spectrum and say, I think this is way beyond the pale. This is something I could never sign up for. But we're in a kind of an academic context, right? Nobody's literally pushing you to grab a gun and get in the streets. We're
Not
just
yet,
kind of
no.
talking about it. But what I'm getting
Yeah.
at is that, if we're talking about, let's say, literally rounding up political opponents and putting them in prison camps, right? That's something I could imagine being enough
Maybe.
beyond the pale where you would jump in and say, no, we have to do something about that.
Yeah,
if
but
we were talking about like
deporting illegal
assassination
immigrants
of
isn't it.
senators that are standing in the way of Trump's platform or something.
What about the imprisoning of political
can-
opponents?
I just said that.
Okay.
My point is, I
wanted to
can
be sure.
envision some crazy stuff, but I think we're all envisioning like, well, what if Trump did this? And from my perspective, it takes a lot more than a policy disagreement. Like Dreamers, I think is probably the best example. I want to give credit to you because I think that one's pretty hard to justify. If you're born in the United States, you're a United States citizen. We can quibble about the immigration applications.
Weren't a lot
and
of
whatnot.
dreamers born outside of the U.S.? Isn't that true?
So
Or am I
I'm
wrong
sure.
about that?
I'm
Yeah.
sure they were. I don't know what the specific application of DACA is.
Yeah, I don't know if being born
just-
inside the U.S. matters a lot to me personally.
Oh, well, yeah, because I think some of it is that you were brought as a child and stuff like that. On
Yes.
that point, I think.
Yeah,
correct.
basically, you've only ever had a childhood in the United States, and you've only ever
Right.
had a community with Americans. Makes sense to me.
Right, and that's again
Sorry.
something where I think I'm with Lawson on this, where it may disgust me morally, but again, the point would be, are we violating actual constitutional principles of like, do you have citizenship or not, things like that. It finding something disgusting doesn't mean that I am going to pull up arms against it. I'm pretty on record against a specific policy that I don't want to bring up because it's going to unravel a whole other ball of worms. But the long story short is I was actually part of the program that like set it up. I was part of that government program.
Cool.
And it profoundly upset me because it was like, this is terrible policy and we're making it happen. But that didn't make me pick up a gun.
Yeah. No, I get it.
Lactoid, if you're done arguing in the DMs.
I'm not. I want him to address that highlighted portion.
Okay.
Oh my
I missed
god,
it, I'm
okay,
sorry.
is this all that's going to happen now? Is you guys are
I'll
going to
go
argue in the DMs this whole panel? And not
Well,
address-
explain the question one more time. After, and then he's going to address my fucking highlighted portion where he
You got
does condemn people on the
got
first
it.
day. Okay, good.
You got it.
Okay,
I'll go into my point on Project 2025 whenever they're done with that.
give us your point, Vigilante, first. Give us your point first.
Please.
Okay, so some of the issues with Project 2025, they basically want to dismantle all LGBTQ rights, basically completely ban the same-sex marriage, make it impossible for transgender people to get gender-affirming care, including cutting all research on gender-affirming care, as well as cutting all federal funding towards gender-affirming care. They want to completely ban abortion.
So
Ban
that-
pornography. Here, could I help you out? Ban pornography,
Yeah, ban
unitary
pornography.
executive theory,
Education.
which essentially fires 50,000
banning
federal
pornography,
employees.
if you can't
and
jerk
replaces
off,
them with
you're
Trump
gonna
loyalists.
pick up a weapon.
Well, no, it's more than that. Ban pornography. I'm trying to summarize, but this is like a 200-something page document.
900
So
If I'm hearing
yeah,
you correctly,
like,
if somebody
it's
banned
extremely long.
pornography,
It's
you would feel like
extremely
you
long.
needed to go assassinate someone. That's what you're saying.
I'm giving a list of like all
I
of
think
the problems.
I
I think
understand that.
unitary executive theory requires that. Yeah, I think that unconstitutional
unitary
belief
executive theory.
that that
Sure.
would essentially fire every federal employee and ensure that they're Trump loyalists, making sure that essentially a lot of Trump administrative bureaucrats who have done this in the past do purity tests to ensure that all Trump people underneath them. There were incidents when Trump was president where someone who was like a low level executive in Trump's bureau liked Taylor Swift's post saying that she wanted to vote for Biden, and she got looked into by a lot of Trump's like bureaucrats. And I think that kind of purity testing is something that Trump wants to do for the entire executive branch, and that fully fuels the administrative branch to make sure that everyone is loyal to Trump or else they get ousted. And I think that that's something that Trump really desperately wants.
I think that
Can I
Trump's
actually
biggest
comment
regret
on
in
on top-
2016 was that there were even people at the end of his presidency who were still saying Trump is wrong about this. Trump's perspective on this is illegal or unconstitutional. I think that's his biggest regret that he's going to fix in 2024. I think that he is going to fix top down, especially with the help of Project 2025 and the Heritage Foundation, to fill every position he can with Trump loyalists.
Yeah, and a lot of the stuff in the Project 2025 is also like the purpose is to undermine the Civil Rights Act, undermine women's rights, people of color's rights, LGBTQ rights. Their reproductive thing is literally to ban abortions and then basically use NSA data to track and make sure people aren't getting abortions and prosecute them. So like there is some there's a lot of fascistic stuff in there. They want to undermine the separation of church and state. Like there's theocratic stuff in
ordained
there.
the Sabbath as a day of rest. Did you guys know that? That's in
Blatantly
Project 2025.
unconstitutional. Yeah.
Okay.
Can I actually dig into something you guys said, because I think this is kind
Maybe.
of important.
I really want to get us back on track with the question, though.
Fair enough. But this has to do with what, and I apologize. It's Carnelian and
that's me. I'm Carnelian.
We're saying,
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, what's up?
I apologize. I don't have my glasses on. I can't.
It's okay.
read
You're good, bro.
easily off the
Yeah, it's
screen.
okay.
But y'all, the two of you were saying basically about the unitary executive, and I want to take a second and say that this unitary executive shit goes all the way back to the Bush administration. So to Carnelian's point about 25 years or whatever.
Yes, that's a big deal with me.
I was going to challenge you on that, but I think there's a valid point. So I'm going to.
Wait, you're saying Bush invoked the unitary executive theory?
But what I was going to get at here was that in terms of actual executive office officials, right? And down to line people. I want to be clear on that. I mentioned a moment ago that I worked on a government program not that long ago, and there is a sort of a policy that is in place for a lot of professions, right? This goes for lawyers, this goes for accountants, this goes for auditors and stuff like that, that you need to be above a shadow of a doubt in terms of your integrity. And that I am certainly not going to defend like bureaucrats coming in and doing investigations or some shit just over somebody making a social media post, but I could certainly imagine someone's manager going to them and saying, you understand that this makes you look not impartial and that's a problem in your role. That there is a real thing that you're pointing at in terms of unitary executive in the administrative state, but there is also a non-zero threat that is involved with somebody who is in a senior position who is throwing out on social media opinions about like who should win elections, right? Because I can certainly tell you from my exposure that the attitude from anybody who gets their paycheck from the government is, I don't give a shit who wins as long as I keep getting paid.
That's the silliest thing. I say that I say that's incredibly silly. Of course it's fine to be a Democrat while Trump is president under the federal executive branch and tweet, "Wow, I really hope Biden wins." What is the problem with that? I thought we believed in the First Amendment, baby. I thought this was America, baby. Am I confused? Am I crazy?
The problem would be that if you are conducting certain types of business, that having those kinds of opinions in a public way will cause people to challenge your judgment.
It's interesting that it's only the Democrats who get challenged on that.
Oh, no. I think the same thing goes in exactly the opposite direction on Republicans.
think so?
Wait, how would
No.
you're saying that Trump's cabinet shouldn't be partisan? Is that what you're saying? I don't even know
Not
what
his
the
cabinet. That's different. The cabinet is literally appointed by the president and responsible and accountable directly to the president. If we're talking about cabinet members, that's different than the Undersecretary of Health and Human Services.
I think I might hear it for like Supreme Court justices or judges. I might hear it, but like when it comes to like some fucking clerk who works in the White House, like I don't know if I don't know if I could possibly care that they like to post on social media. Like I just don't. I don't know if it's psycho that we care about that.
Bear in mind that you said some clerk and I said undersecretary, right? We're talking about two different levels of what we're dealing with here. And again, I'm not endorsing a witch hunt in the executive branch. What I am saying is that you will get to a point where your superiors will look at you and say, you should not be saying that shit in public.
Okay.
You should only be saying it in like conversations that can't be screenshot
For sure.
and sent around the internet.
You know what? I'm going to appreciate your steel man of what you think the Heritage Foundation is saying. But as opposed to a steel man, could I just quote him directly? In the meantime, there are many executive tools a courageous conservative president can use to handcuff the bureaucracy, push Congress to return to its constitutional responsibility, restore power over Washington to the American people, bring the administrative state to heel, and in the process, defang and defund the woke culture warriors who have infiltrated every last institution in America. Those feel like way more fighting words than just like, hey,
the tone of
it seems
Project
like you have some
2025 is
and that's a quote. I could pull it. It's page 9 of the document. I've read it.
Argue with you that that's overheated rhetoric because that's
the entire document reads that way.
Okay.
The larger point that I'm making is
Finish
if you
your
look
point,
at
then
that
I gotta
entire
get to
thing that you
super
read,
chats. Yeah.
the entire thing that you read,
Mhm.
I would say that the last sentence is the objectionable part. That the majority of that is saying things like, well, we can reduce bureaucracy, we can reduce the
But
regulated
it's
state.
being said in the
Again, the
context
steel
of that
man.
last statement.
The steel man is super helpful. The courageous conservative president can handcuff the bureaucracy. Do you not feel like maybe the rhetoric here is maybe a little bit spicier than you're giving it credit for?
The last sentence, I think, is incredibly spicy.
I agree. I think the last sentence is worse, but I think it's fine that I said the whole thing.
Courageous conservative president is just like, oh, we love Trump, and then can handcuff the the executive state, the administrative state,
The bureaucracy.
Thank you. Again, I just think that speaks to the more general conservative principle. I don't think that that's saying anything particularly objectionable.
Okay, I want to get to these super chats, and then I want to toss it
Make some
back.
money, Wick.
I have an actual question to maybe get us a little. We're on topic, but to just direct us a little bit, and hopefully it'll help. So,
And then
let
you're
me
gonna
read
make
some of this
Staxium's
one.
answer, right? I'm losing my shit. I'm losing my shit right here, Wick. Right? Because
I would love to answer.
everything he posted, the term "fine" is not even in any of those words.
I understand, and I like, but that's just the tangent that never ends. Okay,
No, it can end right now.
Let me read my super chats. Artemis Fowl, $5. We must unify on my position. Why aren't the conservatives not willing to bow down and give up? They had 25 years to capitulate to my side. Thank you for $5. $5 more from Artemis Fowl. Didn't the Senate baseball team attacker cite the Young Turks as having motivated him to carry out the event?
Yeah, Steve Scalise shooting. Yeah.
Yeah, the Steve Scalise stuff. I remember that.
$10
He might have.
for Artemis Fowl. Crook's classmate, Hispanic, gave a direct interview the other day talking about how he was a know-it-all political junkie that told him he shouldn't like Trump because he was Hispanic, and it was weird. Thank you for the $10. $5 more from another new account. Booker, Waters, Castro, Tester, and Lowe have called for, can't say on YouTube, Trump. The idea Dems don't do this is nonsense. I would like links to those calls, please. Thank you.
Don't do what?
Have called for extra legal proceedings, let's say.
Oh.
$10 from
The
Artemis
TOS
Fowl.
violation.
Yeah. Didn't Democrats tell protesters to commit felonies like showing up to the SCOTUS justices' homes in order to intimidate them?
Show me where a Democrat encouraged protesters to do that, and I'll shut my mouth.
Sure. Didn't Kavanaugh have an assassination attempt after that? $5 from another new account. Yeah. Also, Wick, can we get a poll? How many people here think Trump will become a dictator versus winning, serving 4 years and then done? I'm very curious. That's why I made that poll, guys, and you guys answered. But we'll get.
Oh, did you put a poll in the chat? I haven't been looking at it. Okay.
It's fine. in YouTube chat. $10 for Pottering Politics. Based on Trump's history of violent or aggressive rhetoric, why should anyone assume charity? Did Trump apologize after? Pure cope
Nope.
from Lactoid, grading Trump on a curve per usual.
I'm
Thank
trying
you
to be
$10.
specific here, okay?
Okay, $10 from Feder Methodist. Doodles, when you take questions, can you ask the panel who supports dark humor that intends to support political violence, hate, etc.? Does that include Fuentes cookie jokes or PDF file jokes from Nambla? Thank you for the $10.
What?
$5 from Artemis Fowl. The night of the 1st is not the protest that took place during the day. This is a verbal sleight of hand he is trying to use. $5 from Ariel Mail. Does anyone believe that hardcore Trump supporters would have supported the February 1992 Venezuela coup attempt if they were living in Venezuela at the time? $5 from Artemis Fowl, who is being very generous today. Thank you. If Trump enforces a law that makes extra legal actions justified, quote unquote. He's making fun of Carnelian there. $2 from Manny to the Max to each person. What is your favorite food? And $5 from Artemis Fowl. Great response. Why is Biden administration that has been denying security clearances based on their political leanings? And thank you. And that is
Has that been
the
happening?
super chats. And the poll ended with, and the poll question was, is Trump an existential threat to democracy? 56% of my audience says no, and 44% say yes. So thank you for voting in the poll. Okay, so let's get to the question that maybe we'll get to. And I know you're dying, Lactoid. I know you're dying. I
We
know.
can move on. We can move on as soon as he
Fine, let's
answers.
do that first,
He called
and
me a
then
liar. He called me a liar. I want to point out two things. First of all,
Point out two things.
yeah,
Mhm.
nowhere in what you posted is there the word fine. So when Biden said he called them fine people, that could not have been true.
Okay.
Wait. Yes or no, is that true?
I fucking posted a link. I said, here are the interesting parts that I think are interesting. Okay?
Yeah.
That
It's
I feel
fine.
like
It's
support my
fine.
point.
It's fine anywhere in the parts that you say support your point. The word fine.
Okay.
Yes or no. Answer that question.
No, not in the one that
No!
I posted, but I could show you where Trump did say that.
Okay.
I could totally do that.
Wait. Well, if that literally was your original point, so go ahead and send that next. If you think there's more that supports your point,
I thought I was doing multiple things. I was showing you where he said, here's the first group and here's the second group.
No. What I'm asking you to do.
You had fine people on both sides, and this is a white supremacist rally.
Wait. Send me on the first day, not the second day, because we already have the context for that. On the first day, where he says fine, because you posted a bunch of words that you said bolstered your point in that he's called them fine on the first day. Go ahead and post where he said fine. I'll review it. Second of all, while you look for that
article that you cited, they say that Trump's characterization was incorrect. They said that Trump's characterization was wrong.
Yeah. They said that he may have been like factually wrong as to like the percentage of
his characterization was wrong.
Yes. His characterization, that's like alluding to the factual analysis of what percentage of Nazis compared to the non-Nazis were there. If you want to say that they were all Nazis, then Trump is just wrong about there being like any fine people there. That can be a statement. But that's not him calling Nazis very fine people.
So I responded.
Okay, I'll take a look right here. This is
sorry. So just to be clear, this is a white supremacist rally, and he said you had people that were very fine people on both sides.
Is this the first day?
Sorry?
Is what you just posted, where he said very fine people, is that from the first day? Because you said there was a difference between the first day and the second day. Was that the first day?
Okay, hold.
Answer the question. When he said fine people, is that from the first day or is that from the...
I think you're distorting.
No. You're not answering. He's not answering. Okay, I'm asking you a very direct question. When he said very fine people, are you referring to the quote that Snopes is referring to on the second day, or are you referring to his statements on the first day?
Okay, just to be clear, he didn't make statements on the first day. He was asked out of context at some sort of conference for his workers bill that he put. That was the second day of the rally, and then he waited 48 hours after August 12th to August 14th. But the rally was from August 11th to August 12th. So I actually don't know what your question is.
We're going to have another show where both you and Lactoid can have
No, fuck! God damn it, Wick! He's not answering yes or no.
I don't know what you're asking. I genuinely don't know what you're asking.
Everybody else knows. Okay, so there's two statements that he made, right? You agree? There's a first statement and a second statement.
Yes.
Okay.
August 12th and August 14th, correct.
August 12th. On the August 12th statement, is that the statement that Snopes is referring to, or is it the August 14th statement that Snopes is referring to?
I don't know about Snopes, but the quote that I just gave you... Okay, I'll read it.
Yeah, I
don't know
linked
about
it.
Snopes.
I linked it. So the very fine people comment, is that from August 12th or is that from August 14th?
That is August 12th.
Okay, so August 12th, is
Yes.
that the one the Snopes article is referring to where he specifies that it's not...
Let me check out the Snopes article.
Okay, while he does that, oh my God. Okay, let me ask a question. Maybe
Wait,
that's more on topic
because
than
this
that.
demonstrates what I'm saying. Nobody can take anything that people say about Trump on face value because they just fucking keep distorting it. If the Snopes article is referring to the very fine people, or if Snopes' article is referring to the very fine people comment that he's referring to, then he was just factually wrong when he called me a liar. And he's comfortable enough to call me a liar.
Let me clarify what exactly happened, okay? I am frustrated with people who say, actually, Trump did condemn white supremacists, and people who are frustrated about that are losers. I feel like that is a broad strokes understanding of what your argument is. However, that's bullshit. He did not condemn white supremacists for a full 48 hours and then weaseled his way out and then clarified his statement again, saying, actually, there's fine people on both sides. That's what I'm saying happened. And I feel like that anyone who misinterprets what happens on during the Charlottesville rally, during the Unite the Right rally, are liars. That's what I feel.
So you're saying the very fine comment, what day was that from?
It's
the very
August
fine
12th.
people. And so the Snopes article, what's that referring to?
I can't even see the Snopes. Send me that.
How do you feel?
Okay,
how do you
I
feel?
see it here.
How do you feel
It's
comfortable? How do you feel comfortable calling me a liar when you don't even know?
Because I heard you say Trump did condemn white supremacists.
Which he
and
did.
My point
I'm gonna
is,
do some extra legal action on myself.
see exactly. Why don't you bring up the fact that he didn't for 48 hours? And
Oh,
make
but he
public
eventually
comments
did, which is
against
all I
it?
said,
Hold
right?
on, hold on. We
Eventually
might be
he did,
having
which is
breaking
all I
news.
said. I didn't say, oh, he only did it after 24 hours. I specifically said he condemned it, which is true.
maybe
I did not lie. That is a true statement. And so when people come to you and they say, well,
Link
Trump
me
did
that,
this.
Neska.
Trump-
Leska, if you're saying that, link me it. If that's true, give me a link, or I don't believe you. But anyway, carry on.
Right. I'm saying the Snopes article is incorrect because what Snopes is saying is that his August 14th statement say very fine people on both sides. However, couches that with the neo-Nazis and white nationalists should be condemned totally. However, he did say that white supremacists were very fine people in his first statement and then had to be course corrected that later.
And first of all, I'm asking for proof
So
about
when
that.
you
Because that contradicts.
President
Because that
Donald
contradicts.
Trump called neo-Nazis and white supremacists who attended the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia, very fine people. That is a correct statement.
No,
Enough.
because that contradicts what you posted.
Enough.
He called them bad
Enough.
people.
Right.
I highlighted it for you, didn't I?
We got 6 people on this panel. You guys are having a great fight.
He called me a liar, Wick. He went on a fucking
We'll
panel
talk
and
about
called
it
me a
later.
liar.
Go on.
I would love to talk about this later.
Time, and we will have a show on this in the future. I promise you. I will set this up for both.
I would love to watch that.
But
Me too.
until then, I want to talk about what we came here to talk about specifically. And I guess I'll simply ask this, and I'll ask this to you, Lactoid, right, directly. And then maybe principals can jump in, and we can maybe start working off of this. How do we fix this problem? What can be done? If you think dehumanization is a problem, which I think you do, is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. How do we fix it?
It's you just condemn people who don't. You condemn people who do it, and then you uplift people who don't do it. Look, there's been a number of people I think that have had comments that I think are very helpful. I think I told you publicly, Wick, like right away that I'm thank you for being so sane on this. Is I think exactly what I said.
Yeah.
I've also condemned dehumanization, but I don't feel like you've uplifted me. So
yeah, because I also don't uplift liars. That's right.
Okay,
motherfucker.
Cut.
So
Finish your thoughts, and I wanna hear
yeah. There's
Very
been other people I think that even people you don't like. President Sunday has actually been pretty good on this topic, actually. So there have been voices of reason. I think that those voices of reason should be encouraged when you hear them. And then the people who are being insane, they should get criticism. I'm not saying take all their shit down. I'm not saying go after them personally. Again, I've already publicly said what Libs of TikTok has been doing is bad. But like, you should be shamed. right? I think that's fair. I think if you say something as crazy as like, yeah, like, haha, I wish he didn't miss. Like, you should probably like be like face some criticism for that, like some insults. That's fair. That's reasonable. And then if we do that enough, maybe people will like get the hint that like, hey, be a good person, and you might not catch flack.
Okay, Carnelian, how do we fix this?
So the conservatives have to reject Donald Trump in 2024. That's basically the answer. If they don't, then they are going to prove to us that after all this time, after Biden having 4 years of cooperation, unitary rhetoric, one of the most bipartisan Senate and Houses that we've had in modern times, if they still choose to elect Donald Trump in 2024, there's no sense of unity anymore. There's no cooperation. There is no cooperation with a band of insurrectionists anymore. They have to
We're
reject
fucked.
reactionary rhetoric in 2024. And if they don't, that's it. There's no cooperation anymore.
Okay.
Not
Then we're
on a
fucked.
political legislative level. Well,
All right, so
they still have the chance to prove
I'm
it.
not saying you're wrong, but
Trump
Yeah.
getting elected count as enough.
Okay, okay. Lawson, how do we fix this?
I have no idea.
I almost want to dig into that specifically. I'm going to put a pin in that. We're going to get back to your statement, Carnelian. I have some issues with it. But Lawson, let's hear what
the
your
only
thoughts are.
solutions I can come up with are completely untenable, which makes them not solutions. So I have no idea. I don't know.
Fair enough. That's a fair answer, I suppose.
Didn't Biden say that Romney wanted to put black people back in chains?
I don't know, man.
No, I don't
Romney
know.
said that?
Yeah, well,
Wait,
no.
Bi-
Didn't
wait,
didn't
Biden
Biden
said
say that
Romney?
Romney say that? Like Romney said that?
I'd have to look. I
Yes,
don't
but
know.
Does anyone care about Romney?
Well, no.
I think that's beside the point.
The point is like,
Depends if he wants
just
to
get
put
rid of
black people
Trump.
back in chains or not.
Yeah, just get rid of Trump, right? Trump's the only problem. We've never done this before.
He
It's
didn't say
only against
Romney, he
Trump.
said the Republican Party, just to be clear.
Vigilante.
Did
said
they
if I
say they
recall-
want to put black people back in chains?
I believe
Yeah,
so.
that's what I'm saying.
Put y'all back in chains.
Yeah, are going to put y'all back in chains.
I
Republicans are
don't
going to put y'all back in chains.
This guy does this constantly, right? Like
Huh?
the Republican
I'm
Party.
agreeing with
No,
you.
not you, Biden. I've already yelled at you about the bullshit that you're pulling with this fucking Snopes article. But when it comes to Biden, right? Like the Republican Party put y'all back in chains. Like, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. This guy, Corn Pop, he really thinks that
Bro, Corn Pop exists. He's a real person. They did a little investigation into it, and they're like, maybe
really?
Corn Pop for sure exists. They met his son, and the son's like, yeah, dude, my dad knew Biden.
That's crazy.
Fair on your first two statements, but like Corn Pop, like, bro, that
I'm
guy's
skeptical. I'm open to correction.
That's
I'm
fine.
skeptical.
That's fine. That's fine.
Can you link anything you have to that to me?
But I'm going that off the top of my head. Like I remember this. Like the investigation was like 3 years ago. I could be wrong.
Okay.
Boys, we're on a
All right, go ahead.
What's your solution?
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I could put it any better than Carnelian did, so I'm just gonna second Carnelian.
Staxiums, how do we fix this?
I think that the worst thing that we could possibly do is elect someone who has said, if she can pick her judges, nothing you can do, folks. Although the Second Amendment, people, maybe there is. Or how about, I would like to punch him in the face, referring to a protester. I miss the old days where protesters would be carried out on a stretcher. And that's my kind of guy, he said, of a Republican lawmaker who body slammed a reporter.
Oh, yeah.
I know Montana, and that's going to help him. Yeah. So I feel like, honestly, putting that kind of persona in the White House probably
that'll really
fuels
unify
a
the
type of
country.
political violence that I don't feel like is appropriate for the place. So I think that the best thing we could do is vote for whoever opposes Donald Trump, whether that be old man, my corpse that I love, or if it's Mamala. Vote for either of them.
His position is vote for RFK Jr. If that is your only
Right.
option.
Right. Mr. Brainworm himself.
Well, I want to hear from. I want to hear last but certainly not least on this. Principles. Go ahead. How do we fix this?
I think fixing it is simple, but it's something that comes from, I guess, what I would call personal responsibility. Probably the most conservative take I'm actually going to have tonight, as opposed to like playing devil's advocate to troll the lefties because we're outnumbered. But I think to a certain extent it comes down to a couple of things. First and foremost, you have to hold yourself to a higher standard. I would say that is kind of first principles. If you see behavior that you don't approve of, you should not be. You should be illustrating how to rise above it. That's just first things. I would say when it comes to taking down the temperature and bridging the divide to a certain extent, a lot of it has to do with the way that people will isolate themselves from contrary perspective. And that's complicated, right? Because if you're in a space that is about discussing those things, you may not want to share that space with people who have ultra contradictory perspectives to your own. I understand that I am a little bit unique in that regard, right? I came in here as the centrist. I don't really particularly align with either side. I think both sides are gross when they do this stuff. Lactoid will certainly say that, but I don't think Lactoid would object to me saying that he's more conservative than I am. um, but I think a lot of it has to do with things like, making friends for reasons that have nothing to do with politics. It's finding, a tabletop group, Wick, that you want to play D&D with, or D&D variant, for, Pathfinder or whatever you want to call, but it's also joining a bowling league, or just like attending your local PTA and stuff like that. That there's all sorts of things that you can be doing on a day-to-day basis that put you in contact with other human beings who don't necessarily share your beliefs. And the purpose that you're sharing in that moment is something that doesn't have to do with politics. And if you don't make politics your first and foremost judgment of other people, then, like I was saying, earlier when we talked about DACA, where it's like, yeah, I would be opposed to that. I don't support that. But that wouldn't make me grab a gun. It wouldn't make me think somebody was a monster if they told me that their opinion was, look, if you don't have citizenship, you can't be here. That's a stance you could take. So I think that's the way you bridge this, is by making friends, talking to people about things that aren't politics, not making politics your central focus, and just giving relationships an opportunity to bloom, because then you'll know that you have a friend who's a decent human being that you share all sorts of worldviews on, around taking care of people and being good citizens and being good neighbors. And then when they tell you that, oh, well, I'm planning to vote for Donald Trump, your first reaction won't be, this person supports fascism. It's just going to be, this person clearly disagrees with me, and maybe there's something we can unpack, but maybe it's intractable, and that's fine. We don't have to talk about it. They can vote for Trump, I can vote for the Democrat, and that's that.
Is that untractable to you, Carnelian? Would you be a friend with a Trump supporter after this?
I am friends with Trump supporters.
Okay. So,
yeah.
this seems to kind of contradict your take here, though.
Not
Well,
really.
if you're a vigilante,
my
well, let me finish, and then you
Go
can
ahead,
square the
sorry.
circle for me, right? That this idea that this becomes an unfixable problem, and you can correct me if I'm not stating your position correctly.
Sure.
But from what I heard, what you and Vigilante both said are something to the effect of, if half of America, if the Republican Party supports Trump, who is an insurrectionist in your opinion, who did engage in all these things, who has these plans that you think are an existential threat to democracy, then there is no hope, and they get what they get. Can you square that with having Trump supporter friends? Would you be upset if one of your Trump supporter friends happened to be at a rally and got shot?
I'd be absolutely upset, but I'm not going to kill my Trump supporter friends. What I meant to say was that any illusion of political or legislative cooperation flies out the window under a Donald Trump presidency. There is no cooperating with a party full of insurrectionists who elected the guy who tried to coup the government. Again, like, after he tried to coup the government, and then the day that it happens, they all condemn him, and they're all willing to say this was horrible, and they're all willing to do this sham impeachment, but then put him on the ballot again and then elect him. They had the opportunity to elect Nikki Haley, and they decided not to. Nikki Haley is not the nominee because all of the conservative voices who have been even slightly critical of Donald Trump have been ejected from the party. What I'm saying is that if if the Republican Party as a broad coalition wants cooperation in the country, they need to eject Donald Trump from the party. But that's not going to change my interpersonal relationships with Trump
Okay, so you're
supporters that I
talking
know
more from a
personally.
political standpoint.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
The problem,
Okay.
the problem is on the political level, not on the interpersonal level. Whenever it comes down to just normal people.
Sure, but you
That also
understand
doesn't
how
mean that
the-
I'm going to equivocate or that I'm going to tone down my rhetoric whenever I am talking to Trump supporters that I know personally. I'm going to condemn him in the strongest possible terms because it's consistent with my
But we're not
broader
just
thing that I
talking
said
about
at the top.
condemning Trump, though, because that's
I-
not all that's happening. We're
I
talking about
understand that.
condemning and dehumanizing his supporters.
Yeah, but what I said that at the top was that Republicans need
So,
to
like,
understand
for-
how upset we are, and that is consistent with me saying
Would you
I'm
do
going
that
to
to your friend who
absolutely.
supports Trump? Would
Can
you
I
do
ask
that?
you? Do you think that?
So
do you
it's
think
it's
that the
less
left?
I want to hear
about
the answer. Hold on. No, all of you shush. I want to hear the answer to that. Would you dehumanize your friend who you know is a full Trumper? He doesn't believe that the insurrection happened, or maybe he thinks it's a good thing, even. Would you dehumanize that person?
None of them have said that the insurrection didn't happen. But
If they
if
did.
they
If you had a
if
friend who
they
did.
did, I would
they-
say that you are delusional and that you are completely divorced from reality. Yes,
I
because
think
that's
the
the
question
only
is
way to.
dehumanization.
No, see,
Yeah.
at that point, if they,
I'm not going to dehumanize on an interpersonal level, no, because I want to maintain those relationships. Obviously, they're my friends.
But you understand that that's what many are doing on the right and the left. Is they are
Maybe
Can I put it a different way?
maybe I understand. Go ahead.
Go ahead, put it a different way.
I want to put it a different way. It's going to be very much more uncomfortable because I've been thinking about this a lot. My cousin that I'm very, very close with, he is on the opposite side. He believes everything about Trump. Probably he's going to vote for him. He's happy. But I know that it's because of the factual disagreements. I know that assuming that this banning of gay marriage and rounding up all these people
Go
and blah
ahead,
blah blah. When that starts to happen, I know he's going to say, "Wow, I was wrong. This is fucked up." But I'm lucky in that sense. There are people that have friends and family that, when that starts to happen, they're going to say, "Oh, great, this is what I wanted." So the question to ask people is, if the worst case scenario, some kind of civil conflict, war, whatever happens, and one of your family members says, "Well, I'm going to be on Trump's side with my gun," are you going to be on the other? It's not necessarily are you going to dehumanize them, it's are you going to actually fight against the other party?
I'm gonna
Anyway,
sucks.
I'm gonna jump in real quick. I haven't spoken for a while, so I just want to say that I really appreciate the comments about like the way to oppose political violence is to meet bridges with people who disagree with you. I 100% agree. Like a lot of my family that I'm still very close to are, never Trump Republicans, MAGAs, I could pretty thoroughly diverse. But I do want to clarify sometimes that I'm super critical of Trump, and I do think that he is a danger. But we should a little bit tone down our language. Like when we say he's going to ban gay marriage, he can't do that. That was like Congress passed Respect for Marriage Act. Like I also think that he wants to do a lot of things that he won't be able to do. And I'm saying I think that disqualifies you for being president is wanting to be a fascist and wanting to be a dictator. But I don't think that he's capable of completely overturning all of the institutions that we've spent 250 some years developing. So I think that we should be a little careful with what we're going to say is going to happen when Trump happens, or if Trump
Does
becomes
everyone
president.
agree with this, by the way? That he's.
I hope he's right. Yeah, I hope so.
200%. I could not possibly be more on board with him here.
to a degree.
What do I agree with exactly?
His take here that while Trump may want to enact a lot of quote unquote fascist policies, the institutions will stop him from doing it, such as banning gay marriage.
I think that's optimistic. If that happens to be the case, I'm still in favor of basically blocking Donald Trump out of spite through
Is there any
partisan level.
evidence that he wants to
Spite is a
ban gay
weird
marriage?
It's in Project
Project
2025.
20
That's what they're referring to. Which I agree with.
the thing that he has said he's not endorsing.
Oh,
Right.
Yeah,
right,
but
right.
then he turned around and picked,
And
and then
all
he
of
turned
his
around and picked
people
a vice
work
president
for
that actively and vocally supports Project 2025. Like, what the
Yeah.
fuck?
So
And
fucking
everyone
what? I'm on a
knows it
panel
is
with Wick, who we have so
administration.
many fucking disagreements with. He has specifically said that he doesn't agree with Project 2025. First of all, second of all,
How
he
convenient
of him.
he is openly. Oh yeah, no, you're right. How convenient? Because I should take
Yeah,
your
it is
guys' word
convenient.
when I should take your guys'
Here,
word for what
well,
Trump believes. When
here,
you guys
here's a-
actively
Just
lie.
let everyone
Hold on,
Shut the
I'm in the middle.
fuck up
I'm in the middle of
for a
talking.
second. Here, I
You're
will
telling
give
you're
you
gonna cut me
guys-
off. You're gonna cut me off and then tell me to shut the fuck up. Absolutely fucking not. That's not gonna happen.
Here.
You can talk after I'm done talking. That's how that works. Okay. So when we're talking about what Donald Trump believes, you motherfuckers are out here lying about him supporting Nazis. You're lying about him cutting Social Security, and you're lying about him supporting Project 2025. The fucking conspiracy theory that he believes in Project 2025. I know you're asserting that because people who Trump used to work with are also on Project 2025, and therefore the Heritage Foundation
200 of them.
yeah, sure, whatever the fuck, right? That must mean the Heritage Foundation has a fucking like link to Donald Trump. The reality is Donald Trump is not opposed to gay marriage. You've got no evidence of that.
I agree with this.
In fact, Donald Trump is the first president who has entered into office while gay marriage was legal, who was in favor of gay marriage. Obama in 2008 was not in favor of gay marriage. Donald Trump was. This is
What
a
a fucking
relatively
convenient. Okay.
Oh, what a convenient!
No,
You want to say
hold
that he
on,
was
hold
lying
on,
about
I-
that too, and then I can find
Chill.
some fucking source that proves you wrong on that.
hold on,
Okay,
because I have
go
a
ahead,
very
Vigilante.
I'm saying fucking obviously what like once you
Jackson,
no
hold on, I
longer
have a
need
very
to.
important point here. I have a very
Okay.
important point here. So here's the thing, Lactoid, and this is a fact that most people don't realize. Every Republican president for the past, I think it's like 20 to 40 years, has enacted 60% of the Heritage Foundation's proposals, including Donald Trump. And this is a statistic that you can literally find on the fucking Heritage
Was
Foundation
there Project
website.
2025 prior, or is this a new thing that's like relatively
100%.
controversial even among the Republicans? Banning
this is what-
pornography? You think Donald Trump wants to ban pornography? Are
What
you
he's
kidding me?
saying is that Heritage Foundation
not.
has an immense amount of influence in the
It's
conservative party.
yes, it is a conservative organization that, and by the way, before Project
It is a
2025,
conservative
a
organization.
lot of their shit was
that
very
has
reasonable.
the most influence on Republican politicians out of all of them.
No,
You guys are all so-
before Project 2025, Heritage Foundation, a lot of the shit they were putting out was like milk toast conservative shit, okay? Project 2025, a lot of it is still milk toast conservative shit. If you read through the whole thing, not like a lot of it's not actually all that objectionable. There are some points that are fucking crazy. Yes, the
Yeah, I
banning
agree.
the pornography, the city in Nevada, crazy shit. What the fuck are you guys talking about? And Donald Trump has repeatedly said, "I'm not, Agenda 47. That's what I'm pushing, not Project 2025." Because of course,
Yeah.
because why would Donald Trump support Project 2025 when it's got such crazy pieces? Like, okay, here's a dude that like fucks porn stars, but you think that he also wants to ban pornography?
Obviously, hey, Lactoid, I agree
are
with what
official
you're saying.
acts.
Okay,
Agree with what you're saying.
you might be reasonable on this one topic for once, but then
You
these
can
two
let-
motherfuckers.
Okay,
Hold on,
look,
I want to get. Hold on. You've said your piece, Vigilante. Now you can respond. Go
Thank
ahead.
you.
Also, if we want to talk about the Heritage Foundation, I also want to point out the fact that the Heritage Foundation was also recently hacked, and we found out that the people who have been backing the Heritage Foundation are the Chinese government. And the Heritage Foundation,
Okay.
who has been proposing policies that our government has been enacting for 20 to 40 years, has been run by the Chinese government this entire time.
Just to really point out
The
something
Heritage
here.
Foundation been run by the
Look,
Chinese for the past 40 years.
Lactoid, you're gonna agree with me. Someone who has read, or not read all of the 900 pages, but gone through largely point by point, Project 2025 remains pretty firm in its standing with Taiwan. So I don't think that the Chinese government is going to be
Very Chinese, yes.
favor with, yeah.
Here.
But-
You agree with me on this, Staxiums? When you have fucking Luke Skywalker on Twitter reposting like these fucking memes that say that Project 2025 is going to get rid of no-fault divorce.
You mean Mark Hamill?
Yeah, that fucking
Oh.
dude. You agree? Like, there's nothing. If you've read the full 900 pages, you know this. Nothing in that is going to get rid of no-fault divorce. This is
I didn't see anything
fear-mongering.
about no-fault divorce. I didn't see anything about
because it's
no-fault
not
divorce.
listed anywhere in the whole fucking thing. This is fear-mongering. This is what's happening.
I
Oh,
agree.
it's no-fault
Hold on,
divorce.
hold on.
He's a Nazi. He's supporting Nazis. He wants to get rid of
A
divorce.
couple
He
things,
hates the
though.
gays. Like, you're every fucking talking point. It's ridiculous.
A couple things that I want to clarify, though.
Of course
Okay.
you think he's a Nazi.
First, John McEntee, who is Trump's most trusted aide and fueled Trump's legal analysis for overturning the election, is the senior advisor for Project 2025. Someone who has direct access to Trump and has had it for his entire presidency. I think that it's fair to say, wow, it's crazy how many ties there is to Trump's presidency to the Heritage Foundation. I think that's a little fair.
No, it's not. It's not fair.
Great.
The reason why it's not fair.
Point real quick.
Okay, fair enough. Go ahead.
Okay, real quick. I also think that there's some crazy shit in there. Now, I agree with your point. I was reading over the shit about like free trade and like re-implementing like a lot of like NAFTA and shit. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm obviously okay with that. And I think that that's way more likely to pass than the weird fucking we need to ordain the day of Sabbath as a day of rest. Obviously, I think one is more likely to pass in our Congress, in our congressional district than another. I just think that it's fair to say it's a little fucking wild, their aspirations. And maybe this is a little disqualifying with someone who has that many amount of ties to it. That's all I think. I think that's a little fair.
No, it was that last part's not fair. The Heritage Foundation, okay. I agree. The Heritage Foundation is like a conservative organization that for a long time, it represents like really the farthest right that's like acceptable within this Overton window of the Republican Party.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
And it is like, the Christian conservative right? It's opposition to the Cato Institute, opposition to other, right-leaning organizations that tend to be much more like based on the free market shit the Republican Party still kind of pretends it believes in. But specifically the Heritage Foundation, like you would have to agree, prior to Project 2025, all the shit they were putting out was like, yes, right-wing Christian shit, but like relatively milquetoast. Most of Project 2025 is milquetoast, except for some key elements that are fucking crazy. Donald Trump said, hey, I've read through it. I don't agree with all of it. He's probably thinking like, what he's thought since
I don't know if he said he read through it.
Okay, well, maybe he hasn't read through it, but given that he's been in favor of gay marriage since the 90s, okay? I think it's probably fair that when Project 2025 apparently calls to end that, he's probably not all on board with that. He's probably like,
disagree with this. I disagree with this. I think that Trump is largely opportunistic and will jump in the bed of essentially anyone who will help him gain power. I think that he is very spineless and does not stand by a lot of his personal opinions. Like you check his views on abortion and they are wild. They range so far from pro-life to pro-choice to like we should fucking kill or put death penalty on people who don't support pro-life, and then people who like abort.
He didn't say the death
obviously
penalty.
Abortion is okay.
Wait. He didn't say the death penalty. There was a specific clip. He did a specific clip. He did say like there should be some kind of penalty for the mother. Right? There was that part in the 2000.
I think in cases of rape and incest, right?
No, I think. Well, no. He said generally in the 2016 campaign that was like a major like flub or whatever. But
I'd have to double check. But flub.
Well, sure, right, flub. Look, the Republican Party, obviously the pro-choice, pro-life thing has been like a relatively losing issue for them. So I'm not going to deny that they've shifted their rhetoric on this particularly. They're absolutely way more like leave it up to the states than they were before. But like that's probably like the one topic that you can say they've shifted the most on in terms of, hey, we're going to leave it up to the states.
I don't think the Republican Party has. I think Trump has.
Okay, look, Trump controls the Republican Party at this point. There's a reason why. There's a reason why Donald Trump. There's a reason why before the convention, Donald Trump was able to go and personally fucking rewrite their platform. There's a reason why now the Republican platform is about leaving it up to the states when it comes to abortion. Beforehand, it wasn't. But Trump has so much influence that he can do that.
Here's my assertion, and I don't have a ton of evidence, but I feel like you'll probably agree with this. He was largely more liberal before the 2016 election, and then his positions shifted pretty conservative after the fact. I don't think he made no. So I think a lot of this comes from TDS. Actually, his 2016 candidacy, he was like more left wing than I think Obama was in 2008, and definitely George W. Explain.
Okay.
I want to agree with
gay marriage. Well, first of all, border control has like not necessarily been like a Republican issue. It was actually more of a Democrat issue, especially in the 90s. That was a bipartisan. Yeah, it was more of a bipartisan issue. In fact, George W. Bush was like, you can go back. George W. Bush and Clinton were like more pro-open, like quote unquote open borders. Obviously, not completely open borders, but like more lax immigration laws than people have the rhetoric now. Yes, I agree. Immigration is probably like the most like restrictive policy that Donald Trump advocated for. But when it came to gay marriage, he was open to it, which Obama wasn't in 2008. He has consistently been on that. When it comes to marijuana, when it comes to marijuana legalization, not only was Donald Trump relatively open to it in 2016, but then he passed the Farm Bill, which is why we got like Delta 8 in every fucking state now, and you can basically go and get high, right? Like
I understand,
on all these fucking issues, he's relatively left wing.
Okay.
Other than immigration.
Well, but let's take this off
Let's get some
Trump, though,
responses.
because I think
I think that points to him being opportunistic.
Well, hold on.
It's a product of the times.
I would agree with the
Go ahead.
opportunistic angle, and I think you were pointing to more about like a Republican angle, and I think it's absolutely fair to say that like you look at who was the most credible challenge to Trump this cycle, and that's not to say that she had a particularly credible challenge. But
Haley?
the most credible challenge was Nikki Haley, who was running on a platform of we need to have a more adult conversation about abortion. And you look at a number of places where there have been direct referendums, right? Whether it was literally a ballot referendum or a constitutional amendment, or whether it was somebody who had fixated their campaign on what they were going to do about abortion, the general attitude has been more moderated. And I'm not shy to say that I'm pro-life, but by the same token, I'm more in the kind of Nikki Haley kind of camp on that, right? And I think there's a lot to be said for Republican moderation in a number of areas.
Get the mic
Yeah, but they still rejected Nikki Haley even in the state that she governed. Go ahead.
I want to give it to I'm giving it to you. I'm giving the mic specifically to you and to Vigilante. Go ahead. Take it.
So, I mean, they soundly rejected Nikki Haley. I don't think she ever had a shot of gaining a single state. What was she, the governor of South Carolina? Is that right?
Yeah.
South Carolina.
Yeah, she was even rejected in South Carolina.
I would just briefly say she was rejected for a plethora of factors, not just abortion. So
maybe, but they still were given the chance to reject Trump. They were still given that chance, and they decided to accept Trump anyway.
Cornelian, are you supporting Biden?
Yeah.
Just out of curiosity.
I do support Biden.
You know this motherfucker posts on Twitter that he's going to ban ban assault style rifles. That shit behind you. He wants to fucking take it away from you. What the fuck are you doing?
I'm not too worried.
Oh, okay, all right. Well then, I'm not too worried about Donald Trump becoming a fucking king. Okay, I'm not all that worried. It'll be okay.
It'll
be okay. It'll be okay. Don't worry about it.
I appreciate you saying that.
So, principal, I will say this. I do think it's unfortunate that they rejected Nikki Haley. I contrary to some of the things, to the views that I've shown here on this panel, I actually probably would have ended up voting for Nikki Haley in the general election had they ended up choosing her, because I'm gonna be honest, I don't like voting for fucking corpses. So had they chose Nikki Haley, I would have probably ended up voting for her just out of spite, considering the fact that we keep fucking throwing in corpses as our fucking candidates, and I'm fucking tired of that shit.
Dude got shot and he jumped up with his fist in the air. He's not a corpse. You could say he's a liar or whatever the fuck. Motherfucker got shot in the head.
He's like 80 years old.
He got shot in the head and he fucking jumps up with his fist in the air. What are you talking about?
I feel like
I shouldn't pretend that wasn't badass, even if you don't.
Of course,
he is a badass. Motherfucker jumped I'm not sure I would be able to do that, and I'm like in my fucking 20s. What the fuck?
Okay, so first of all, when you get shot at, there's a huge rush of adrenaline, and you can do a lot.
78 years old.
Biden, you think Biden could do that?
I'm not. Wait, hold on. Look. Is Biden more old and decrepit than Trump? If anyone says, obviously yes. Okay, obviously.
Thank you.
Trump is a 78-year-old man who has had many stumbles over his own words and cannot keep track of who the fuck Nancy Pelosi is. He's also a walking corpse, okay? A little bit.
Yeah.
To less of a degree, but still he's 78 years old and should probably be disqualified on his age alone.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. This is a completely different topic, but I think we need to put a fucking age cap on who can be in Congress
it is another topic. I strenuously disagree with age limits. I think that undemocratic.
We can talk
I
about
low-key do
setting up
too.
another panel.
I'm
We
a
could
fallback.
we could talk about
Fallback.
setting up another panel
Just-
on that. I'd love
Just
to
to
talk about
respond
that
to
one.
Lactoid a little bit more
Go
to
ahead.
clarify my answer because I memed a little bit. My single issue, I'm a single issue voter in 2024. My single issue vote is maintaining
Not be a
democracy.
fascist.
Yes, that's my
Hell
single
yeah.
issue voting. I'm pro-gun. I'm one of the more conservative liberals you'll ever find around. I still vote for Biden, even though he said some really ridiculous thing about ghost guns, about other banning assault weapons, high-capacity mags. I think that all of that is pretty ridiculous. I'm still willing to vote for him because I'm willing to vote for him because he didn't try to coup the fucking government.
Well, I have a question for Lactoid. Do you feel like Trump did not attempt to coup the 2020? Okay, should I bring forward the case? I'm sure you know my case.
We can have like a long conversation. Well, so I guess we can set up 2 fucking debates. We can talk about how you're wrong about the fucking Snopes shit, and then we could talk about like the January 6th stuff.
I
Look,
would love to
I-
relitigate that.
when I said
million
just to
times.
answer the January 6th stuff specifically, when I said that I was condemning it when it was happening, I'm dead serious. Like that was a riot. Just like I was condemning the BLM riots that were occurring before, I was condemning this riot.
That's cool.
That sort of violence was completely bullshit, and I'm opposed to it. And at no point did I ever support what happened at January 6th. Do I think that it was a coup? Do I think it was an insurrection? No, I don't. And we can go through like Eastman's legal theories. We can go through as to what Trump believes now or what he allegedly believed at
So
the
you
time.
think Trump specifically did not try to lead an insurrection?
I don't.
You're
don't.
not talking about the people themselves. You're talking about even from Trump's perspective.
They're very well at January 6th. There may have been like a couple people there. I think the FBI said under 5% of people who were like genuinely fucking crazy that wanted to coup.
Attempting to
Because
assassinate Mike Pence.
Because what a lot of people say is that the people
they were doing
themselves
it, yeah.
might have genuinely believed that
Well, then
the
what
country
was-
was being stolen.
But Trump
had
attempted to
excuse.
put in fucking electors, fake electors, into the electoral system. Like,
Again,
how do you?
we can talk about the Eastman memos when it
Georgia
comes to
is a different thing. I don't know why you're.
well,
Georgia is
one of the
I thought that was Georgia.
Vigilante's right. Actually, one of the alternate elector slates did come from Georgia.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Georgia phone call.
So
I'm mixing up.
hold on. There's a few threads that are being coded.
It's hard to keep track of all the different ways that he attempted to insurrect the government. It is difficult. I agree.
I know.
These are like several hour conversations.
Yeah.
We haven't even gone through all the different court cases he attempted. Like,
this specifically, I agree with Wick.
Tell you what, hold on. Tell you what, I'm going on vacation next week, right? So you guys can have tons of time to get your facts in order, and I will have a small panel, right?
That'll be cool.
Lactoid can pick a partner. Staxiums can bring Josiah or someone, or maybe Hutch. I don't know.
Sure.
And we can have the panel to end all panels.
I think that would be
on
entertaining.
Whether or not
And informative.
21 insurrection was an actual insurrection, and whether or not the former President Trump said there were many fine people on both sides, blah, blah, blah. We could do that.
Yeah, we're going to have that one because I know I'm right about that one. I just posted the Vox article.
Again, you have a week to put that all together. I'll give you guys a date for August, or maybe my birthday. Maybe it'll be my birthday panel. I don't know. We'll set it up.
Concede now, Staxiums. You're cooked.
Nah.
You're fucking cooked on this.
Give me a week.
Hold on. Well, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to read these super chats, and then we're going to go to closing thoughts and closing statements. And I have things I got to do. So $10 from Pondering Politics. Wick poll for who's voting Dem versus GOP. Did that poll. Apparently, most of my audience is voting other or not voting. So interesting.
Classic. Classic
Artemis
Wick.
Fowl for $10. The reference was to the protest against removal of Confederate statues. That was the both sides was referencing. Has nothing to do with the tiki torches that crashed the party that night. Thank you for the $10. $5 more from Artemis Fowl. Give us what we want, or we will use non-verbal means. Quoted by the good guys, according to Artemis Fowl. $5 from the Lord of the Nerds. If any of you supported the Antifa and BLM riots, you can stop pretending to care about democracy. Nobody but your flock believes you. Thank you for the $5.
Who donated that?
Joe the Mig.
Okay.
I might have missed when the BLM tried to attack an institution.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
They
you
like
mean
to
the Minnesota
overthrow.
police?
Something.
Hold on, you mean the Minnesota police precinct, which they burned down? That one?
That is
I
extremely
don't
different.
think that that's the modus the mode of
Back to
democracy.
super chat.
Wait, a government.
Really
Hold on,
wanted to
wait.
get into
The government police precinct that was burned down in Minnesota. You don't think that was like relevant? They didn't burn down the whole
Extremely.
fucking.
No,
it
you know
might
what? You
be
got a
relevant.
point. And every time I chip the sidewalk, I should go. This is government property. This is
Yeah.
basically a coup of the American
Yeah,
government.
that's the same thing as January 6th.
And look,
It's the
I
same
condemn.
thing.
Motherfuckers, I condemn both.
These
Can
psychos,
you guys say
these
that?
psychos should not be burning down. Look, these psychos should not be burning down police precincts. 100%, 100%. Okay. To compare it to attempting to assassinate the vice president
Hang
of
Mike
the
Pence.
United States, to attempt to overthrow a fair election in 2020 is incomparable. That is my position.
Yeah, the
I
next time
actually
hop the curb, I'm
disagree
gonna say,
with you
"Hey,
guys
Mike
on this
Pence."
one. I think I'm on Lactoid's side on this one
Hell yeah.
because this is why. Because
Mhm.
it was way easier to show BLM protest rioters that there's not 1,000 black people getting mowed down by cops every day. Way easier to show that.
Oh my fucking god! That's
and-
not the point of BLM. Okay, that's not the point of the BLM. Is that a black person died? Okay, that's not the point. You guys are idiots.
Okay.
The point
Alright.
of the BLM riot is that a white person killed a black person and got away with it. Okay, is that he didn't get indicted, and then he got indicted, and then the riots chilled. That
Fair.
was the point.
Okay, fair. But all right, never mind.
It's
this
like-
is going to lead to.
I wanna raise
What about
money.
what about the
Money,
BLM
money,
riots
money.
that
And
attacked the
gang,
White
if
House?
If you want to give me
Fucking
money
hell.
on Twitch, you can
On
also give
May
me
29th,
Twitch
2020.
by
What about that?
donating subs and stuff.
Could I find? I didn't know
Well,
about
let me
that.
finish. I
That
got
sounds
They
pretty
should have
awesome.
burned down the
Got like
courthouse, then, not
another
the police station.
Guys, let
$100
Luke
worth
finish.
of super chats to get through, please. $20 from Joe the Mig. Biden absolutely claimed that Romney wanted to put black people back in chains during the 2012 election cycle. The idea that he's ever been a unifying force is absolutely farcical. Thank you for the $20. $20 from Artemis Fowl. Would calling people thugs or referring to desegregated schools as racial jungles remove your capacity to be president? I can clip farm anybody here out of thousands of appearances to suit my narrative. It means nothing. Thank you for the $20.
That is super clip farmed.
$5 from another new account. Which Heritage Foundation policies did Trump put in during his 2016 to 2020 presidency?
That's a good
$20
question. I
or
would wanna know
$10.
I can
that.
find that
say.
on their website. I'm pretty sure.
From Artemis Fowl. None of you lefties think Trump supporters is the same as regular Republicans or RNC of yesteryear. The evangelicals lost their minds because a stripper and a Sikh gave a speech at the RNC. $5 from Gelatinous Rube. Is it okay to kill the orc baby and keep on the borderlands if they grow up to vote for a candidate you don't like? Play with you soon, Wick. Well, thank you for the $5. $2 from Lord of the Nerds. See, they admitted they don't care about democracy. And $2 more from Lord of the Nerds. You don't get to pick and choose when you're a revolutionary. Okay. Gang.
Just
This okay.
for the person that asked that question on the Heritage Foundation, I'm posting the link in Twitch chat, just because I don't know if links work in YouTube chat.
Okay, well, thank you.
Lactoid, what's the date of the White House attack?
May 29th, 2020.
Thank you.
Trump was taken into his underground bunker and then was like made fun of, called Bunker Boy by.
Was that a guided tour or what?
Okay.
No, it was a
let's
BLM
see.
riot.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to be sure.
I got the reference, don't worry. Okay.
I didn't
So
get that. Sorry.
we have gone through all sorts of things. Unfortunately, I don't have another 6 hours to litigate every single point that's got brought up tonight. But I'll just give my last and final thoughts on dehumanization, and then I'll toss it to these lovely people who have taken time out of their day to come on my show. So I hope that when they give their closing thoughts on this and tell you where you can find them, I hope, hate them or love them, you'll go give them a follow, give them a sub, give them some love. If you've enjoyed this content and you want to support the channel, there's a couple ways to do so. You can hit that like button and subscribe button if you're on YouTube. If you're on Twitch or Kick, hit that follow button. All of that helps me out. You don't have
Give money to Wick.
Cent. And the likes especially. I got like 100 people in here and 31 likes. We need that ratio.
Like
to
the
be
stream.
better. Like the stream. That really does help. It does boost me in the algorithm. Okay. So money's also good. Thank you for the $5 more, Artemis Fowl. tell Lactoid to check his messages. Okay. So here's the deal. This idea of an eye for an eye, well, they're doing it, so we are going to be hamstrung if we don't do it, is a trap. It's fundamentally false when it comes to this sort of behavior. In 2018, one of the reasons, not the only reason, but one of the reasons that the Democrats were able to take a win in that election cycle was because of the extreme rhetoric on the other side. In 2020, the same thing. In 2022, the same thing. But we face a danger when our rhetoric ramps up because we have genuine, understandable frustration that the other side is quote unquote able to get away with it. I think we have to understand that to a large extent, they aren't getting away with it. They are having what is supposed to happen to them. They aren't getting elected. Now, obviously, it's not true in every scenario. It's not true in every case. Obviously, there are other factors at play, which may even be larger factors. But this is a factor, and it will continue to be a factor in the future. If you want people to be able to differentiate our side from their side, we have to act and behave differently. To those on the left and the right who are engaging in dehumanization and political violence, I disavow you. I call upon you to stop. I think that is fundamentally immoral and un-American. So please, 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 even if you do really hate the other side, understand that we are all, at the end of the day, Americans, and we are all human, and there is a base level of respect that we all owe each other. That's my civility politics rant for the evening. And with that, let's start with Carnelian, and we'll end with Vigilante. Carnelian, give us your final thoughts.
Okay. The conservative movement in America needs to reject Trump in 2024. If they do that, I am fully willing to be cooperative and be unifying. That will prove to me that we can have a coalition moving forward. If you don't, then be accepting of the fact that there is no more unity and there is no more illusion of unity or cooperation. Mitch McConnell said during Obama's presidency that he intended to block everything that Obama ever did, and he largely succeeded. Biden has been cooperative, unifying. He's had one of the most bipartisan Congresses in recent memory. If the Conservative Party still elects Trump despite all of these things, I will lose all sympathy for you. That's it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Where can people find you?
I'm Turtleback Armor on Twitter. I'm not a streamer. I don't intend to be a streamer. If you want to follow me, go ahead. Turtleback Armor. All, one word.
Give him a follow, perhaps. Thank you for being here. Okay.
Spelled his name correctly in the tweet, so find it there.
Yeah, it's linked under Wix thread.
Lactoid, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, if you like what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Look, whether you like it or not, Donald Trump is the nominee of the Republican Party. That's not going to change. He's overwhelmingly popular among Republicans, and he's going to be the nominee. And if the Republicans win, Donald Trump is going to be the president. It's just how it goes. I have disagreements with him, and I have disagreements as well with other conservatives. And I don't shy away from saying that, right? I don't shy away from, if I believe that there is some kind of rhetoric that I dislike, or some other kind of violent comment, or comment that I think that could insinuate violence, I think that's a problem, right? I didn't celebrate the Nancy Pelosi's husband shit. I didn't celebrate January 6th. I didn't celebrate any of this shit. And so when people say, well, people who vote for Trump, I don't have any sympathy for them because look at what the right wing is saying. What you're essentially saying is that, if I was the victim of violence, right, if I vote for Trump, that I deserved it, despite the fact that I've been consistently opposing violent rhetoric on all sides. I also think that throughout this whole discussion, we've uncovered dishonesty, right? And I think the dishonesty on the left is important because Biden is putting for brains fucking gone, right? Which has been denied for a very long time, but recently has come out. And the sort of cope with this is, well, at least we're honest, right? At least these fucking Republicans, they're liars. Trump is a liar, but at least we're honest. But the one thing that Democrats say that they have, they don't actually have. I look forward to proving that the Snopes article is correct, that there was lies said, and Biden continues to lie about Trump supporting neo-Nazis. During the BLM riots, we had destructions of a police precinct and a federal courthouse, as well as attacks on the White House, in which Trump had to go into the bunker. Of course, that none of that's brought up in terms of political violence, but of course it existed. I think a big part of it is that political violence is just more visible on the right. And a big part of that has to do with the left's control of the mainstream media. Even Fox News, a majority of Fox News was anti-Trump during Trump's tenure as president. And not Fox News, like MSNBC or CNN, overwhelmingly, I think like overall there was some study done, like over 90% of all news coverage towards Trump was negative. I think that I would agree. I forget who said it. I think Lawson was the one who said it. I would agree that there was a lot of unfairness presented towards him during his tenure as president. And I was trying to call out some of that today. Obviously, you can only do so much. But I think at the end of the day, the lesson to pull away from this is, even if you happen to vote for Joe Biden, who I think is terrible, even if you happen to vote for him, I don't want anything bad to happen to you. I sincerely don't. And I think that political polarization is a problem. And if you think alternative to me, that actually it's fine if bad things happen to people who vote opposite to you, you are contributing to the worst political polarization this country has had since the Civil War. And that will have consequences. And to speak freely and to speak frankly, there's a little bit more guns on one side than the other. So I don't want this to devolve into this kind of situation. So
Who's advocating political violence now?
Yeah, that's
I
interesting.
specifically said not.
No, I know. I'm joking. You're good.
Okay.
Thank you.
That would have been political defense, actually.
Yeah, thank you, Lactoid. Give him a follow. Check it out. I look forward to hosting the Staxians versus Lactoid event. That'll be fun.
I look forward
yeah.
to watching it.
Yeah. Lawson, Harrison, go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, I think the started off talking about my what my second favorite streamer said, and I at first, I was like, well, I don't really care that much because he says spicy shit all the time. But then that could have easily been my cousin, who I love dearly, in the audience, and I definitely would not have the same feelings about it for sure. So I'm very torn about it, definitely. But also, I think we live in a post-truth online discourse era right now, and if we can't fix that, then I don't know if we're going to be able to fix anything. So that's all I got.
Thank you for being here. Where can people find you?
Nowhere outside.
Fair enough. Principle before
Congrats.
politics. Go ahead.
I'm basically going to start by agreeing with pretty much everybody who's spoken before me on some level. Lawson, I'm right there with you. We got to deal with people's ability to communicate on a factual level in order to have any kind of expectation of how they're going to draw conclusions. That if we don't even agree on the facts, then once you're 2 and 3 assumptions down, there's no reason to believe that you're anywhere near each other anymore. With Lactoid, again, I think and Lawson for that point, I think Trump has, to an extent, been mischaracterized. I know my lefty panelists are going to disagree with that to some extent, but I think there is something to that criticism of the way that he has been portrayed. I think that ratchets things up to the point where people can't make rational decisions and assessments of what is really going on. That you reach a point where you have been told this is bad, this is bad, this is bad, and then when something bad actually happens, we are in that boy who cried wolf scenario. Do you take it seriously or not? It's kind of hard to be in that position where a lot of people are telling you, I'm sorry, you've cried wolf too many times, and you're criticizing them for not considering the wolf to be a threat, but the moral of that parable is not that the wolf wasn't a threat. It was that you shouldn't be abusing public trust, because when you need it, it won't be there. They will have given up on you. And to Wick's point, again, the goal here needs to be to unify, needs to be an American people. That we have differences. We're going to have differences. We're going to have strong differences. Sometimes we're going to think the other people are really, really misguided, but we can't fool ourselves into thinking that they're evil. Thinking that your opponents are evil is the first step to dehumanizing them, and that is the whole point of this panel. Don't dehumanize your opponents, at least in my opinion, and political violence is never justified.
Okay, where can people find you?
I am on Twitter at PrinciplesBP. That is with 2 I's if you know how to spell. I have nothing to sell other than my opinions, so
Thanks for being
only
here.
follow me if you actually want to hear me talk about stuff.
I have the correct link in my YouTube description. You can check them out if you
Hey, good.
want. Staxiums.
My concluding statements were very pointed to Lactoid, so could I get skipped and see if he returns, and then I can
Vigilante.
yell at him?
Yep. So I'm going to start out by saying I mostly agree with everybody here. There are definitely some points that I don't disagree with, but I think political violence, there is a line where is okay. That line has not been crossed yet. So any political violence that is currently happening or that anybody is considering, it shouldn't happen. Don't be a dumbass. There's no
Moral
reason to be
of the
committing.
panel: don't be a dumbass.
Yeah. More of the panel. Don't be a dumbass. The line hasn't been crossed yet. There's no reason to be doing this kind of shit yet. And we really didn't get into the weeds on the dehumanization. I had some pointed questions there that I really wanted to get into.
Lactoid and Staxiums had a special debate.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys.
It's all right.
Yeah.
It was entertaining.
But I while I agree that we need to work on unity and bringing each other together, there are, at least in my opinion, there are certain types of people that it's okay to dehumanize. Like I don't necessarily think that there's any use in trying to bring back fascists into being normal people. They're not really, they're too far fucking gone to listen to reason in most cases. So yeah,
Okay.
main point of this. And to counter Wick's statement, final statement a little bit. The Dems have done the they go low, we go high for a long time, and for the most part, it has resulted in them winning. But the problem with that is it hasn't resulted in them winning enough. They haven't gone to a point where they're going dirty, and they need to at least play dirty to some extent. They need to do things like working on getting rid of the filibuster. Like a lot of our problems come from the fact that the Dems won't go dirty and push on the fact that the Republicans basically block any sort of progress with the filibuster and all that shit. It just kind of seems like the Dems are a bunch of pussies at this point.
And where can people find you?
I agree with that last part.
I haven't streamed in a while. I'm going to be getting into streaming again here soon. I just need to get a second monitor, which I'm going to do in the next few weeks. You can find me at the Vigilante TV on Twitter and Twitch.
Check them out, gang. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate you. Last but not least, Staxiums.
Hi, I'm gonna do a quick impression of Lactoid just to finish this off. Okay. Your Honor.
Wait, you're gonna
did
tell the
my
truth?
client? Yeah. Oh, give me a second. Give me a second, sir. Okay. Your Honor, did my client murder his wife? Yes, he did. But the prosecutor is dishonest and mischaracterizes my client when he doesn't mention that my client texted the word peaceful, which is obviously a full exoneration of his crimes. But on a real point, it is super unfair to Lactoid that over 90% of Trump's presidency was negative and was reported accurately. That does suck. You can find me on Twitter, TikTok, and YouTube please follow me there.
Check him out. His link's in the description. Gang, I love you all. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to raid out to Double Shine TV on Twitch, and we're going to raid out on YouTube to go see Tomfoolery. So, bye-bye, everyone.
See you,
Bye.
everyone.
Wave, everyone. Wave. I
Thanks,
guess,
Wick.
look, there's 8 seconds left.
I lost camera tracking. I'm sorry.
Oh, no. Oh,
That's
no.
awesome. No
Cat
pause.
down.
Rip.
Cat down.
Cat down.
Okay. I'll see you guys later. Bye. I love you.
Catch you later, Wick.
Bye.
See you guys.
And I'll get Staxiums. Give me times where you're okay. So
Yeah. You want me to
Jason
just
times.
message that
After
to you?
next week I'm not
Lactoid,
20,
no.
22nd to 28th, 21st to 28th, I should say. I'm not available. But anytime after that, like
So we wanna
on
do,
my
like, next
birthday,
week?
would be great.
Which is
Well, wouldn't it have to
I'm
be
sorry, I
like
don't
the
have it
week after
memorized.
next
Birthday's on
week?
the
I'm pretty sure,
31st.
right? You said 22nd to win.
22nd to 28th, I'm not streaming. I'm in Florida on vacation.
sorry, 22nd to 28th. You said?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So we'll go
Anytime
2
after
weeks
that.
from now. Is that cool?
That's what it's
Yeah.
looking like. Yeah.
All right.
We could do
word.
that. It gives you both plenty of time.
I only
I
need
agree.
2 articles. It's super easy. It takes 5 minutes to read.
For the January 6th stuff too?
That'll take a few more.
Yeah.
Oh, we're doing January 6th as well. Okay,
Oh,
sweet.
I just want. Wick,
Wait.
I need you to do this for me though. I'll be okay with doing both, but you have to like split them up, and we have
How
to
about this?
we have to declare a winner at the end of the Charlottesville.
If you want, I can do the Charlottesville thing tomorrow. Right? It would have to be
I don't
later.
know if I
than
can do
tomorrow.
I can't do that. I can't
Yeah.
do tomorrow.
Fair enough.
Then I got a
Then
wedding this
you guys have
weekend.
to wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got school and shit.
Hey, can we slur now?
I got
not
work
live anymore.
I got work because I'm not a
Okay.
Democrat, right? I actually work. I'm not in
I
school.
work and go to school,
Bro.
bitch.
Oh, and when he says work, he doesn't mean stream, by the way. Just translation there.
Ooh.
I'm just kidding. Hey,
Yeah.
good panel, guys.
Is that
I'll
a-
catch you
is that to
crackers
me?
later.
I was
Love
like,
you.
That was
Lawson.
great.
Catch you later.
Whoa!
Lactoid,
Alright.
no hard feelings, brother. I know we
No,
got
of
into
course,
it a little bit
hey,
there.
hey, of course. not.
Yeah, and say for me, like as much as I hate you
You're
politically,
so fucking
I do.
wrong, those Daxiums. Like you're driving me
fine.
crazy.
We'll have
Like-
a conversation. We'll
Oh,
have that conversation. We'll get into this. And like I do appreciate you as a debate partner because you are fun to really get in with. But I mean, like you obviously know I disagree with you, but
Yeah.
you know, I'm not here to
Wait,
criticize you
just-
ethically.
are you in a swing state? You don't have to say which state you're in. But are
No,
you in
no,
a
no.
swing-
I'm actually in Utah. Super
Oh.
Republican.
Are either of you in a swing state?
I'm in a swing state.
You don't
Some
have to say which
people.
one, but you are.
Bro, I've said on stream multiple times what city I'm in. I don't care. I'm in Ohio.
You're not in a swing state. What are you talking
Yeah, that's
about?
not a swing state.
Ohio?
No, so
Trump won it by 8 points last time. You're not in a swing state.
it's pretty
Oh,
solidly
oh.
Republican.
It's not solid, guys. I
gonna check
argue with people
538.
on this. I
I'll
argue
bet
with
you.
people
Oh,
on this all the time.
538.
I
PBB, are
argue
you
with
in a
people
swing
on
state?
this all the time.
Before we
Here's
do
the
this,
thing.
I just wanted to say this is what I love about these after show back room. The opportunity to
no.
just like shoot the
It's
shit
fun.
with you guys because this was great. And before we get into it, I just wanted to like actually give y'all a little props and a little love. I know
Thank
it's a little
you.
soy of me, but whatever. You know,
I appreciate that.
I-
Also,
I
Trump's
was a
up
little
10
worried when I
points in
heard
Ohio right
SB
now.
might be coming in because
Yeah,
I was
no,
Not a
like,
swing
SB
state.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
No, here's the
Let's
thing.
see Utah's now. I feel like.
Utah's also not a
Oh.
swing state.
Okay,
No,
hold on.
obviously, I'm
I know,
saying,
I
I'm
know,
saying,
I know,
what
I
if
know.
it's that? Oh no, it's not.
Let
Or
me
way
explain
more.
why.
So I used to
Let me
live in
explain
two
why I
swing
still
states,
consider
and
Ohio
one
a
quite
swing
recently.
state.
The Senate's close,
I-
actually.
At Virginia, I am absolutely concerned about that in the current state of things.
That's going blue.
Um,
Virginia's going blue.
I would
So-
normally agree with you, but I would say that given the current situation with Biden, that you've got a very
You guys are gonna have Kamala. What are you talking about?
well, that's you guys. Ha ha ha.
I'm
You know
excited.
I'm right.
I'm an independent.
So
Oh,
I
okay.
don't know.
Are you
I feel like
really?
it's 50-50.
I'll
no,
put it this
I
way.
am an independent. Don't give me that crap.
Okay. All right.
Hey, do you?
Wait.
I am a Youngkin voter. What do you want from me?
So you're a Republican.
Right.
No,
No,
I'm an
exactly.
independent.
Oh please! It's so tiring.
Yeah, I'm
Like my
also a
mom.
Mark Warner voter.
My mom,
What do
who's
you
just
want
that
from
number
me?
Trump, like loves Nikki Haley, is like, no, I'm an independent. Shut the. You're just a Republican who hates Trump. That's all it is. It's not that complicated. We don't have to
See,
reach that far.
Republicans love Mark Warner. Yeah.
Hey,
Here's the funniest
just vote
thing.
Trump.
Blacktoid, back me up on this. I'm happy to
Hey,
be the guy
hey!
that everybody hates, but like,
He-
do you love Mark Warner?
I don't even know who that
Here's
is.
the funniest thing about the fact that I
Yeah, I
said
don't
that I would
either.
vote for Nikki Haley earlier. Lactoid
Junior
can confirm
Senator.
this because he's argued with me a lot. I am a sock dem.
Why the fuck you voting for Nikki Haley over Biden? That just
But-
makes you an idiot.
Good
I'm sorry. Like
question.
I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. If you're a stock dem, like
hey,
Biden
you're a
is
stock
doing
dem.
everything you want him to do.
Wait. Did you just?
Oh, come on,
Did
what?
you see?
Still
Did you see
alive.
the union leader that just spoke at the RNC?
Yeah.
Sock them, right? Socialist unions or whatever.
The
fuck.
most pro-union fucking president of all time who marched with union leaders. Sorry that specific union leader is an idiot, but wasn't what the fuck is who's the head of he endorsed Biden recently. I don't know. I could
some
pull.
loser probably.
Honestly, my main issue is healthcare, and neither of our candidates really give a shit about giving us.
you.
Biden
better
supports
healthcare.
universal health care. What the hell are you talking about?
Since
Yeah,
when?
Biden will get
Since
a universal health
forever?
care.
What the hell are you talking about? Biden
He
supports
didn't
universal
support-
health care.
No, he doesn't. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
He supports Obamacare. Do you consider that to be universal health care?
No, he supports the expansion of Obama. He supports a public option. What are you guys talking about? I could find this so easily. You think
go
Biden
ahead.
doesn't support a public option?
My
You
understanding
want
is
to
that
guess
Biden
what
is not in favor of
program
public
was
option.
that I worked on that I mentioned
Yeah.
earlier? It was Obamacare.
He loudly advocated for a federal public option health insurance plan.
When was this?
Like fucking 2020 when he ran.
4 years
that's
later?
not
Where are
Obamacare.
we?
I don't know what you want me to. It obviously can't get passed by Congress right now. I'm just saying he supports a public option.
There you go, vigilante.
option
You might as well vote for Biden in the
No,
state
like I
that's
don't know
definitely
what
not
the
a
hell we're
swing
talking
state.
about anymore.
Well, here the funny part is none of your votes matter. My vote matters. I'm the only one
True.
here. I'm the only one here whose vote actually matters.
That's valid.
Real quick. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm just reading the headlines, and it looks more and more likely Biden's going to drop out.
I know he
And,
is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, I may have to vent about this tomorrow.
I've been saying it's going to be Kamala. I wasn't kidding. It's going to be Kamala.
Wait, is he
I said
actually
that's likely.
talking
Your
about-
shoulder to cry on.
Is he
sir.
actually thinking
I
about
know
dropping
I-
out? I didn't know.
Yeah,
it was a thing.
Is
Obama
everyone
told
ready to be coconut
him
filled?
to drop out. If Obama says it, it's probably the case.
I mean, maybe
And
maybe
Obama
these are all
serves-
lies or whatever, right? But from the reporting I'm seeing, these are actually like accurate sources, not like the
Yes.
News Post or whatever.
Yes.
But
It's Jover.
yeah,
Listen
well,
to
I
your
think it's
centrist
over
more
more
often, damn it.
ways than one. Like I think that's it. I think that's all. Like I don't know. Yeah, I think a lot of people just stay home at this point, right? It's really bad.
Which sucks because I just bought a lot of anti-Biden merchandise, and what do I do? Return it now? Like, what the fuck?
Dude, I got the mug with the fucking Dark Brandon shit.
Maybe it's just
I'm
It's so
gonna be
good.
honest.
right?
As
I
much as
got the fuck Biden flag
I
and the
am
fuck and the
curious
Trader
where
Joe's
this-
shirt.
As much as I don't like Kamala, I'm gonna be honest. I would be more excited to vote for her than I would be for Biden.
Yeah, you just said that the corpse was your main issue.
You just described most of the Republican or most of the Democratic Party because she is polling ahead of Biden.
That's the
ahead of
least.
Trump.
You just said that you didn't want to vote for Biden because he's too old. Obviously, you would switch if Kamala was running.
Yeah.
The thing, like I think those.
Dude, I don't know if I could vote for Trump. So for me, I know this is surprising given that prior information I gave. I think I'm going to vote for Biden. It's like, obviously.
You should vote for
Well,
Trump.
right now, I'm obviously.
I don't mean to be dismissive.
What
about
are we
this.
all?
Let's
Is
be
anyone
serious.
streaming right now?
I'm streaming.
No.
Okay, I'll. Well, I don't care about that.
Whoa! What's that all about? What the fuck?
I'm joking.
I know.
Here's the deal. These are the two lines of text that are going to be pressed, and I think they're going to be very effective, and I think it loses this election. The first line, and this is just going to be like, I'm predicting this, is going to be almost a verbatim ad that comes out like this. President Trump was tried to be the big money elites in the Republican Party tried to force President Trump not to run. They tried to force him out. people who hated President Trump took a shot at him, and he stayed strong. He was willing to stand on his principles, right? Biden caved under pressure to big money donors.
Sure.
Who do you want in the presidency?
Can I counter that with a different
I'm
ad?
not done with my ad. Who do you want
Okay.
in the presidency? Do you want someone who will cave under pressure to China, to Putin, or do you want someone who will
China.
stand strong? Right? And
Can I counter that?
they will do articles and imagery and a thing, and it's a yeah. I mean, they got a point, right?
Okay, two things.
Yeah,
One, Biden is going to go do the, you know what? Age is a disqualifying factor, and I call on Trump to do the same thing. And then he pulls all of that. We pull all of his
No one
goofs.
cares about
all of his
Trump's
shit.
age, though.
He's
No one cares
78
about
years
Trump's
old.
age.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
but
okay,
no
okay,
one
okay.
cares about Trump's age in
Two,
the same way they did Biden.
part two.
He got shot, jumped right up.
I agree. Part two is fucking Kamala the Kamala versus indicted felon Donald Trump. Those ads are gonna go so fucking hard. They're gonna go so hard. We become
I would love
the hard on crime party.
I don't
Holy
think so.
shit! Holy
That
shit!
would be awesome.
I'm excited.
No,
I'm
this
excited.
is a problem.
Those
It will
felonies are
appeal
bullshit.
to the online people, but it's not going to run with the normal voters. They're
Yeah,
just,
maybe.
They're just going to shrug. They're really like, and the second line of attack that's going to open up and this is a real one. This is a real hard one for me personally. I know a lot of people say, well, there wasn't really a primary. I mean, I voted in my primary. I voted for President Biden. He wasn't the only name on the ballot.
Yeah.
There were other names. And then, I mean, like, you decided based on some polls and stuff that you wanted to, and donors who didn't want to donate anymore, you decided based on that to throw away my vote? How are you different than a January 6th?
Yeah, but Kamala was on that.
How are you different
block, you know
than
what
a
I'm
January
saying?
6th?
No, that's so different because like
Denying
the vice
democracy.
because the VP because
You're throwing
whenever
away my
the
vote.
because if
I
the
voted
president because
according to the
incapable
rules of the process
Wick
ended.
voted for
I
Biden.
won,
if
and then you
if
were going to overturn that because
wait hold on if
Because the
Biden drops
elites
out
said no.
let's say the president retires says I don't want to be president anymore, who steps up? We can ask a constitutional lawyer if you'd like. I believe it's the vice president.
You think that he's just
stepping down as
retiring,
president.
not being pressured by forces, anti-democratic forces?
Who cares? I don't understand what you guys are talking about.
Is
This-
I mean, who
technically
cares? If
retiring,
China
yes.
did this, if China says step down or else, do you think that it would be something that we shouldn't care about? Oh, well,
That's
he's
right,
just
Wick.
voluntarily deciding to do this.
There's such a difference.
No, Wick is right.
between
Wick is right on this.
Top Democratic donors saying I don't like this and fucking China.
I don't
that's
know.
the
A
What's
lot
the
of
difference?
A lot of
Neither of them
a lot
have
the
loyalty
voting-
to
hold on,
America.
Stop. A lot of the voting public sees both as an enemy.
A lot of the voting public see both.
Yes.
of them.
a lot of the
Oh,
voting public
okay.
sees both
I
as
d-
an enemy.
Oh
okay.
no, I mean, okay.
And a lot of
Actually,
them
they're
see
both
Biden and Trump
communists.
as the enemy.
No,
I don't know what the hell
I'm
to
gonna
do.
be honest. When we're talking about the Democratic base, looking at big donors, especially big money donors, as the enemy, Wick is actually absolutely right about this.
I know he's right that
unfortunately.
people think that they're the enemy, but they're also fucking American citizens who can exercise their right to free speech.
They're communist.
Listen
rights
to
free
Citizens
speech,
United, bitch. That's
yeah.
my.
Hold on.
No,
And I'm
Citizens United. Citizens United needs to be overturned.
Well,
That
hold on,
should
response to
No,
that-
it doesn't.
that needs
No,
to-
it
hold on,
doesn't.
hold
No,
on.
it doesn't.
The response to that, Staxiums, is yes, they have every right to do this, but we have every right to stay home, and I think that's what they'll have.
Sure, but I'm saying China doesn't have a right.
Wick,
so it's
stand with
incomparable
me.
to me.
Wick, stand with me. If they undemocratically remove Joe Biden, let's stay home, not vote for Joe Biden. Or not vote for Kamala Harris. Sorry.
Are you not voting for Kamala, Wick?
I'm having to look. I'm going to go take a vacation and touch grass because I know that
Based.
I'm being extreme right
Nice.
now. But
Yeah.
I'm going to have to kick my ass into gear because
Damn.
Vote for
I'm
Trump. I'll
very-
convince you.
Like, and I'm not. Look, I'm a blue guy. I didn't vote for Jill Stein in 2016. I voted blue all my
Ouch.
life.
That
And
wasn't
if I'm
fair.
thinking this, if I'm feeling this way, then I know
took a shot
for
at
a
me.
fucking fact that there are plenty others just like me who are feeling the same way. Now, will they be able to kick their ass into gear when it comes to November? I don't know, right? But it's an awful hard. I can't sell something I don't believe, right?
Can
I
I-
can't. sell
Hillary
this
at
thing
least had the
I don't
delegates,
believe.
right?
I just can't. I can't.
And the fucking votes. What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, but if
Can
Kamala
I-
Harris,
can I-
if Joe Biden gets kicked out when he has the delegates and the votes,
Okay.
that's
Sure,
undemocratic,
sure.
right?
Sure. Can I just say this? Can I just say this? As I hear you, Wick. I hear you, Wick. But on the other hand, there are a ton of other other voters, like for example, Vigilante to my right, who will say I wasn't going to vote for Joe Biden because of his age. But honestly, I would love to vote for Kamala. Yeah.
Will they show up? I showed up in
I
the
don't know.
primary.
I don't know. That's
You
a great point. It's a
I
great.
will vote.
I
Will
agree.
they show up? That's
But
the
you
question.
need to understand, a lot of people didn't show up in the primary because they felt like they didn't have a real choice. They felt like they were being given Dean Phillips and fucking Marianne Williamson and a corpse, and those were their choices. And I understand that some people came out and were very enthusiastic for Biden, but I think the actual polling that has been available for a long time shows that the Democratic Party has not been particularly enthusiastic about him. And as somebody who is an independent who has raised this specter before, I used to live in Virginia, and in Virginia, which is kind of a swing state, independents are allowed to vote in primaries. Where I moved, I'm not allowed to vote in primaries anymore. I'm stuck with what Democrats put on the plate. So if I have a choice between Trump and an empty chair...
What a weird gripe. Fucking join the party if you want to vote.
Can I say one thing?
Brother, like this idea that no one's excited to vote for Biden, we had the most amount of voters ever in the 2020 election.
That doesn't mean anything. We're
No, Wick is right. Wick is right on this, actually.
2024, Wick.
And I want to point out. I want to point out.
And also, most of that was driven by anti-Trump hate.
I want to say one thing. I want to say one thing.
I'm just saying.
Even in 2016, there was some anti-democratic maneuvers from the Democratic Party. Specifically in Wisconsin, for example, the superdelegate Tim Baldwin voting for Hillary Clinton, despite the fact that Bernie Sanders did win that area, right? So
okay, who cares? Because it didn't.
The reason
why it cares. The
reason why it matters is because the Democratic Party.
Oh my God! Are you in favor of the Electoral College? And if you shut the fuck up, because it's the exact same thing.
No, it's not the exact same thing at all. It's not the exact
delegates.
same
Delegates, electors don't vote for the delegates that they're represented to vote for.
Hold on, faithless electors, I believe, deserve to be shamed.
Super delegates
I believe faithless electors deserve to be shamed.
Do you think it's anti-democratic?
Arguably, yes. Just like faithless superdelegates deserve to be shamed, by the way. And in 2016, the Democratic Party engaged in anti-democratic behavior.
Or false plates of election.
We'll talk about that in a second. In Wisconsin, for example, superdelegates, they engaged in anti-democratic behavior. And then even now, despite the fact that Joe Biden has the delegates, it should be up to him. You have the entire party wanting to switch him out for somebody who didn't get the delegates, right? Kamala Harris. That's not Joe Biden. The Democratic voters did not vote for Kamala Harris, but under pressure from the elites.
Assumes it's going to even be Kamala Harris.
It's going to be Kamala. It's going to be Kamala. Who else is going to be? You're going to give up all the money? You're not giving up all the money. It's going to be Kamala.
100%. No, sorry. Lactoid's 100% right. He might stay in. Lactoid is very sure that he's going to drop out. I'm saying he might stay in, but if he drops out, it is 100% Kamala.
Yeah.
Yeah. But on some of the points you were making there, Lactoid, I 100% agree that a lot of that's anti-democratic. Independent legislature theory, super delegates are absolutely anti-democratic.
Yes, they
are. Both of which are super anti-democratic.
Republicans don't have that, by the way.
I agree. And the RNC is more democratic for him. They put Trump forward when none of the institutions wanted him. I agree with this.
That's right.
But why the fuck are we talking about delegates when the faithlessness doesn't affect the outcome?
Because here's why. Because by being anti-democratic, you guys are being fascistic. Go ahead, Vigilante. Go ahead.
I'm actually going to go farther, and in my personal opinion, I think that the Electoral College system in and of itself is anti-democratic.
Yeah,
arguably. Yeah.
Sorry. I want to be on your side, but yes, 100%. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you.
We're a republic, not a democracy.
Representatives is pretty anti-democratic, if you ask me.
Here's the actual issue at hand
like, why don't
for this moment in time.
No,
we can talk.
Electoral College is
representatives. We could talk about the Electoral College, but these are the rules of the game as they are laid out, right? That we may want to change those later, but we would all agree, once an election happens by the Electoral College and it's decided by the Electoral College, it would be wrong it would be immoral to retroactively change the rules so that the Electoral College didn't matter and only the popular vote mattered, because that's not how the rules were set up.
Just to be clear,
The same thing is what I'm arguing tonight here, is that I find that it is not as bad, not nearly as bad, but it is a similar thing as the January 6th thing, where people are advocating and pushing for votes to be thrown out that were democratically cast. That wasn't a perfect process by any means, but they were cast. They were intended to play by the rules as written, and they won according to the rules as written. And when you try to overthrow that process retroactively, it is wrong. And that is
So,
the
Wick,
problem I am having today.
I will ask you this. If Biden drops out, then do you think the candidate should be Marianne Williamson?
No, it has
No,
to be
he-
Kamala.
no, for sure.
I worry that it won't be. I mean, there's a lot of people who like, I think Biden dropping out is stupid pragmatically. I think it's going to be, but once you open that box, why not just fucking nominate me as president at that point?
Right.
Right?
But, like, let's live in
can't
reality
win.
a little bit.
Kamala could win. Biden can't win. It's over.
I don't believe that. I think
It's
that's
close for
wrong.
both
I
of
think
them.
that's
Could
wrong.
we look? Biden's age is a factor, okay? That a lot of
Yeah.
a lot of people care about. However, Kamala's lack of experience and lack of public like awareness is also a problem.
She is polling ahead of Trump in every single swing state.
Barely. She's like she's like 3 points of Biden, and there haven't been
not
attack
barely.
ads on her.
Biden is polling
You don't
significantly
have
under
very
Trump
many
in every
polls
swing
to
state.
go on here, and I fear you're cherry picking at this point.
You're right. You're right. Stick with Biden. You're right. My bad.
Unironically, if you look at the trending of aggregate Sitchis is 538, you can see Biden is trending up.
You're right. You're right. My bad.
What is the hate with 538?
Stick with Biden. Hey, Biden's a winner. Vote for him.
No, can I?
You'll do good. Don't worry.
Sorry, was that?
There's always a chance for people to lose, but I think that if we're looking at this from a clear-eyed perspective, I think that the risks are just far more if you drop Biden than they are. But we'll see.
I agree.
I guess the question will be. When November comes, if Biden drops out, when November comes, if our candidate Kamala or whoever it ends up being loses, what changes how different do you think we should behave going forward?
I agree with this. I'm going to say, one, I don't even maintain a position on this, mostly because like this is so out of my hands. There's nothing that like I'm going to support Biden until Biden drops out, and I'm going to support fucking Kamala until the day she dies. I don't know what to tell you. Like, Biden is awesome. I love him. I really do. I'm Biden's biggest supporter, and if he drops out, I go, okay, fuck, that's fine. I'll move on to the next one.
You're not Biden's biggest supporter. Harry Sisson on Twitter is Biden's biggest supporter. Holy shit!
Let him cook, dude. That guy's sick.
Is he sick?
He follows me on TikTok.
Yeah,
Has he said a word to me? No, but he follows me on TikTok.
He's sick. He's a sycophant. That's what he is.
Nice.
Like, motherfucker is licking his feet. Holy shit!
Nice. That was actually pretty. That was pretty good.
Thanks. I just thought of it. It's pretty impressive. Wick, what would I have to do to convince you to vote against Biden if he was the?
Like vote against him, not Trump though. There's no way, right? Like to vote against Biden, I like Biden. I think Biden's a good candidate, and no, I wouldn't vote against.
Is there anyone you would put over Biden? Like, let's say, like in the primary.
No, if I was able to vote for me, I would be a better president than.
What about Pete?
Nominated.
You like Pete over Biden?
Nah, I think he's savvy, but I don't think he'd get.
So Biden's your favorite candidate of any of the Democratic?
No.
Okay.
I didn't vote for him in the primary, for example.
Sure. Who'd you vote for?
Well, I voted for Bernie, but that was a mistake too because I didn't know who he had surrounded himself with.
Valid.
And only recently have I found out who would have been in his administration, and I was like, "Oh my god, I dodged a bullet!" Right? I dodged a bullet.
That's so valid.
So for me, right, I think like the top choice. Look, I think Obama was great for a lot of reasons, policy wise and electorally. I'm gonna get some hate for this, but I really liked Hillary Clinton. I did.
Valid.
Okay.
It's based.
I don't
Based
think she
even.
was like super electable, unfortunately, but policy-wise, I thought she was great. I think she dealt well with foreign policy.
I started liking her a little bit too late. That was my first election that I could vote in,
Gotcha.
and I was very
Fellow Jill
uninformed.
Stein,
So
fellow Jill Stein voter.
yeah, I ended up voting.
Hell
for Jill Stein.
yes!
Oh,
We live in
no.
shame constantly
Oh,
for
no.
the wreckage that ensued.
Yes, I think
I
don't like Newsom.
I didn't.
I don't like.
I voted Gary Johnson.
I don't like
Of
Newsom.
course you
I
did.
don't like
Of
who.
course
What's
you
his name?
did.
Once I ended up finding out that a lot of the Bernie Bros shit about her not like supporting fucking universal healthcare and all that was bullshit, and found out about her like trying to push for universal healthcare back in like the 90s, I think it was. I pretty quickly started regretting voting for Jill Stein, but at that point, obviously, it was too late.
I vote for Biden because he supports universal healthcare. Again, he supports universal healthcare, and I don't know where you heard otherwise.
He will never get it done. He will never get it. Pipe dream.
But that's a different question because Congress can't get it passed. So vote blue in Congress.
He will never get it done, even
I
with blue
know-
Congress.
My
I
problem
know
with young
he-
voters, Vigilante, real quick. My problem with your take on like age gates and age gaps, I should say, or age restrictions. Sorry, I can't think of a young candidate off the top of my head that I want anywhere near power. AOC is kind of winning me over lately, but
Vivek.
they're
Vivek will
so far away from.
Shut the fuck up,
Vivek will do great. He's fantastic.
You're
No,
such an
Vivek's terrible. I can't
No,
think of a
I-
young voter that like. Can you give me some let's say under 50 candidates that you think would perform well and actual as president or as
Well, see, when I say
how old is Ron DeSantis? Because I
yeah,
actually
it
did
doesn't
vote for him
have
in
to
the
be under-
primary. I like Ron DeSantis.
yeah,
wouldn't-
Ron
wouldn't have to
DeSantis
be
is
under
an
50
enemy
because
to the people in a way that Trump even isn't. I think
What?
that Ron DeSantis
when
Those
when
are
I say
fighting
age cap,
words.
more
People love him
is
in Florida.
worse than
let
Trump.
me clarify the age cap thing real quick. So when I talk about age capping, I'm not going as extreme as going like 50. I'm talking when people are like actually starting to go into cognitive decline. So
That's
like
not an age cap then.
like it's well
Like
no
a cognitive.
no, not like doing a cognitive test, but like setting an actual age cap on when we know scientifically that cognitive decline starts. So like around 75.
Here's my problem with this immediately is that cognitive decline is going to vary from person to person. So like there's not like a bear. It's not like you hit 70 and then you're like, oh, now you hit the thing.
There's
you
Trump and there's Biden. Exactly.
Like legitimately fair.
They're both
fair.
showing the signs of cognitive decline.
Yeah, but there's not an age. There's not an age that you can just hit that like scientifically shows that you're no longer competent. You're not going to find that.
No, you're right, but there is an age that we know statistically that cognitive decline is more likely to start.
But what's
that is around,
like it hits over 50%? Like what do you mean
if this reporting is accurate, you're Kamala, it's going to be Kamala. People are full of shit. So this seems to be accurate reporting. So this is the thing. He's going to announce withdrawal from nomination as early as this weekend, with Sunday most likely. Joe Meacham is polishing up remarks so he can say that. He will not resign the presidency. He will not endorse Harris. In an open convention with Harris and about 3 others, superdelegates will not be allowed to vote on the first ballot. That is going to be...
They're losing all their money.
This is a nightmare scenario.
They got to give all their money to a super PAC.
Dude, if this reporting is accurate, this is
if they got to give all their money. If they got to give all their money to a super PAC because they're going to have to. If it's not Kamala, they are fucked. They are.
Wick, I'll bet $20 on this. On that
$20. Holy shit! You really are a student.
I'm not Mr. Moneybags. Sorry, I work
really
for a
are.
living.
Of course, you're voting for Joe Biden. You're looking for those fucking Democrat handouts. What the fuck? $20?
Absolutely, I am, bitch.
Okay. Again, this could be false. This could be false reporting, right? But I've seen this from multiple sources now. That's this is like at least Staxiums. If that's right, if that's correct, if that's accurate, what are your thoughts?
That's some bullshit. I'll still vote for them over Trump, but I think that's a terrible decision. I
is a bad
100%
decision.
deny it. Like again, I'll take them on their merits, and I think that any Democratic nominee that they could reasonably think of is going to be better than Trump. I do think that I could be proven wrong. I would be shocked if I was proven wrong. But
Tulsi Gabbard. I would vote for her.
I would vote for Tulsi over Trump. That would be really hard, though. It'd be really hard. It'd be hard.
I would join you. I would join you in that vote. I would join you in that vote.
If it was if they nominated RFK, I'd legit just stay home.
I would join
RFK is closer. RFK is closer. I would probably vomit at the polls. I might go RFK, but it's like I don't know if I could handle that one.
You know what the real 5 brain move here, okay, is? Nominate Pence.
What the fuck?
Nominate a Republican.
Mr. Christian Nationalist?
Yeah, that's a good idea. I'm okay with that. Yeah, let's do that.
No, for real. Exactly. Exactly.
You can never
What a dream for Republicans.
If your sole guiding star here is just getting a W, that's the best way to get a W.
No, I would not vote for Mike Pence over Donald Trump. I would kill myself. I would probably put a bullet in my head.
We're on Twitch still. We're on Twitch still.
I'm sorry. I forgot about that.
I'm obviously memeing with this part. But
I'm gonna be honest.
I want to hold on just real quick. I just want to say there's part of me, and I'm just gonna be real honest with you guys, right? There's part of me who just says this can't work. We can't let this work. We can't normalize this as working. Right?
I hear that.
And
but
I don't know if that's better or worse. What's worse? 4 years of Trump or normalizing the big money elites being able to push out a candidate that the Democrats elected? I don't know.
I hear what you're saying. But if it's fucking if it's I'm trying to think of someone if it's Whitmer or something. I'm not going to be that salty about it. If it's Newsom, I'm not going to be that salty. I'm going to be that's a terrible decision.
If they nominate me, I will reluctantly accept, and I will vote for myself. Okay, just FYI. If we're just making an open process, might as well put me up for election, right? Since Destiny's out of the running because he can't win now because of his comments, I actually have a good record.
You're so much more immune.
Wick, I love you. I don't think the DNC is going to pick you to run.
I know they aren't, but they should.
So,
I think it would be
that's true. I would vote for you, Wick.
I would vote for you too, Wick. Honestly,
really, you would.
Yeah.
Well, there's a level where personal friendship,
sure.
I would have to. Yeah.
I will be honest. I would vote for Biden over you, Lactoid. I'm sorry.
Oh, you fucker.
I know. I'm sorry, but you're telling me that you would vote for me over Gary Johnson?
Wait, over Gary Johnson?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd vote for you over Gary Johnson. Neither of you are winning, but
no, valid.
Okay, guys. I'm gonna go. I love you all, but this is just really terrible news. I hate it.
Yeah.
And I'm sure someone will clip this and send it to someone, and I'll get in trouble. But I said what I said, and I meant it. So bye.
Wick.
Catch you later, Wick. Yeah.
Bye. Vigilante, I have a question.
Yeah, what's up?
Do you know the difference between Medicare for All and universal health care? Because Biden is not
Medicare for All is a type of universal health care.
Okay. What is the differentiation between that and let's say a public option?
So
I was just interested. I'm not trying to challenge you. It's just it's interesting that your number one topic is is healthcare, and you're I'm not voting for Biden because he doesn't support it. He doesn't support Medicare for all.
So I am voting for Biden. This year, I am voting for Biden. There's not a candidate that
I think I misunderstood you. Sorry.
Yeah, no,
your vote doesn't matter. Neither of your votes matter.
If only there's a way to change the fucking system to make it more democratic.
It's too late. My vote matters. Your votes don't matter.
We could do, of course. In this election, it's not going to happen. But I'm just saying,
my vote matters.
To give you context, I have a 1v1 that I'm doing on Speakeasy stream Tuesday, and it's for his new show he's doing, and the first topic is literally universal healthcare. Universal healthcare is literally one of my strongest topics.
Right. No, but my question is, what's the difference between a public option and Medicare for all? And which
Medicare
and
for-
like also like single payer. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm just saying like I'm not trying to like get on your ass. I'm just saying like
Yeah.
if this is your
So-
primary topic, I would, especially if you're going to like start debating, like I don't know. I'm
Well,
really not trying to get on your ass.
I've been debating for a while. Like this isn't.
Sure.
You might
I think I
not have-
misunderstood. Sorry. I thought you said
Yeah,
this
no,
was the first time in a while.
The Lactoid knows me. I've debated him quite a bit. I just haven't been on Wix stream in a while.
No, yeah, no worries.
So Medicare for all, it covers everybody. So, and so does single payer, and it bans all private insurance. That's the main differentiation of between those two and a public option. A public option still allows for private insurance, mostly supplemental insurance. It's basically what Canada has, what a lot of the some of the Norwegian countries have. It's what a public option is what most of the world has. There are a couple places that have different things like.
For sure. I wasn't trying to quiz you. I just
Yeah,
sorry. I'm just Biden's
I-
number one supporter, and I need to just like anytime anyone talks shit about the boy, I gotta run in to defend him.
Yeah, so to my knowledge, up until Bernie actually conceded in 2016, Biden had never publicly said that he supported universal health care.
I think that's wrong. I
or-
think during the primary, he specifically endorsed a public option, but he was the only candidate who did, as opposed to Medicare for all. All the rest of the options did. Does that make sense? Like there were 10 candidates for the Democratic primary. 9 of them said 9 of them said Medicare for all. Biden was the one who said no, public option. I don't believe that pushing people off of private insurance is like an effective solution. I think people are going to be jaded with universal healthcare, and they're going to essentially that it's not feasible politically.
I am okay with a public option. The version of universal healthcare that I personally support is closer to single payer, but it's a kind of a different version than what Bernie supports because it completely gets rid of the insurance aspect in general and puts most of the medical decisions in the hands of the doctors and puts the responsibility of paying for it on the government and just completely removes the insurance aspect of it. That's what my opinion of what we should think.
Wait, how would you pool risk with that?
Doctor decision.
Wait, sorry. Like the whole point of an insurance company is that so let's say I don't go to the doctors. Okay, I don't go to the doctors for a full year. Am I still paying insurance in your world?
Well, universal health care is paid for by taxes, so yes.
Gotcha.
You mean theft?
Shut the fuck up, Lactoid.
Go ahead. Stealing. It's paid for by stealing. Go ahead.
Yeah. I love that version of stealing where someone breaks into your home and takes all your money.
They break into my paycheck and they steal half of it.
Hey, so is
right? No. Just hear me out. Dude, the fucking I was frustrated because I left my door open and then someone walked in, stole all my money,
Probably
got
the
a
IRS.
great deal with all of this shit, and then filled my apartment full with more stuff than I could have paid for in the beginning.
That's
it was
not how that
crazy.
works. That's not how
It
that
was
works.
fucking awful theft.
Most
it was awful.
people under universal health care, because 5% of the population uses up about half of the medical services, most people would be paying more.
Wait, no.
I got a source on that.
You're talking about taxes, if you're talking about full paycheck removal, it is less.
No.
I would love to see your source.
I'll send it to you. It's from the Heritage Foundation. You'll love it. Most people will wind up paying more because such as like 5% of the American population uses half of all the healthcare costs, right?
Obviously,
obviously, right? Yeah. So they pay a fuck ton, but under universal healthcare, that cost will be distributed amongst working families, and so the average person would
fuck
be paying
you.
more.
The cost is already distributed amongst working families.
Less than
It's
it would
called
under
fucking private insurance. I feel like I'm gonna lose my goddamn
No,
mind.
it's less than it would
Saxon,
under
hold
private
on,
insurance.
Yeah, but you see how Weasley you were there? You're like, dude,
not
working
Weasley.
class families they're already paying for it.
No. They pay more under universal healthcare.
I understand.
Hold on, Saxon.
But
They should pay
reasoning is
less.
kinda
We should just
bullshit.
get rid of Obamacare. They pay
Saxon,
less.
hold on.
Yeah,
hold
and
on.
just pay
'Cause
fucking out of pocket for everything. Is that your idea? We shouldn't
Saxon,
pool
here's
risk
what-
one
No,
day.
the
Here's what-
workplaces can offer health insurance. That's how it should
And what
work.
about people who are unemployed? Just genuine
tough
question.
titties, tough titties, tough titties. Go get a job, bitch. Like, what am I going to do? What am I going to say?
But if you get fired for like a 2-month
Jackson.
period and you happen to get in a huge accident right
well,
there,
then,
you're fucked.
well, then buy insurance for those 2 months. It's not that hard.
I fucking hate you sometimes, Lactoid. You're like,
Jackson,
maybe
it's a-
millions of people die. That's called
It's their
living in
fault.
America, baby.
He's
It's
missing a
called
crucial
freedom,
point here.
motherfucker. It's called freedom. Just like we can eat Burger King and die, okay? It's our decision.
There-
So, Lactoid,
what if it's
Here's-
not?
here's the
decision?
thing.
It's fucking. I hate you so
They
much.
choose not to work.
Every single who's unemployed chose not to work.
They chose
Everyone who's
not to
unemployed-
save. They chose not to save money, or they chose not to work, or they can't work. And then why is that my problem? Like tough
Well,
titties.
I like. What if it is your problem? What if you're that person?
It doesn't have to be my problem.
Just fucking lay down and die. I guess that's the cost of living in the greatest country in the world. Is that what you would say?
I wouldn't be a burden on society personally.
Right, and you would just lay down and die if you
No,
if you
I
happen
would
to be-
work. I would work.
No, let's say you got fired. Let's say a fucking 2008 thing happens and you lost your job and you couldn't find it for a month. Is that feasible in your mind?
Yeah, well,
Not even a little bit?
I'm responsible enough. I'll buy like the fucking health insurance for a few months while I look for another job.
It's no. But I'm saying it's like let's say you're struggling to pay rent. You got moved out
I
of your
own a
place
house.
because it was a housing
I
crisis.
saved and I bought my house. I don't pay rent.
When did you buy your house? Just curious.
3 years ago.
And how old were you?
20.
I'm just curious if you saved up or if it was kind of a handout, but just not
No,
from the
no, no.
government.
Every fucking penny I used to
I'm
buy
just
my
asking.
house.
I'm just
Yeah,
asking.
I know. I'm not going. Okay, I know.
My brother-in-law got.
I
fucking
know. I
house.
set up like I was being aggressive. Okay, give me a second. I bought my house with all my money. This is
Okay.
me, all me.
Okay.
No handout from mommy and daddy. No handout from any of the family.
valid.
I saved my money from working. Now, to be fair, I did work as an attorney, so you make a little bit more money. Than
Right.
Perhaps,
Right.
But I did.
Mhm.
I did work, and I saved my money, and I bought a house.
You worked your way through college, or your parents
I did.
paid your
I
college
did.
fund?
I did work through college. Yes.
I'm just trying to say.
Well,
Sometimes.
Well, I worked through college, and most of my college was paid for through merit-based scholarships.
Nice. I just want to say this. Look, I appreciate that, but can we acknowledge that at least a sizable portion of the people who are successful largely had to rely on something outside of themselves? That they had to rely on family. They had to rely
Maybe.
on the circumstances. I can't live in your world. You're like, yeah, I guess they got lucky. Like, fuck you, who wasn't?
Stacks, you're missing the numbers here though.
Get a better last name, nerd. What do I want to say? I mean, jeez.
So, okay,
I low-key
La-
respect it. Like I low-key do.
Lactoid Broski, you acknowledge the fact that the Koch brothers are a right-wing organization, correct?
Well, it depends on the Koch brother, because I think the one who died was like pretty libertarian, and the other one was like a little bit more Republican.
Okay, so the Koch brothers, their organization, did a study on universal healthcare to find out what it would cost. I've got the study downloaded. I will literally send it to you directly. They found out that if we applied specifically Bernie's version of universal healthcare, that it would save Americans $10 trillion over 10 years.
It'd save
Wait,
every
wait,
American
wait.
$10 trillion. Can you
Not-
believe that?
Wait. Just to be clear.
Americans as a whole.
I would agree.
No, I know, I'm making a joke.
That's the critical distinction, right? If we say Americans as a whole, that's different than your average American. Because again, 5% of Americans use up half of all the healthcare costs. It's very unhealthy people. They suck up a tremendous, like Boogie 2988, right? That guy is sucking up so much fucking healthcare money, right? And then lying about it, but he's doing it.
Let's do some.
And I'm telling you, like if we have universal healthcare, yes, overall, like America will probably spend less on healthcare, but your average American will be spending more, especially healthy Americans.
Okay, but I think that the calculation is kind of difficult to make, and I think that the reason for that is like, so I'm just going to use myself as an example. I work at a treatment center for like at-risk teens. Like they throw a bunch of like they're unrowdy and stuff like that. They break a bunch of laws and shit. They go to a treatment center to basically learn their lesson. I'm funded largely through insurance and through a lot of cases public insurance, right? Like let's say they're on Medicare or Medicaid. I think if Medicare and Medicaid were to dissolve, a lot of these kids would be out on the streets without someone teaching them therapy and lessons, and it would damage the infrastructure a little bit more. And I guess what I'm trying to say is there's sometimes, and I don't have, there's sometimes an unquantifiable benefit to keeping people healthy and mentally active.
So let's do some math.
That helps everyone. It just helps everyone. And I prefer to live in that society that takes that.
Uh-huh.
So let's do some math here. The average American pays $13,493 for health insurance per year. Correct, right? I just looked it up.
Maybe.
It's about I just looked it up. This comes
that sounds
from
right. You said 13,000 on insurance?
13,000 on insurance. This
It
comes
seems
from,
high, but like okay.
That seems
I'll
very
believe
high.
it.
It comes from the Center for Medicaid .gov. So
Okay.
I'll take a look at it.
if then the average U.S. salary
Is this insurance?
is
Wait, you're not talking about taxes. You're not taxes paid for Medicaid. You're talking about like own personal insurance, right?
own personal insurance. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so the average U.S. salary currently is $63,795.
I just want to be clear with the statistics. It's really difficult here because if you say average American pays this amount of money, that number is going to be inherently inaccurate because you're not counting the people who pay $0 for insurance, which would lower the
I
number.
realize that I'm going based off of averages because lactoid.
No. I'm saying you have to not. Does that make sense? You have to not use averages.
Yeah, a median would be better.
A median would be better. I would accept a median for sure.
I'll see if I can find the median, but
and honestly, when they say average American, they might be referring to median because the median is the average American.
Maybe.
This is why stats is hard. Like it's difficult. Like I'm studying math right now, and it's
when
complicated.
I looked up median, it pulled up when I looked up median, it pulled up the same stat.
It might be referring to average American might mean median, which it's really confusing. I agree.
Okay, median U.S. salary is different, so I'll use the median U.S. salary because that is different. Median U.S. salary is $45,760. So say we instituted
is what?
$45,760.
Seems right. Yeah.
So say for instituting Medicare for all, we institute a 5%. 5% seems low. Say we instituted a 10% tax to pay for Medicare for all. That would mean
we don't need a 10% tax for Medicare for all. I'm sorry. Like that's you're short selling your own position. We already spend like 50% of our revenue or fucking our budget on Medicare or Medicaid. Like expanding it is not that difficult, especially because it largely accrues its own costs. You don't need to increase the taxes by that much. I'm saying 10% seems high.
Okay. So let's do what I was originally going to do. Say 5%. A 5% tax on the median U.S. salary. So that would mean the median American is paying $2,288 in taxes extra per year, and then $13,000 less on insurance per year.
I think that there's a huge problem with this, and that's largely because this kind of meta-analysis requires so much more than just pulling numbers off of here are the averages and let's subtract them. Like, I would love to see a study where there's economists who are focusing on that kind of stuff, and those exist. Like, if we look at the cost for universal healthcare and how that would benefit people, there's a lot of abstract benefits and costs that come with universal healthcare that you would have to factor in. So I think that that's a large, like, I think that that's kind of, I'm in support of universal healthcare, by the way. I think Medicare for all is the best way to pull risk. But I just feel like sometimes we need to be careful with the way that we analyze this sort of data. Is all I'm saying.
No, and I agree with you. I was like, just for the point of like Lactoid was bringing up the how it would affect the average American. So I was doing some quick math just to point out, based off of some just quick information we could pull off of Google, how it could save average Americans some money. How it would save average Americans money.
I'm going to read right here. Our analysis finds that in order to fund such a program, it would be necessary for the federal government to impose substantial, broad-based taxes equal to 21.2% of all wage and salary income.
That seems ridiculously high.
These taxes would be in addition to the payroll taxes that most workers already pay for the existing Social Security and Medicare programs, bringing total payroll taxes to 36.5% for most workers. That's in line for most countries that do have universal health care. We also find that nearly 2/3 of American households, 65.5%, comprising 73.5% of the population, would experience reductions in their disposable income, making them financially worse off. Those households would pay more in new taxes to fund the program than they would save as a result of the program, eliminating their current spending on private health insurance and out-of-pocket medical expenses. This is from the Heritage Foundation, which
Sure.
they wrote Project 2025. So I mean, fuck, how can you trust them, right?
No, valid. But like, I'm sure that you are familiar with the large bulk of economists agreeing that universal healthcare is largely an economically positive position.
For
Libertarian.
Who? For who? That's the question.
It's for whom, bitch? No,
Okay,
the average
fair.
American.
The general populace.
Well, no. You're right. Like the bottom, like the 5% that uses up most of the healthcare, they're going to be way better off.
What the fuck do you think average American means? General populace.
Way better off under universal healthcare.
We're not doing
like you
averages.
and me,
I'm saying the median
the
American.
People that,
median American.
We're not smokers. We don't eat McDonald's every day. Like you, like us here. We're going to be worse.
No, fuck you. I'm having a child, dude. That shit is expensive.
First of all, congratulations.
Thank
Second
you.
of all,
Thank you.
I don't think that would actually raise your overall cost. Just simply having a child to be more than like what that would put you in that 5% of Americans, because more than 5% of Americans have children, right? So it's not like 5% using
how
up 50%.
much it costs to have a child here in America?
I actually
a lot less than like insulin resistance or whatever the fuck.
Can I just
most of the
yeah, no, for
towards.
real? Can I just say real quick? I'm 100% able to fund it just with my HSA alone. Like I worked in like IT. Like it was fine. It was fine. It's actually not that crazy, especially because I've got like I want to say my blessings, my privilege, fucking like 20 in-laws or whatever. So like a lot of like the clothes and like clothes mainly you don't have to pay for, because it just like you just get that from like not everyone has that, right? So like I am privileged a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, like if you're in a good standing, you're fine. But I'm just talking about the hospital bill alone. We're talking about like a $3,000 hospital bill versus like in a system that has universal healthcare, like just like across the border in Canada that has a public option. You know how much they pay to have a child? They pay for parking. It's like $10.
Oh, whoa. They
$10 for parking is crazy. I gotta move to Canada.
No. They pay $10 like at point of service, but like there is no such thing as a free lunch. Taxes pay for a lot of that shit.
There's such a thing as a freer lunch, right? That there's a less expensive lunch. There's a way to organize the fucking materials so it makes it's less costly, right? Yes, it's not free, but it can be cheaper.
It can be cheaper. You know what? It can be cheaper. Defund Medicare, defund Medicaid. It'll be much cheaper. Trust me.
That's okay, sure. And then no. Here's the bullshit that I fucking hate that Lactoid does. Okay, here's what really irritates me. It's that he doesn't acknowledge all of the costs that are associated with people just fucking dying on the streets. Now suddenly you have to pay the payroll. What? Sorry,
what's the cost of that? A shovel? It's not that hard. You throw them in a ditch and move on.
No. Sorry. This has been heavily analyzed. Is that families want to retain their positions so they have their grandparents move into their house because that's something they can afford.
You save space, reduce housing costs, yes.
It has a huge detriment to your savings and career expenses, and it's such.
Prove it.
It genuinely irritates me how economists are all on my side, and someone like flips the narrative and going, "Oh, they're all conservative. They all love libertarian economics."
I don't disagree with you that like when it comes to universal healthcare, I'm not saying you don't have any arguments. It is probably true that like administratively, there's going to be fewer costs associated with universal healthcare. I disagree with it on moral reasons And I think that there's cheaper
Sure.
options like getting rid of Medicare and Medicaid. But
I think the moral option is to let more people die.
but let's talk about
That's you, by the way.
True. Let's talk about something that both left-wing and right-wing economists oppose almost
Mhm.
universally. That
Okay.
Joe Biden has come out in favor of, which is rent control.
Oh, protectionism? Oh,
Rent-
of course.
rent
What the?
control.
Who the fuck do you think I'm talking?
Cap-
Who the fuck do you think you're talking to?
Well, right. Well, okay.
Of
I'm just saying
course.
your
Of
candidate,
course.
your candidate has come out. We're capping it at 5%.
You think I
That
wasn't
is
fucking pissed
bullshit.
about that?
That is
You think I
bullshit.
wasn't pissed?
That is going to raise the cost of
Of
housing.
course.
Thank
Of
you.
course.
Thank you.
Of course. Of course. I'm not a fucking idiot. All right, Lactoid? God
Thank
damn
you.
it.
Thank you. No. It's this thing that I will give you credit for.
I'm a YIMBY through and through. Let's fucking rezone shit. Let's upzone things. Let's make building legal again. I'm sure the
Let's
libertarian in you is leaking.
I agree. We should abolish all zoning, replace it with HOAs.
Okay, fuck HOAs.
Every
And also,
zone is a new
subzoning is
HOA.
fine. Subzoning is fine. I don't
No,
want an elementary school.
Unless the
HOA
unless the HOA specifies, I
Biden's
should
in
be able to
favor
put a
of rent
paper
control?
factory.
Yeah, he posted recently.
Yes, he's in favor of rent control. He's in
And
favor of
protectionism.
AR-15 bans. He's in favor of
I don't give a shit
Hitler
about
shit. I mean, it's so disgusting. What the fuck?
Hitler
I'm
shit.
not- Okay.
Hitler
wait.
shit. What's that? Qualify what Hitler shit is.
AR-15 bans specifically.
Banning. Okay, gotcha. If that's your threshold for Hitler shit, I don't know how Trump isn't Hitler. I don't get it.
Also,
Like, you think that
Stacks,
unitary executive order doesn't resemble the Enabling Act? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's so interesting how you pick and choose your
It
policies.
doesn't represent the Enabling Act. What are you talking about? The Constitution. If the Constitution says it is the case, then it is the case. I don't know what to tell you.
And the Constitution
Stacks,
doesn't say it's the case, and he would like to do it anyway.
No,
he would
he
like
does.
to repeal the Constitution. He said so explicitly.
No, he didn't say he wants to repeal the Constitution.
But like
Come
low
on.
key, he did. Low key, he did.
No,
he said what the fuck
no.
did he say? I forgot what he said exactly. But he said
there
he
was
wanted
one
to, like,
statement he said that was a little bit problematic. Okay,
yeah.
in which he said that the
True social
fraud was really bad, and then we got to address it. You know, this is ascends statutes and the Constitution.
He called for the termination of the Constitution. My
No,
apologies,
no,
not
he
the
didn't.
repealing.
No,
To
no, he
give-
didn't. No, he didn't.
to-
Let me find it. I'm looking at a headline to be
give-
fair, but it is quoted. It's a quote.
I'm not
I'll
going
run
to
the
defend the
exact quote.
statement.
quick.
It was a bad statement, but it wasn't
Okay.
terminating the Constitution.
Okay, so just to give
A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the
Yeah.
termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. That is a quote. I think it's fair to say he said to repeal it.
To
A
give
little bit.
Lactoid a break from the 2v1 that we've been having here.
Mm-hmm.
Finding out that Stacks, you thought I was more right leaning than
best
you. I am absolutely not. By the way,
I didn't think you were right leaning. I thought you were more left leaning than I am.
Well, you said more right leaning, but yeah, no, I am absolutely more left leaning.
Yeah, no, for sure. When did I say that you were right leaning? Go ahead, sorry.
There was a point where you said that I was a little bit more farther right than you. I can't remember when. It was earlier.
I'll remember that, but I do think it's bullshit you wouldn't vote for Joe Biden. I think that's some bullshit. You're a sock den, bro.
He's in Ohio. Why do you care? His vote doesn't matter.
Valid.
Your vote doesn't matter.
We'll get back to that. We'll get back to that.
Obviously.
in a minute. I'll explain to you guys why I still consider Ohio a swing state here in a minute. But
it's 10 points, bro.
10
Trump is winning by 10 points.
10 points. It's over. It's Jover. There's no way.
It's so Jover. And
Okay.
I don't have much room to go. I'm in Utah. I get it. But damn, bro.
but besides the point, finding out that Biden is pro rent control has sold me on Biden a little bit more.
Oh,
Yeah, of
God. What the
You want to have an
fuck?
economics lesson real quick? Let's have an economics lesson.
Rent control is bad for housing. It's
Can
just
I-
objectively bad for housing.
I agree, Lactoid. Let's have a little bit of an economic discussion though. Oh fuck! Wait, hold on.
We can hear you still.
No, I know.
Are you okay?
I don't know. I feel like I got a ringing in my ears, and I don't know what the hell. I just feel weird. I'm fine.
It's just blood pressure. Don't worry about it. You'll be good.
No, for sure.
See,
For sure.
like I said,
So
I
here's
was
the thing with
giving
rent control.
Lactoid a break. I was giving Lactoid a
Let's
break.
say that
from the
there's-
2v1.
Let's say that there's
Now we're both on you.
Let's say that there's 10
Exactly.
houses, okay, and 11 renters, okay, and all of a sudden one of those houses is available, Okay, and there's 2 renters who want to fight for that one house. Okay, so price climbs exponentially, right? Let's say it's like $10,000 because the renter's like, fuck you, I'll vote for whoever I'll raise the price to whoever I want. I'll make you 2 fight for it, right? Is that fair?
Yeah.
Is it fair encapsulation? Okay. Then the government goes in and it goes, fuck you, we're capping the price, okay, to $200 or something like that. I don't know. Who the fuck cares? To $1,000. $1,000 is the most you can charge. Here's the thing. Now suddenly what happens is there's 2 things that happens. One, the people who are building houses now go, okay, why the fuck am I building over here? I'm not going to make any money. I can't make money because all of the cost of resources is going up, and I need to sell in order to make a profit. So I'll just stop building houses. I'll go into I'll go make a bunch of office buildings. Those are profitable. I'm gonna go over there. I'm gonna go make some office buildings. Okay. 2, second thing that happens: the people who already have houses just find new ways to encapsulate that rent, to capture that rent, because they still need to make a living. So what they do instead is they go, okay, fuck, we're selling all the furniture in here. You got to bring your own furniture. Okay. They go, fuck you. You're going to have to pay for credit scores, and we're going to be checking all of your credit scores to make sure that you're operating within a specific place. And now all of a sudden, you've just changed the burden of pricing to another position when all you could have done is built another home and fixed this all. You could have just built another home, and then we're fine. And then the prices just fucking stabilize on their own.
So here's the problem.
Not to just scream every libertarian's going to agree with me, but also every liberal and every fucking anyone who knows anything about rent is going to agree with me.
I get where you're coming from, but here's the thing.
Yeah,
a lot of the problem that unfortunately you do know where I'm basically about to go.
Yeah, it's fucking bullshit, dude. BlackRock is it. Go ahead. It's a conspiracy that has zero merit.
No, it's not a conspiracy. Like so, a lot of our housing, we have a lot of empty homes right now. Like,
okay, wait, no. Okay, one thing. Okay, I understand insurance is your one thing. Housing is my one thing. Okay, if I have one thing, it's housing. Let me tell you about those empty houses, because I agree with you. There are 10-to-1 empty houses in America to homeless people. However, there's a big however here, okay? There are 3 main types of those empty homes. First, dilapidated homes that have been emptied because they're not livable anymore. So we can't just move the fucking homeless people into just, hey, here, have this house that's full of fucking asbestos and the paint is it's just
what percentage are those?
I could give you the numbers, but I think it's a pretty even split. It's between these 33%. Okay, I think it's a pretty close to 33%. I've got sources on this. I'd have to I don't remember where I put those sources. I might have to relook them up, but I can 100% give you this. I've made many videos on this. The second type of empty homes. Okay, here's a really critical part. They don't count empty homes, they count it as an empty home if you're trying to sell it. Okay, so those are houses that are already on the market that are contributing to the current prices. Third are vacation homes. Okay, and it's a pretty even split between all of those empty homes between those 3. Okay, now the thing that you might say is just give the vacation homes over to the homeless people, right? That's probably your suggestion given this situation.
Oh no,
what would you say?
Yeah, if you would have talked to me a few months ago, that I probably would have been when I was a communist.
Okay.
Lactoids heard talk to me back then.
We're working
but
on
when
you.
I was a
We're fixing you. Don't worry.
Yeah, I'm pushing you right too.
I would have definitely
Don't be a communist. Communists are losers for sure.
I would have definitely said give the vacation homes to the
Right. And my pushback is why not just one, turn up the taxes if they have to sell the vacation homes? Why are we fucking creating a civil war over vacation homes? What a weird fucking thing we're doing. And 2, again, we can just build more homes and they can have vacation homes and we can have the homes for the homeless people. Japan solved homeless people. And what they did was they abolished zoning and they said, we're just going to fucking make sure that anyone can build homes whenever the fuck they want. And they completely collapsed the issue.
So to a degree, I do agree with you. Like we should probably we should probably tear down the dilapidated homes and build new homes on top of those.
But the government doesn't even have to do it because people are willing to do it just to run their business. You know what I'm saying? We don't even have to pay to do it. They'll just do it on their own. That's what's so crazy. It's like sometimes the capitalists are right on some issues. Some issues, fuck you, Lactoid.
All issues. I appreciate that. Thank you, Staxims.
Yeah, no problem. No problem.
Um,
They'll just
but,
do it. We don't have to get
also-
the government to do it with our tax money. They'll just do it. They'll just go. They'll
When-
like, oh, I get to make money here, and I can build as high as I
When-
want. Let's introduce land value taxes. They're like, I only have to build the fucking ground. I'm only charged for the ground floor. I can build as much as I want up there, and they just go, and the prices just drop.
I'm curious, would you be, because I've gone back and forth on this.
Mm-hmm.
If it meant a reduction in other taxes, I think I might be on board with the land value tax.
Hell yes.
If it meant reduction of income tax.
Hell yes, Georgist. Fuck yes. I mean, yeah, I would be. I think land value taxes fixes most of the issues that we have in this country. I think homelessness is a huge issue. And if we can solve it by just implementing a tax and just swapping it from the property tax, like it's of course I'm in favor of that.
It would have to be like I would only accept it if it reduced income tax. Like there needs to be some kind of like reciprocal like reduction, but I could accept it. From my understanding, like the tax, it actually just functions better than like
it does function a lot, but it's way more economically viable because there's not really a way to skate it. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't just dump your house
and you don't disincentivize work, right? That's
exactly. No, 100%.
So when it comes to housing, like so I do to a degree think that we need rent control, but I also think that we need to work on the mortgage system because I also understand that a lot of the problems that we have with housing and like the reason why like a lot of people in our generation can't buy houses is because our mortgage system is completely and totally fucked up.
Can I sell you on the big fucking black pill here?
My mortgage is
the big black hill is fucking. Who gives a shit if you can't buy a house? That's my fucking black pilled.
Ooh.
Just rent for the rest of your life. The American dream. Who gives a shit? Just rent. It's honestly so much more economically friendly to just put it all into a 401k. And why the hell is it possible for utilities to something that you're using to increase in value? How is that possible? How does that, like, imagine if you bought a car and then you took it off the lot and then you tried to sell it back to the lot like 4 years later and it was $10,000 more. Do you think you would go, there's something fucking wrong with this market here then? Like maybe there's something wrong here. Houses should depreciate in value. It should not be economically friendly to fucking own a home.
I love owning a home. You're not getting me on this one, Stax.
Of course
I love owning a home. Oh
because
my God.
you make money off of it. And I'm saying it's bullshit. You make money off of it.
I do. Make
I mean,
money off
I
it.
can
It's great.
agree. I can somewhat agree with you, but like, there's more factors like renovations and stuff. But how is renting more economically friendly when compared to rent, mortgage payments are usually like half the price when you could actually manage to get a mortgage. You're usually paying like half what you'd be paying in rent. How is renting for the rest
Sorry,
of your
what
life?
fucking world are you living in that mortgage is half of your rent, half of what you would be paying in rent? I have a question, Lactoid. How much is your mortgage? Are you fully paid off your home?
No, I haven't, but my mortgage is extremely low, so I'm probably the wrong person to
fuck you.
ask. My mortgage
All right,
probably half.
If we
of
look
what
at average
Wait,
mortgage
what
and then average rent,
what are you paying in rent, Staxiums?
I live in Utah, so it's pretty low here, but I think it's $10.50 right now for it. It's a 2-bedroom house. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, I pay about half your rent and mortgage.
Well, it's an apartment, but
So
yeah.
like here to get
That's crazy. But that is an unusual thing. That is unusual. Mortgages largely cost way more. Cost way more.
To be fair, I did buy like one of these like shitty dilapidated houses, and I personally put in the elbow grease to fix it up. Like,
Hell yeah!
I was the one who painted everything. I ripped up the carpet. I put in the insulation. I did the plumbing. I did it like I.
So you're the gentrifier.
Yeah, well, I fucking fixed up the house that I live in. So I bought it for much cheaper, right, than you otherwise could
for sure.
get a house like this.
For sure.
But it wasn't easy, right? Like it took a lot of fucking elbow grease to get it done. So
all I'm saying is when housing prices escalate, the amount that working class Americans have to pay for rent also escalates. Does that make sense? Like it's a win-lose situation. It's a way in which homeowners are fucking over the working class by trying to pretend like this is just something that should be escalating in value. And as soon as we break that mentality, America is fixed. Build more homes, fuck over the homeowners, fuck the NIMBYs, okay? Like how are you not against NIMBYs? How is that not overreaching government control? Explain that one.
Well, when you mean like NIMBYs, what like
homeowners?
I already said let's abolish all zoning, replace it with HOAs.
Right, and that would make homes suddenly no longer an asset that you could rely on.
It depends on the HOAs.
No, because you agree that housing prices go down as soon as you abolish zoning.
Well,
if housing prices go down,
it depends. HOAs, believe it or not, homes located within HOAs have a higher value.
Not even close to the amount that comes to restricting the supply, though.
Right, but if
a little bit close.
I get it, but if HOAs replaced all zoning, I don't know. I don't know what effect that would actually have on the housing value.
Sure.
So I don't want to speak
it's such a stupid thing to say. That it's hard to say.
It is hard.
No one's really studied this.
But what
if Saturn turned into a black hole? It's like, yeah, there's no really papers on there, so it's
you're right. But as long as we have zoning, like, yeah, there is going to be like a major benefit to owning houses, and I recommend that people buy their own housing. I hate dealing personally with a landlord. I would never deal with a landlord again. And it's so much nicer to not have to like have fucking rules on the place that you live in. It's fantastic.
I hear you. But as that lazy Democrat true. I love that I can just call up the landlord and go, my toilet is flooded. Just fucking
see. I fix it myself. I fix it myself.
No,
exactly. I fucking replace the toilet because I'm not a fucking liberal.
Let me be lazy. No, 100%. Vigilante, did you leave? Are you gone?
He had to go call his landlord to replace his toilet because he's fucking left winger. He's fucking.
I feel like I bullied him too much.
No,
I feel like I agree with him more than you. But like you are more educated on this than him, so it's like
when it comes to housing, yeah. I mean,
sorry, anyone who's in favor of rent control, like, just didn't do anything. There's no studying.
But it's a problem, right? Like your candidate Biden, he supports it. I mean,
of course. And your candidate Trump, I could point to 1,000 things that he did that you're like, that wasn't good.
Go ahead.
Okay, TPP. Getting rid of the TPP. Are you not for a free trade?
Wait, TPP, didn't that like
Trans-Pacific Partnership, the way to reduce tariffs between...
Wouldn't that have reduced like wages among American workers?
Reduced wages? I don't think so. I think it was largely... Wait, hold on. No. Are you a protectionist?
Not really.
Oh, fuck your libertarian
really.
ass.
Wait. I would.
God damn it.
Did you hold on? When Trump said he's going to replace all income taxes with tariffs, I kind of like that a little bit. Right?
That's psychotic. What a
all income taxes gone
with
just for a little bit of tariffs. It's like a little bit, right? The Chinese got to pay a little bit. Okay, it's not that big of a deal. Come on.
No, the Chinese doesn't pay for it. We pay for it.
Oh yeah, they'll pay for it one way or another, right? They'll pay for it.
That's okay. Oh yeah, Mexico will pay for the wall. I promise they will.
They did.
But do you understand how we would end up paying for that?
I don't know, dude. Listen,
tariffs get shifted over to the work. No, fuck.
Okay.
Fuck your libertarian.
Better than income taxes.
Let me explain.
Do pro tariffs now. God damn it.
So, I didn't say I'm pro tariffs. I said it. I got a little bit excited when he said he's going to get rid of all income taxes.
How do you feel about shutting down the border? Are you not like a libertarian who's in favor of free movement?
I would be okay with opening the border as long as we got rid of welfare first.
It's so Weasley. No, here's the question.
Abolish welfare, open the border. They're not going to come. They're not going to come across the border if they can't get free money.
Freedom of movement. Do you allow it?
Freedom of movement to come get my money? No. Freedom of movement to not get my money? Of course, that's fine. I got no problem with that.
Okay, so Lactoid, you said you're okay with abolishing income tax and replacing it with tariffs. Do you
it
understand?
got me a little bit giddy. Yes.
Do you understand how we would end up paying for that?
Higher
wouldn't be
prices.
China.
Yeah, higher prices. But here's the thing. That would also cause more jobs to come back to America, which would cause more manufacturing to be in America, which would cause higher wages in America. So I don't know, like what the overall, like how much that affects the overall like wage
It
effect on America.
mm, it may end up bringing more jobs back to America, but I don't necessarily think it would end up increasing wages in America.
Well, it would
Because the
have
whole
to, right? If there's
the whole
more jobs, then it would
no,
increase wages, supply and demand.
the whole reason why we do a lot of those manufacturing jobs overseas instead of doing them here in America is for cheaper labor. So they're not going to bring it back over here and try to fucking pay the workers more.
Look, I'm not fully on board with this, but if there was more jobs in America, you would have higher wages because there's more competition for jobs, right?
But
Or
wait, hold on.
sorry, more competition for workers.
How are you not in favor? Obviously, I'm in favor of competition with workers, but then how are you not pro-immigration? I'm confused.
No. I hold on. Abolish welfare, open the borders.
No, shut the fuck. I'm
Abolish
tired of it.
welfare, open the borders.
It's so weaselly. Oh yeah, and I'm in favor of reducing the minimum wage as long as we do what Sweden does and requires like a bunch of collective bargaining.
Unions, yeah, that's a position, I guess.
Right. But like,
I personally
obviously,
oppose
I'm not in
unions.
favor of
That's
abolishing the minimum wage.
Well, you should be. Because
I don't get to be
minimum wage
weaselly
sucks.
like that.
No. I'll answer the question. Minimum wage sucks. Collective bargaining leads to overall decreased GDP. Even according to Biden's own analysis, if we implemented a higher minimum wage, that would lead to more crime. I'm opposed to that. Right? We should get rid of that.
What?
Yeah. Yes. It has a negative effect.
It has a negative effect on crime.
An
Minimum wage.
increased minimum wage has an negative impact on crime.
Like you would have to see that analysis
it increases
because it would
crime
depend.
because it lowers employment.
Okay, there's so much to this analysis, and I would have to see it because
I
probably
gotta
would
see that analysis.
There could
I'll
be a
send it
couple
to you.
different things that you would see. There's a couple things that you could be seeing. One, they would look at one static minimum wage. Two, they didn't control for an abolishment of minimum wage, but rather tested against the current one. Or there's a lot of different ways that you could factor this to spin your narrative, and I would have to see the stats to see what exactly they're implementing.
I mean, so also it.
You know what I'm saying?
The thing is it also depends on how you increase the minimum wage.
I agree.
It also depends on how you increase the minimum wage. If you just flat out increase the minimum wage, like if you just
as opposed to tying it to like inflation or something like that.
Well, no. I mean, if you what California did, or not like what California did.
Ew,
so
they just never follow California for anything they do. Jesus Christ.
Sorry that the third biggest economy in the fucking world calls.
Okay, because you got the sun. Okay, that's why you got such a big fucking economy. Everyone wants to move there because you got the sun.
Oh, you're saying everyone on that fucking position on the equator has that?
Motherfucker, no. You guys didn't fucking manufacture your weather, okay, over in fucking California. That's what happened. You guys had great weather.
Manufacture the weather?
Yeah. California's got great weather. That's why people move there. Yeah, California's got good weather. I don't know how to describe
I got it. Continue. I'm listening.
Yes, and so great weather. People want to move there. You got a fucking privilege. It's like an unfair perk at the beginning. Right? Terrible policies. So, great weather.
Yeah, but we're still
Stacks. You live in Utah.
I'm actually from California, though.
By the way, the Mormons drag your state up to the top of like the health. The health
minimum wage in Utah is, I believe, $7.25.
Based should be zero.
Such a fucking idiot.
So, for an example, say instead of doing what California did with increasing their minimum wage, which is the correct way to do it, say Utah jumped their minimum wage up to $15 an hour. That would heavily increase the unemployment rate because a lot of, especially small businesses, wouldn't be able to properly pay their employees. Versus the way that California did it, which is increasing their minimum wage over time to $15 an hour, which is the correct way to do it because then businesses can adjust and the businesses can actually adjust to the new wages that they are able to pay. It actually gives businesses time to adjust versus just flat out jumping the how much.
I'd have to see the numbers. That makes sense. I'd have to see the numbers though. I would want to see what Lactoid is saying about the thing.
So Biden proposed. I don't know if you guys recall this, but Biden did propose raising the minimum wage. There was a White House report.
Yeah,
I think this was like in 2000.
I just send it to me and I'll look into it.
I'll find it. I'll find it. And according to Biden's number or the White House report's numbers, because there is a reduced employment rate associated with increasing the minimum wage, there is a also increased crime rate. It's like 2% property increase and not a significant violent crime increase. But
that surprises me. But I would need to check it out.
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Because usually crime is really tied to poverty.
No. It's tied to employment, not necessarily earnings. When people are busy at work,
I agree with you.
When people are busy at work, they're not going to.
I agree with you. But also, I do think that impoverished children are way more likely to commit crimes as well.
They are, but again, like when it comes to employment, that's the biggest single factor. Like employment is such a huge factor when it comes to whether or not.
I agree. And I think, 100%. And that's why you should be thanking the stars that we live under Biden's economy with a record fucking low of unemployment. Hell yeah,
it's
brother.
Bullshit. They raise part-time jobs, decrease full-time jobs. They keep fucking having to adjust down every single fucking employment earning or employment call since the past 4 months. Disgusting.
This is I don't know enough about this shit.
Yeah, 280,000 new jobs. Bullshit. That's going to get adjusted down. Most of it's part-time jobs anyway.
Okay, anytime they do the new jobs, that's bullshit because they have to compare it to the last. You're comparing it to COVID, so obviously it's going to be super weighted. But I do think that unemployment has relatively been static the way that we consider it, and it is at an all-time low.
Yeah,
I would have to check it, but I don't. I don't think that's accurate.
It's like when normies come into these spaces and fucking say that Trump's better than Biden or Biden's better than Trump because the employment rate's better. When you look at it outside of COVID, their employment rate is basically the fucking same.
Have either of you got a 20% increase in wages since 2020?
Because it's a cumulative inflation. Is that what you're saying?
Cumulative inflation is over 20%. So if you didn't get a 20% raise, you lost buying power. Yeah, you lost money.
Right now,
buying power is you always lose buying power because of inflation. That's the wrong terminology.
but normally buying power, inflation's at 2% per year.
No, buying power is you divide by the amount of income. It's just checking how much. Whenever I hear purchasing power, that's referring to the dollar amount, not how much money you have.
Between 2020 and 2024, prices have increased 20%, which means that unless you received a 20%,
I understand.
Yeah. So unless you received a 20% increase in wages, your overall buying power, your
overall income. Your overall income.
If prices increase 20% and your wages stay stagnant, for example, you would agree that the amount of things that you can buy have dropped.
Yes.
By how much?
That's not what purchasing power means.
Purchasing power is
in reference to the dollar. Dollar that you have.
No. Purchasing power is there's a basket of goods that the Fed.
The CPI. I understand how inflation works. You're okay.
Yes, there's a basket of goods that you can buy. If that overall basket of goods goes up 20%, that means that your buying power of your income hasn't moved at all, has gone down 20%.
I agree. Regardless of your fucking income. So even if I turned into a millionaire right now, my buying power, the buying power of my dollar, still increased 20%.
Yeah. Of your dollar, but I'm not talking about of the dollar.
But that's how people use buying power. But you're just referring to income.
I'm saying as a person, as an individual, unless you got a 20% increase in wages, your individual buying power as an economic
think individual
actor,
buying power is something that's an economic term even a little bit. You would just call it your income.
You would agree that
your real income.
Yeah, your real income, the amount of shit that you can buy. If it's 20% more expensive, you can't buy as much.
You're so autistic with your terms. You're it says
Biden inflation
right
Staxiums. Biden inflation Staxiums. You can't argue against this. Okay, 20%. 20%.
That surprises me. That's a pretty high cumulative.
1 in 5. Yeah, you're literally your money dropped by a fifth. Believe that.
That's no, dude.
Yes.
No. It dropped by I believe a sixth.
Wait,
by a
20%.
sixth.
20% is one five.
No. You're fucked. No. Because you check your percentage, you adjust your 120% to 100, and then you do the reciprocal. Because you're looking at 6/5, and the reciprocal of that is 5/6. I'm 100% right on this.
Motherfucker! Wait! You say you're studying math.
No. Here's a question. Fuck you. I know more math than you. Fuck you.
Oh,
Let
do
me
you?
ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Let me ask you a question. Okay. Let's say I have 99 cents. Okay, and then I got another penny. How much how much more money did I get? Did I get 1%? Is that fair to say?
No, it wouldn't be 1%. It'd be
exactly, because 1% would get you 99.9%.
Yeah,
right?
but
you would do the reciprocal.
but that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that if you
yes,
had
it is.
No, it's not. If you had if you had $1,
you're so wrong. Okay,
you make $1 every day. Let's say. Bread costs $1, but then tomorrow bread costs $1.20. In order for your buying power to keep up with the price of bread, you would have to start making $1.20 every day.
Yes.
Right. But so unless your wage is increased 20% and $1 to $1.20 would be
correct.
20%.
That is a correct statement, but that's not what you said.
That's what I was saying.
It has been lowered by 20%, which is a different statement.
because the dollar stayed the same.
It's not.
Wait, sexy. Hey, yes, your buying power has been reduced.
Your stat. It's okay.
It's
complicated.
Your buying power has been reduced 20% because the price of bread went from $1 to $1.20, but your dollar stayed the same.
Okay, let's not overcomplicate. I agree with you. No. Sorry, I don't agree.
I know you agree. No. You just said you agreed with me. It's over. Good game.
Your math is wrong. I'm telling you.
You just said you agree with me. How could my math be wrong? You agree with me. I thought you were a math expert. You disagreed with me.
It's weird we're still on Wick's channel. I don't know. I just I realized that we're just hanging out in here.
We're just chilling, bro. Go ahead.
Let me think of an example. If here's an example. Let me explain why it's wrong, okay? Let's say inflation went up 100%. Did you lose 100% of your fucking money? No. The answer is no, obviously. You have to check the reciprocal. I'm right about this. I don't know what to tell you.
Wait. Hold on. Give me a second.
Yeah.
If it went up 100%, then it would be $2 for a price of bread.
Correct. You would say that you lost 100%. That doesn't mean any. That's wrong. Given your math. It's okay. It's
Wait, shut up.
Okay.
I would agree with you that it wouldn't go down 100% because then you'd have $0.
Right.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
But that doesn't. Oh fuck! Give me a second.
I'm telling you, it's close. It's the reason why it's.
So what would your all right. What would your buying power actually decrease by?
A sixth. Because I'll explain why. It has increased to 6/5. Okay. And then when you readjust, you flip it by 100%, so it's 5/6 now. That is what your buying power is at now. It's 5/6 of what it originally was. That's how you do the math.
There's no way. That doesn't make any sense.
I promise you. It's the reciprocal.
Wait. Wait till I sober up tomorrow. I'll double check the math, and if I'm wrong, then I'll admit that I'm wrong.
Okay? I'll let you be wrong.
Hey, maybe I am. Okay, you kind of you caught me a little bit when you said if it goes up 100%, obviously you don't lose 100%. That's right. That's fair. I'll have to think about it a little more. Okay, that's fair. Regardless, ridiculous inflation. Okay, we're losing a bunch of buying power. Fuck that shit, right? That's Biden. Thanks, Biden.
We only lost a 6 though, so it's not that bad.
Oh, it's not that bad. Yeah, okay, sure.
All right, I'm probably gonna get going. I have homework.
Oh my god, homework. How old are you? What the fuck?
28, dude. I dropped out of college for 6 years, and I swapped my majors like 4 or 5 times, so I'm all over the place.
Dude, it's okay. I've swapped my major a couple times as well, and I'm considering swapping it again. I've talked to Lactoid about what I've considered swapping it to.
Yeah, I was actuarial sciences.
And that all depends on if I get the job that I'm working on getting that I've also talked to Lactoid about too.
Good luck on that, seriously, yeah.
I was actuarial sciences, and then I was pure mathematics, and then I was applied math, and then I was creative writing, and now I'm philosophy with a minor in math. So
My
I just jump around.
my original was software engineering.
Who's this?
Tiberius
Tiberius.
D. He wants
Uh,
to
Do I
say
feel
something.
like I've
I
met.
saw him sitting
Have
in
we met each
backstage.
other?
You've met him. I brought him in. I'm a mod, so I can do that. Get fucked.
Word.
Oh, I didn't know you're a mod.
am.
I messaged Para.
I gotta
messaged
get
Para.
mad at Wick for not letting me be a mod.
Oh,
but again, you're on like
But-
every fucking night, so I guess it's fair. How often do you do Wick? How often do you panels? Like legitimately, like a few times a week?
Me?
Yeah.
No,
I feel like I see you.
I'm like on a WIC panel probably every other week. I would say.
Gotcha.
Maybe a little more, maybe a little bit less than that. But I'm on a Prime panel every week.
But what I was saying,
I heard I had to take lactoid to school on something. So
Oh
what's
my
what's
God.
going on?
Hell yes. Tell him his math is wrong.
Maybe it is, mother. Okay, I'll have to double check that tomorrow.
Oh, okay,
But
I jumped in, but what was the
inflation
the
is still
take here?
ridiculous.
I mean, inflation's a pain in the ass, but me and you obviously
you.
don't agree on inflation. So like let's clear a box or two up here because I think we can do that. And lactoid, I know you're not stupid, so I can work you through this, right?
Stupid,
All right,
stupid
so-
about what? What specifically? What do you got
I
a
don't
problem
know.
with
Like,
Tiberius?
I was just told
what
I
were
need
you?
to come
Wait,
fix this up.
First of all, who summoned you?
The only coup
Who summoned you?
was the coup the Democrats supported in Ukraine when Yanukovych was removed from power. How about that? How about that for a
I
hot
love
take?
you, lactoid, but that's not the take. Okay, come on.
Okay, go ahead.
So what was your
Wait.
take that's getting me summoned? Because they didn't tell me what it was.
Who messaged you?
who
I don't
brought you
fucking
in?
know.
Ty, who summoned you?
I can't tell you.
What the fuck am I supposed to
Fucking
tell
no
you?
one here. No one here asked for him. No one was in here.
My economic
here.
stakes have been mostly solid. Okay,
I'm
apparently there might be a
assuming
little
it
bit
was
of an
with-
issue with one of them, but we'll see.
Yeah, no, it wasn't anyone in here, but it's somebody watching. Obviously, somebody.
I'm assuming it was probably Leith.
I don't know or
I will
care.
neither
Just tell.
confirm nor
Just
deny.
all right. Go through your takes. Go through your takes, Lactoid. You thought rent control was bad. That's a base take. You thought that fucking income taxes should be swapped for tariffs.
Wait,
which is
all I
an
said was
insane
all I
thing
said.
you said.
No. I said I just get a little bit of like a stiffy when I think about that happening. I didn't necessarily say I was fully on board. Okay, it makes me happy thinking about it.
What you're telling me is you're Thomas Jefferson.
Is that a problem?
I don't know.
I've never owned slaves personally.
Or raped them.
Yeah, or rape.
So usually I don't agree with lactoid on inflation. What inflation takes were you giving out?
I said inflation was bad, and they were saying inflation was good. What the fuck is that, right? Go ahead, Tiberius, rip him a new one.
Hold on, inflation is good. Do you want deflation?
I'm not saying it. Whoa, I'm not saying deflation. I'm saying it should be stable. 0%, baby.
You're an idiot. What you just
Okay,
you?
what
What about the velocity of money?
Okay. Yeah, so the problem is that you can't have inflation.
Money doesn't move. Leave it in a bank. You'll be okay.
You can't have a system without inflation. That's just like the be all and all. You can't have that.
Bro, I can't follow your libertarian
20%, 20% is well more than the fucking velocity of money. This is bullshit.
Right?
We don't need 20% inflation.
But that's not what you said. That's not what you said. You said
I
inflation
said
is bad.
Inflation is a hidden tax. I'd prefer there to be zero inflation and zero deflation.
And that's a stupid take. Don't bring up the 20%. Like that's what we're talking about.
The only reason why
if you want to say 20% inflation is too high, then I wouldn't be arguing with you right now.
Okay, what's your number? What's your number?
Maintain it at around like 2, I think.
Why 2?
I don't know what economists usually. I don't know what economists usually say. I'd have to check with them.
Two is better than 20. I agree.
The general goal is 3.
But wait, hold on. Cumulative inflation. Yes. Cumulative.
But anyway. Lactoid, stop pissing in his shoes. All right, look.
Fuck you.
All right.
It's spelled the same. All right. This is hyperbole. Okay. This is ridiculous.
Oh my god. All right.
All right.
So
No. Wait. Hold on. Cumulative. How do you pronounce it? Cumulative.
You're a math major, mother. You should know this.
Cumulative.
I read it all the time. Cumulative.
Okay, fair enough.
Cumulative.
That's what is that not what I said? Cumulative. Okay.
That's not what you said.
Cumulative. Oh, fine. That's fine. I was wrong about the pronunciation. That's fine.
And you were wrong by Charlottesville. Go ahead.
Cumulative inflation would eventually reach 20% if kept at 2% because it's a year-by-year process.
After how many years? Not 4.
Probably 8. I would have to double check.
Wait, 2 times
It's
8 is
one-
not 2 times
no.
8 is 16.
You're so bad at math. It'd be 1.02 to the x equals 20. That's how you'd figure it out. Don't fucking come at me.
Whoa, whoa,
God
whoa,
damn
whoa.
it.
And
it would be 1.2
wait. 2% inflation.
God damn it.
2%
Fuck
inflation.
you.
2% inflation per year. How many years until you get to 20%?
It doesn't add.
Wait.
It multiplies, brother.
That's not what I'm asking you. That's not what I'm
Lactoid.
asking you. What I'm asking you
It's
is
10. It's 10. It would go
10
quicker
years?
than that.
10 years? You're
It'd
saying
go
10
quicker
years?
than that. It'd go quicker than that.
Is 10 more than 4? I'm not a math major.
You're
I'm just asking.
You're pissing me off. It's not 2
Is 10
plus
more
2
than
plus
4? Is 10 more than 4? I'm asking.
I'll figure out the math. I'll figure out
I'm
the
not a
math right
math
now at
major. Is
2%.
10 more than 4?
Lactoid.
Such an idiot.
What was the question you just asked? Because he started screaming. And I was like, I wanna answer.
I asked if 10 was more than 4.
No, the question before that, like, what is it? 2% inflation? How long till what?
2% inflation every year. How many years until you get to 20% cumulative inflation?
All right. Let me tell you, it's the natural log of 1.02 divided by the natural log of 1.2. That is your number, and I'll calculate it right now for you. Don't fucking come at me. You're an idiot.
Calculate it right now, Mr. Wait, how'd you pronounce it? Cumulative?
At least I know how percentages work. God damn it.
But not how pronunciation works. Okay, I get it. Go ahead.
I'm not an English major. I agree.
Ooh, I might have that backwards. Hold on a second.
All right, let me pull up.
Tiberius, do you live in a swing state, Tiberius? By the way, I don't remember.
No, I live in Indiana.
Yeah, okay, your vote doesn't matter either.
ln of
at least for presidency
divided by ln of 1.02.
Wow, the math major having to use a calculator. Wow,
it's about 9 years.
Whoa,
okay,
that's more than 4.
Right, but you're still wrong on your math.
Ooh.
I'm telling you, you're wrong on your math. That's all that matters.
Well, Biden's obviously wrong in his math because he raised it for 20% in 4 years. Fuck that.
Wait, what did Biden do?
Raised inflation 20% in 4 years.
Wait, but we wanted at a 3%, right?
First of all, why do you think Biden had anything to do with it? Second of all,
his spending policies and like his Infrastructure Act, the Build Back Better Act, the fucking Inflation Reduction Act, which didn't do shit for inflation.
Just to be clear, at 3% inflation, it's going to take just above 6 years. Just to be so clear, and 3% is usually the one.
No, the Fed. The Fed recommends 2%. By the way, I knew that. Just so we're aware.
I'll check it.
Since when is it 2? It used to be 3.
The Feds recommend 2, and the only reason they recommend 2, the reason why inflation is like good for the quote unquote good for the economy, it's still like a tax, really.
Lactoid, can I just tell you, I'm better at math than you.
Hold on.
I'm better at math than you.
No, you're not. I took calculus.
Oh my god.
If it's 2%, it encourages people to invest in the stock market. That's the argument. It's a pretty good argument.
Correct. And that's good, by the way.
Look, for some reason I heard bullshit.
I invest in this. If the inflation is 2% and it encourages more people to invest in the stock market.
Not just invest in the stock market, it's also to use their money.
To use your money, invest in the stock market as opposed to leaving it in a savings account.
Correct.
No, fuck that. I only invest in the stock market when it crashes.
I keep all my money at any given time in the stock market.
I said, nah, fuck that. I only put money into the stock market when the economy crashes.
I got numbers.
Where do you put it in?
I got numbers that prove that's actually a bad idea. No,
what do I put it in?
Of course, it's a bad idea.
No, because what I
Fucking invest in a 401k. When's the last time the economy crashed? Like 16 years ago?
No, COVID. COVID.
Like literally COVID.
I don't. How bad was the stock market?
Really bad, actually. Bad enough that I put $200 into Marathon and made $2,000.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, do we want to go round and round on inflation?
I don't know what to tell you, but like, it's just fucking invest in 401k. Don't be fucking all creative with your ways that like just diversify, throw it in the stock market, and forget about it. I don't know. That's the best advice I could ever give anyone economically.
Oh yeah, no. Like,
is anyone on my side? Anyone on my side?
No, no one's on your side. Get fucked.
Fuck you.
I would say use use a 401k and then probably throw some into like a Roth IRA.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Roths.
Wait.
But then just invest in the economy.
You understand
exactly what you said.
If you invest money in the stock market, you're all capitalists. You know that, right?
Who the fuck are you talking to?
Not you. I'm talking about the former sock dem down here. That's like, oh, capitalism is bad. You're a capitalist. How does that feel?
I'm a sock dem now. Yeah, of course
No,
I'm.
no,
a
you're a capitalist. Yeah, okay. Making sure.
That's literally why
Capitalism
he
is-
calls himself a sock dim now. Like, what the hell, dude?
Yeah, I don't
Well,
know if that's
I'm
the
somewhere, but
gotcha you wanted it to be.
Yeah, I'm somewhere. I'm calling myself a sock dem, but honestly, I'm probably somewhere between like a dem sock and a sock dem. So
I don't know what the
It's
fuck.
all of
what
it's
what
the
the fuck
same
does this
fucking
mean?
thing. It's the same thing. It's the
Sock
same
dem,
thing.
sack dem, fucking dem sock. What the way? You guys
Like,
are
we
just
don't-
making up terms.
Low key. Well, okay, that's a useless argument. Just say that they're like the same position. Like, what's the difference
They're-
between a libertarian
I'll
and
say what I
anarcho-capitalist?
There's a
Same fucking thing.
No, there's a big difference.
Oh, actually, the libertarian just wants a minarchist state. it's
so
like-
minarchism is under the umbrella of libertarianism. For sure.
I know.
There's
These are all
also-
just made up terms. See, that's you.
No. There's also anarcho-capitalism, which is under libertarianism. There's also like the kind of Gary Johnson, like sort of pragmatic libertarianism that's under libertarianism. And so it's a Big Ten. It's a Big Ten.
Right. I don't understand. I'm
Right.
just saying it's like it's just
Hey! You're supporting the guy who likes rent control. Just keep that in mind. Okay?
I'm not supporting him.
Yeah,
I'm
you
saying
are. You're
I'm
voting
saying,
for him. You're voting for him. You support him.
What?
Oh, Biden. Yes, I am.
Yes.
I'm
boom.
voting for Biden because I
Boom.
you know what?
Boom.
If it were Biden with rent control and against a Biden without rent control, I would vote for the Biden without rent control.
Too
However,
bad we don't have that
it's
Biden.
not. Yeah, exactly.
Is Trump supporting rent
Biden.
control?
No, I don't think he is. But you know what Trump is doing? Let me pull up my document called Trump's Worst Policies.
Building the
Hold on.
wall. That's what Trump's doing.
What about withdrawing
Lachlan,
from the UN Human
okay.
Rights Council because they were too harsh on Israel? How's that sound?
That's pretty.
No, yeah,
base.
that's what I want to
That's
fucking
pretty
vote for.
base. What's wrong with that? What the fuck?
Lactoid, can I prove a point real quick?
The UN. What the fuck? Why do we need them? Go ahead.
Hey, Ty, you're a
Loser.
conservative, right?
Ish.
Yeah.
Oh,
What would you consider yourself?
Most people would
I consider
you
myself a
conservative.
moderate.
Don't be a loser.
You're
Just tell me what
moderate
you are.
conservative.
No, seriously. Like I lean. Like I'm a center right moderate.
Okay, there you go.
Okay,
So-
who are you voting for this year?
Biden.
Really?
Yes.
Thank
convinced
God,
you
your
to not
vote
vote for
doesn't
Trump?
matter. None of your votes matter.
I mean, he's right. None of my votes. My vote for president doesn't matter. I'm
Wow.
in Indiana. But the long and the short here is that when it comes to Biden, he might be asleep at the wheel, but I openly believe that Trump is immoral for office. He cannot run. He should not be able to run. I think he's a traitor.
Based as fuck. Sorry, do you support the democratic position, the democratic institution that our government was set up on? Peaceful transfers of power? Is that what you believe
Yep.
in?
Yeah, like if you don't
Lactoid? Lactoid, do you believe in that? Because it doesn't seem like you do.
Oh, shut the
It
fuck
seems
up.
like Tiberius
It,
over
it,
here.
it,
'cause
seems,
I'm a
it, seems,
conservative.
it seems like you support Nazis and white nationalists based on some fucking statements made. Yeah, okay. Snopes will disprove you on this one too, motherfucker. Okay, you just watch.
Okay. So we got. Wait, tell me how he didn't coup the government. He didn't attempt to coup the government.
I don't. He did not. He did not coup the government.
Attempt to.
You
Regardless
didn't
of-
even attempt to coup the government. Get over
Look,
it.
Explain.
Guys, let me throw in for this. Like, look,
I would love to.
regardless of even if he tried or not, here's the reality of it. He has openly claimed, and still does to this very day, that the previous election was stolen. Right? Without
Sure.
evidence, without backup. And when you actively tell the entire country, hey, I believe that the Democratic Party in multiple states that would require thousands of people literally orchestrated to overthrow the election while it was happening. I don't know about y'all, but that's Cassius Belli for civil war. Like, I lost the plot at that point. How do you literally tell me, number one, that your enemy, your opposing rival party, literally overthrew the fucking election, and you're just gonna be like, eh? And particularly, if they did it, why are you running for office again under that same election principle? Like, you're just gonna say they did it again? Like, what the fuck? Like, you have no moral standing within our country at that point. And for me, if you can't prove that shit, you are a traitor, to answer anyone's question in chat. Fuck him. He's not allowed. He should not be allowed to go in office. And if it wasn't for the fucking Supreme Court, he'd already be in jail.
Everything he said was based, and
Thanks.
everyone already knew that I agreed with
And-
that. But
Yeah. And this is why Ty is
Lactoid,
one
you got a
of the
response?
conservatives that I
That's my response, fuckers.
get along with well.
what'd you say? I missed it.
I said, and this is why Ty is one of the conservatives that I get along with well.
Oh yeah.
I mean, just be a never Trumper, and I'm like, okay, you're way more tolerable than the rest of them.
Yeah, as long as you don't vote for the other guy and you vote for my guy, I'll tolerate you. Yeah, that makes
Right.
sense.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's
No,
generally
I
how it-
agree. Like, obviously, but you would agree with the same thing. If I went, no, actually, I can't stand Biden. The rent control policies made me so irked that I want to vote for Trump. You'd go, oh, I appreciate you more, right?
I wouldn't. I
Like,
wouldn't.
this is an obvious
Nah,
statement.
nah,
We obviously agree.
I wouldn't do this fucking thing where I'm like, like, oh, you're a fucking noble dude. Like you're standing up and representing a republic. I'd be like, all right, you don't like Biden. That's
No, because the
understandable.
principle is rent control. But if the principle is not cooing the government, I do think that your standard is a little bit different.
What do you think about Joe Biden like disobeying the Supreme Court? Pretty
With
explicitly when it comes to student loan forgiveness.
student loan forgiveness,
Yeah.
did he
just try to go
explicitly?
after
Didn't he
another-
just?
Didn't
I feel like he just did it in a different way.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
middle-
did Biden did Trump really like explicitly break the rules when it comes to anything? I don't think so.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't. Name one specific rule that Trump broke.
Attempting to assassinate the former vice president.
I don't think Trump fucking tried to assassinate Mike Pence.
It's-
I think that
yeah,
he
it's
instigated
way
a
too-
mob to.
It's too much in the
How?
gray area.
Okay. What about fake electors? What about fake electors?
Fake
Again,
electors
wait,
is
wait,
up
can
on the
you-
board. Look, fake electors is up on the board, but I can't qualify for that because I don't know enough about that one. The Georgia case is the one that really
There you go.
that eats
Oh
him.
my God! Have you even listened
You
to the
can't-
phone? Have you listened
you
to that
can't-
phone call?
We all have looked. That's the most famous phone call.
And it's
I
like
don't know who
I
hasn't looked at that
don't
phone
know
call.
how you listen to that phone call and not come away thinking, well, that was a bunch of hooey. He was literally saying like, oh, the ones that I think are fraud. Like,
No,
I don't think you
the
should
ones
count
that
those
are
ones.
fraud. No, the ones that are fraud. He didn't say "I think" ever in that
Whoa,
statement.
if
Not
he's
to
saying
pick words.
they're fraud, he thinks that they're fraud.
Who's quibbling now?
You were the one that was fucking quibbling the whole fucking time. What are you talking about? I'm not quibbling. When have I ever fucking been quibbling?
No, you're
You
like,
accuse me of quibbling. What a fucking... There's no way. I would never quibble. What do I look like? A quibbler? There's no way.
nice.
Lactoid, how many drinks are you down today?
I'm a whole bottle of wine, brother.
All right, okay. I was wondering. I got a little bit of a different vibe. I'm a little off my rocker myself, but not in that same way. All right.
I think
love you,
saying
buddy.
I think
Go
saying
ahead.
stuff like "I will never concede the election" and calling for Pence to overturn the election. I feel like
Okay.
that shit.
What's the context that he said that? Because, you guys say that he says a bunch of shit without, like, putting in the context. Go ahead and post it. I'll read it.
You want me to pull the whole
And then
thing?
I'm going to read, like, the 8 paragraphs beforehand that explain everything. And then it's going to be
All
like,
right.
oh, that wasn't actually
Lactoid-
all that bad.
All right, Lactoid,
Never
here's- let me
concede.
address this with you, right? Let's just say that 90% of everything he says goes in the gray zone, right? Where it's enough ambivalence enough to where you can't like actually convict him, but it's enough where it's like, hey, you're really kind of drawing a close line there, buddy. Like, you're definitely in that area where you should be in a little bit of trouble. Well, the problem is he's doing this over and over and over again, and like the right wants to claim it's like, oh, it's just I can't remember what the fucking word is. Like judicial lawfare is basically some bullshit like that, right? Where it's just like, oh, they're just using the courts to go after him. It's like, dude, you literally go in the gray zone all the time, and eventually they just rack up enough points to where they can just start convicting you on shit. Like, tell me I'm wrong here, dude. Like, the dude is an unethical piece of shit. Absolutely.
I think that the level of unethicalness that he's exhibited is highly exaggerated. I think that when you're looking at his behavior, it's very easy to clip certain things and say, look how terrible this is. But then when you look in context, it's like, well, it's very much like an It's like,
Let's
well,
do
you're really
context then.
stretching. Yeah.
Most sued person in human history.
That doesn't mean shit. He's also one of the most controversial figures in human history. Of course, you're going to get sued a lot.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that's a terrible example. But Lactoid, I
I
posted
mean, let's
the.
put this in context.
I could personally sue you 1,000 times or 1,000,000 times, or whatever the fuck, and then you'd be
Like,
the most sued person in history. That doesn't mean
he's
anything.
known as being particularly litigious. Like he sued Mac Miller for making a song called
No.
Donald Trump.
Not him suing other people.
that is one.
People suing him.
Wait, that is
Right,
one
and there's
criticism.
counter-
There's countersuits. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, let's throw this out there.
Well, I sent the quote of
in
him saying
most
we'll never
US
concede. I
states-
can read it. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
In most U.S. states, convicted felons cannot vote. Should a convicted felon be able to run for office?
He's obviously going to say it's not against the law, so let him.
Yeah, nothing in the rules says that a convicted felon can't
There's
run.
nothing
By
in the
way,
rules that doesn't say a dog
those
can't play
felonies,
basketball.
Those felonies are complete bullshit as well. I've already gone over that. Complete bullshit.
Okay.
By the way, if you think that he should have been convicted, you're quite literally saying he should have used campaign funds to pay off the hooker as opposed to using his own personal money. That's what you're saying. Crazy. This is not.
I don't know what the
No.
hell that's about, but let me just move. I'm honest, and I just again want to say thank you. I'm going to read the whole paragraph.
Yeah, disclose what? Campaign expenditures.
It's just a great honor to have this kind of crowd and to be before you and hundreds of thousands of American patriots who are committed to the honesty of our elections, the integrity of our glorious republic. All of us here today do not want to see our election victory stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats, which is what they're doing, and stolen by the fake news media. That's what they've done and what they're doing. We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved. Our country has had enough. We will not take it anymore, and that's what this is all about. And to use a favorite term that all of you people really came up with, we will stop the steal. How do you not hear that and go, I don't know about that guy.
Like,
I don't know about that guy.
Look, even if you believe it, right? Like, let's just say, maybe you think he has a point. Every fucking case got thrown out. Every fucking one of them.
I didn't say he had a case. Look, I didn't say that he was right. I'm just saying
do you think the election was stolen?
No, but that's not dispositive for me. What is dispositive is the fact that the only justices that believe in the rule of law are going to be originalist justices, and any Republican president is going to be selecting originalist justices off of the Federalist Society shortlist. Democrat presidents aren't going to be doing that. They're going to be selecting justices that don't believe in the rule of law. You're
shortcutting rule of law to mean originalist. Like, that's your opinion. That's what you
believe
the rule of law is.
Because it's obvious, right? Can you imagine? Explain to me.
It's obvious.
Yeah, and I'll explain why.
Didn't you just call someone Thomas Jefferson who believed that the Constitution needed to be changed every 20 years?
I don't understand. No. Ty was the one who compared me to Thomas Jefferson. Give me a second.
I did.
Not very Thomas Jefferson of you.
I know. We all look the same or whatever, but hear me out, okay? So explain to me how would without appealing to originalism at all, how would a justice interpret a law? Without looking at the history, without looking at the purpose of what the law was intended to apply to, how should a justice interpret a law?
I just want to be. I want to double check some things here because law is not my forte. What's the opposite of originalist? What are Democrat justices usually considered?
There's the concept of living constitutionalism, which is the idea that law should justices should interpret.
It can change,
yeah. Justices should interpret the law to be whatever the current needs of society are, as opposed to what the law is at the time that it was enacted.
Can I pivot this conversation, but also answer your question in the same time?
Yeah, you can do whatever you want. It's a free country. Go ahead.
Based. Okay. So sometimes, I'm studying philosophy of language right now, and this just reminds me of a conversation that we have a lot. There is something called prescriptivists, and they essentially say that okay, how the fuck does our language work? Where do we get our knowledge? Where do we get our words from? Okay. Well, we get them from the dictionary, right? That's what the words say. Okay. But the problem is, what's really weird is that the dictionary was also just kind of arbitrarily created and it changes all the time. So they don't really have a basis in where specifically these words come from. There is a new movement called descriptivism, which basically says, no, essentially what we're like is just a colony of ants kind of following each other wherever the masses go. And you might say that that's ungrounded and that's fair, but we still are able to move along. So it's a weird gripe to have. Do you understand how that kind of answers your question? I feel like rule of law, we don't necessarily need to be grounded to any specific point of time or any specific document without us being able to progress as a society.
I highly disagree with this. When we're looking at the dictionary, for example, if we want to know what a particular law, which is a directive implemented by a democracy, right, by Congress, what the law was meant to apply to, we would look at we would start by reading the text. We'd look at the dictionary. We'd look at what the text meant at the time, not what it means now, because I agree with you, words can change, but what it meant at the time. A great example of this, by the way, is in the Second Amendment when it says well-regulated. The term well-regulated has actually changed definitions over time. Now it usually refers to government regulation, but at the time it meant well-functioning. And so
Sure.
when we look at what the Second Amendment is supposed to mean, it
I hear your
obviously
point.
should be well functioning, because
understand.
otherwise we're essentially undermining democracy by
Could I
the
counter
passage of
this?
times.
Could I counter this? How the hell do you grapple with the fact that like the 3/5 amendment, or not amendment, the 3/5 doctrine? What the hell is it called?
Compromise? That was a statute that was
the
overturned
3/5
by
compromise.
yeah,
the
that was
statute in the Constitution.
No, that's not in the Constitution. That was overturned by the 14th Amendment. That was a statute by the Congress.
Right, it was overturned, but are you saying
Yeah.
the 3/5? Are you sure 3/5? Law is not my forte. 3/5 isn't in the Constitution. I could have sworn.
No. The 14th Amendment made it so.
I
that-
understand that it got overturned, but that
Yeah.
doesn't necessarily answer my question.
Well,
Wait,
hold
no.
on.
Article 1, Section 2 of the Constitution declared that any person who was not free would be counted as 3/5 of a free individual.
Well, but the 14th Amendment got rid of that. That's not in there.
I understand, but from an originalist perspective, you can't change that.
Whoa.
No, you
wait,
can't.
wait. You don't understand what you
And
don't
I'm new to-
wait,
I'm new to-
wait,
I'm new to
yeah.
theory of law.
You
I'm new
don't
to theory of law.
you don't understand what originalism is, okay?
Okay, fair
so
enough.
originalists are fine with the Constitution being changed. Okay, the Constitution has a specific mechanism that you can change the Constitution with. What originalists don't like is when you change the Constitution without using that mechanism. So, for example, if you try to get rid of the 3/5 compromise without passing the 14th Amendment by simply interpreting it differently, originalists would have an issue with that, because that's not actually how you're supposed to look at law. The Constitution has a specific mechanism for changing it. And so when we have a specific mechanism for changing the Constitution, and then we get the 14th Amendment in, originalists are fine with that. I personally dislike the income tax, but there is a specific amendment that allows for income tax, so I would never argue that it's unconstitutional. Of course it's constitutional.
So your entire gripe, let's just say that is it Marbury versus Madison that has the whole you can strike down on constitution? It's been a long. I don't study a lot of law.
So Marbury versus Madison is
It's
the
Marbury,
basis
right?
of U.S. law. Yeah.
Let's say you just turn that into amendment and into an amendment instead of a judicial ruling. All of your gripes disappear.
Well, so it's more complicated than that. Marbury versus Madison, in my opinion, doesn't necessarily need to be an amendment, because it simply identifies a separation of powers, much like Trump versus US.
As long as it goes through the normal means, and then we just simply say the judges get to have it, then they can.
Let me explain. Roe versus Wade, for example, was complete bullshit.
It's like legislating behiting the judge. I understand. It's
exactly.
like legislating behind the...
Exactly.
I get it.
So why, if you believe in the rule of law, why should Roe versus Wade have been a thing?
I understand.
Yeah. So only Republicans believe in the rule of law as long as they keep putting originalist justices in power.
No, but but that doesn't really answer my question, which is essentially I'm asking on a more foundational level. I'm saying, doesn't your entire gripe with this disappear as long as we just institute within the proper mechanisms that judges are able to do this thing?
Well, no. Justices wouldn't be doing it. Congress would be doing it.
No. Let's say Congress said, no, that's the justice's responsibility. They can do it too. Let's say the Congress does that, and then you're fine?
Wait. You're saying if Congress passes an amendment that does what? Says justices get to interpret the law?
That says whatever the SCOTUS did with Roe v. Wade and Marbury versus Madison, all these powers that the justices have gotten, we implement that through the proper channels. You're suddenly fine. You're like, okay, well, now we're chilling.
Yeah, if you pass an amendment saying that justice...
so interesting.
Well, because the Constitution is the law of the land, and if you change the Constitution, then it is the law. If you circumvent the Constitution by undermining
I for sure hear that position.
You are not abiding by the law of the land at that point.
Sure.
I need to ask.
I have a question. Oh, go ahead, Doug.
Okay, yeah. Lactoid, this one's pretty straightforward. So you largely support Trump or the Republicans because of the fact that you believe that they're just going to nominate SCOTUS members that put up your
Federalist Society nominees. Yes.
Yeah. Your interpretation of the Constitution. Okay, cool. And what level would you what would have to happen for you to say, hey, look, regardless of the fact that this person will put up somebody that will do exactly that person is completely unqualified for the office? Or is that really the only thing you care about? Are you a single issue voter?
I'm not a single issue voter. You could have a level of craziness that would lead me to oppose Donald Trump. I will tell you, and I've said this, if tomorrow Donald Trump says I'm no longer going to be picking justices off of the Federalist Society shortlist, I'm instead going to be picking them off of some right-wing partisan hack organization,
Judge Judy.
that's the end of my support. That is like such a critical element for me because like the Supreme Court, we currently have one of the best Supreme Courts we've ever had. I know people don't like really believe that, but I can explain. Like we can go through the court cases and I can explain why.
Wait. I have a question. I have a question. How the fuck do you support
U.S.
who was
versus
it? Was
or
it
Trump versus
Kavanaugh?
U.S.
No. It was Gorsuch. How the fuck do you support Gorsuch when he was nominated clearly
Merrick
against
Garland?
an originalist? Yeah,
So
that was a clear violation
No,
of the
there's
Constitution as it exists.
it's not.
There's nothing
it's
in the
not
Constitution that says that they couldn't hear him.
Yeah,
There's nothing
yeah.
in the Constitution that says they couldn't.
There's
Like seriously,
You guys are-
I
okay,
hate.
sure.
I actually hate to defend this.
Ty
I
is right
really
on this.
fucking do. Yeah, like I really hate to defend this because I thought it was unethical. But at minimum, what the Republicans should have done is they should have like gone through the whole nomination process and then just voted no. Like that would have been at least due diligence in saying, "Hey, look, we heard your nomination. We considered it."
Right, but he wanted to state that he was obstructionist. You know, Mitch
Also,
Ironically,
Gorsuch
yes.
has proven to be like I think one of the most principled justices right now in the Supreme Court. He has ruled multiple times for what we would consider to be left-wing causes because that's his principled interpretation of what the law is, and I respect that. Right, I don't agree with Gorsuch on some of his rulings, but the fact that he's willing to engage in the science of originalism, or I guess he's more of a textualist, but at least he's adhering to some kind of system. I give him credit for that, and I'm not going to say that he's a terrible justice. But then you have other justices that
is
are more
utilitarianism like not a type of system? You know what I'm saying? Like, what if
not within
within
the concept of the rule of law? You can say fuck the rule of law. I want what's mine. That's I guess a system.
So what's the originalist
so interesting.
view on?
I don't necessarily disagree. It's just interesting.
I think we established earlier that you support Citizens United, Lactoid.
Yeah, I do. I'll defend that case.
As an originalist, how do you
the First
explain
Amendment?
that?
Yeah, the First Amendment. So, do you know the background behind Citizens United? So the background was quite literally. So Michael Moore.
Yeah, it was the Hillary Clinton. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know if you. So Michael Moore, who's like a famous filmmaker, who makes like left-wing films, right? He gets like a lot of money and he makes left-wing films with it. So in response, there was a right-wing organization that started making anti-Hillary films, essentially, or like some like anti-Democrat films. And so they were making these films and they were expressing themselves through their First Amendment rights by making these films. And they were getting money, obviously donations, to make these films. And then they were sued saying, hey, you can't collect this money to make these films. And their response
by the FEC.
Right. And their response was, well, hold on. Like, freedom of expression includes the right for publishers or movie makers or cartoon makers or anybody to organize and put out films advocating for one particular candidate or saying that one particular candidate sucks. That's the essence of freedom of expression. And
but
they were right. I'm sorry.
To be fair, Lactoid, though, I think you're being a little dishonest here because usually opponents of Citizens United aren't frustrated with the original ruling, but the extension to which it extends to. You know what I'm saying?
No, because it doesn't apply to the candidates. It only applies to super PACs.
Right, and they're frustrated that it extends to that.
Well, it should apply to super PACs because super PACs are. What is the distinction between a super PAC and a filmmaker?
I already said I agreed with you. I'm just saying I think you should clarify that that's what a lot of people's frustrations were.
The frustration, and this is the frustration that was in the dissent. The frustration was, although technically this is the First Amendment right, we got to like keep in mind the overall context of things, and the overall context of things will allow this to lead to large corporations buying ad time against one particular candidate, which is going to lead to a circumvention of our democracy. That was the argument against it.
Well, it's okay. So, like, as somebody who is against Citizens United, or at least to an extent, so like the problem that I have with it is the fact that it basically declares corporations as people, which doesn't just allow them to do what you're talking about. Yes, it does allow like super PACs to exist, which I have a problem with in the first place. But it also allows corporations to donate money to political candidates, which I honestly have a bigger problem with than so super PACs existing and corporations being able to donate money are the two biggest things that I have a problem.
But just to question that, like, let's say you turn into it, you create a little brand, okay? You're called Vigilante TV or something, and then you start posting a bunch of shit about how much you hate Trump, and then the FEC gets on your ass and say, "Hey, you can't do that," and you're like, "I'm just a fucking guy on Twitch. Are you serious?" Like, at what point?
No. Wait, this is a great point. Exactly. Yeah.
Like, at what point does a corporation not become a person? Like, does a small business person have the right to put up a Trump sticker in his like lobby or something? Let's say he's like owns a bakery.
Exactly.
Like, that's a business of 5 people. Your business of 1 person. Like, where does that stop?
Where does the First Amendment end? How many people do you got to employ?
Yeah. See, I'm a principled liberal. All right, Lactoid.
Yeah,
I mean, thinking
principled
about
liberal?
it,
What's that?
I
It's
think
fucking me, bitch.
Oh, fair enough. Nah, he's
As I've
they're
been-
right on this.
I mean, you guys aren't the first people I've talked to on this. I talked to Sonsol about this a while ago too. I think fixing like the corporations, like being able to donate to political candidates and super PACs existing, would probably be better fixed through legislation than trying to overturn Citizens United.
I'm lost. Wait, what are you suggesting? You're suggesting the implementation of like Citizens United doesn't change, but we just legislate instead?
Yes.
But then what's your problem with the problem with Citizens United is a principled approach that the judicial system did it? Is that what you've been saying? No, but you said that your issue is corporations are people. So let's say we legislate that corporations are people. You wouldn't take issue with that?
No, I'm saying like instead of trying to get rid of Citizens United, because there are certain protections that I still agree with from Citizens United. Like, yeah, I mean like Twitch streamers and stuff, or like movie makers and stuff.
But then my question is, how would you legislate that? Where would you stop that? Where would you say?
Because super PACs
where would
are
you
just
say a
movie
business
makers.
of 10 people is not okay, but 11 people? Once you fucking employ that first person, that poster cannot go up in the lobby, or the FEC will come down, kick down your door, and tear down that poster. I sound too much like a libertarian, guys.
No, keep talking.
Trump,
Keep talking. This is good shit. Keep going.
Like,
no. So what?
Go ahead.
What I would want to legislate is make it illegal for corporations to directly donate to candidates.
Okay, new question.
Let's say you're a Twitch organization. There's already limits on that. There's already limits on that. Up to
true. But let's say you're a Twitch organization. So zero. You would say zero.
You can only donate $3,300.
I would say zero. Yes.
You can only donate $3,300 to a candidate per person.
I don't care. I don't think like.
Okay,
I don't
new
care
question.
People in the corporation.
Turn off followers.
I got it.
Corporations themselves
Turn
should
off
be able to
followers
donate.
chat.
Okay, wait. I have a question, Vigilante. Let's say you open up a little corporation. It's called Vigilante.tv.
Chat.
Well, then follow me, bitch. What the fuck?
Yeah, true. That's
what the
such
fuck
an
you're gonna
move.
say? Whoa, what
That's
the
such an
fuck,
asshole move,
motherfucker! You're gonna follow me if you want to chat.
Guys, we're in
I argue with him constantly, and I followed him to talk in his chat.
Okay.
I gotta follow him I gotta follow him to chat and then unfollow him.
Oh,
I go back
do
to
not
my normal
unfollow me. What the fuck?
All right, but let's say you open up a corporation. Guys, shut the fuck up. We're in a discourse right now. All right.
Jesus.
So let's say you open up a little business called Vigilante.tv, and someone donates to your thing with a little super chat, and you make $10, and you say, you know what? With this $10, I love Joe Biden, and I want to vote for him. And you want to submit that money, and the FEC says, no, you can't. You made that money, and you're like, so I'm not allowed to donate to Joe Biden, and they're like, yes, because you own a corporation. You are that corporation. And you got money through that corporation. So you are not allowed to donate that money. Like, that feels like a freedom of speech infringement. Like, why the fuck do you not get to? Why the fuck do you not get to? You know what I'm saying? Like, the implications are hard, and there might be ways to stymie it differently. But just saying that corporations aren't people is a very like the implications of that also run pretty far.
Unfortunately, I'm with you on this one. I kind of share a little bit in like Vigilante's concern, where the problem is
I do
that,
too.
yeah, like the corporations are incredibly strong and they have a shitload of buying power. But there's also a level where I kind of go with the libertarians. It's like, hey, look, like you can't bitch when the corporations show up to the fucking political battleground and you, as the average citizen, fucking don't.
If we're talking about ways to stymie this, Americans for Prosperity Foundation versus Bonta was a legal ruling that said that in dark money you have to put your names on. And guess what fucking happened? Trump became president, fucking appointed 3 bullshit SCOTUS judges and ruled against it. So like
Bullshit
we have,
SCOTUS judges? You mean the best ones ever in the
I
past
mean,
fucking 50 years?
I mean, Gorsuch for sure is some bullshit with the reasoning with
He's the most left wing one of all of them. You should love him.
I agree. No, I just think the thing that happened with Obama was bullshit, and then they overruled their own reasoning that they had.
You're right. They should have put the guy who's been convicted of contempt of Congress. They should put that guy. They should have put that guy.
Garland?
Yeah, Merrick Garland. They should put that guy as Supreme Court judge.
He was convicted for contempt of Congress?
Yeah, because he refused to hand over the tape of the Hur report to Congress.
I've heard about
under direction of Biden.
I haven't done any digging on this.
Well, then we can just accept that I'm right. There you go.
I'm actually not familiar with this, but
based as hell.
I'm not saying Merrick Garland should be a Supreme Court justice at this point, anyway.
I'm saying the Republican Party, those obstructionist fucks, suck at their job. That's what I'm saying.
Well, what's their job?
They're bullshit little losers.
Hold on, what's their job?
To run the government.
I mean, they are running the government into the way that they see fit.
They weren't under McConnell. They weren't under McConnell.
In what way?
So
I'm saying that they obstructed almost any policy that tried to get pushed through. They were largely considered one of the least effective terms of Congress, and I think that means that they suck at their job. I don't think that that's the craziest thing to say.
You may say that. I might even agree with you, but here's the problem: is that what their voters wanted? And the answer is yes.
I don't think they wanted an obstructionist government. I don't think they wanted that.
I think they do. Like this is like, and this is my take. And unfortunately,
I have no counterfactual against that. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no way for me to determine if the voters really did want that. I just think they don't. But like, you could be right.
Well, let me put it in this regard, because like I think I can sell you on this one pretty easily. Like, look at what the right has been for not only the last 10 years, but like literally since the Tea Party back in 2010.
And it has been one of the most unpopular versions of the conservative party. Well, sorry, look at Trump's approval rate. Don't shake your head like that.
Look, let me separate 2 things here. Right?
Check that to Bush, bro.
Look, let me separate this real quick, and I'll make this case. Okay, the problem with
9/11, maybe.
The problem with where the Republicans are, or even
1 year into his presidency.
Am I not even talking at this point? What the fuck?
I'm sorry.
Staxians keeps cutting you off. He's so rude.
No,
Go
that's
ahead,
valid.
Ty.
I'm sorry.
All right. Anyway, like, yeah, I just want to get on here and say, like, look, like the majority of what Republicans have been, literally since 2010, is just, hey, we don't want the Dems to get a win in any way, shape, or form, and if we have to cut ourselves to do it, we'll bleed so they can bleed harder. That has literally been what their voters have been pushing since then. I don't like it. I think it's ass. I think it shows that these people should not be allowed near a voting booth, if I'm being completely honest. But let's be real. This coalition is now so big, it has co-opted the Republican Party and is now running it. And their whole thing is, fuck the Democrats. We'll do whatever we want when we, get the trifecta, and look where they're at. They can't win general elections. The only reason they're going to win this election at all, if they do, and I'm not even convinced they still will, is that they get a sympathy vote because Trump almost got assassinated.
I 100% disagree with everything you said. First off, they lost the general election when he was an incumbent. Like, are you fucking serious? Like, that's the one election that's the easiest one to win. A midterm when the opposing president is in power with record inflation and they lost that one. Like, I don't think the Republicans are doing as well as you say they are.
I didn't say they were. Like,
you said they're winning the general election.
No, I said they were. They haven't won the general election since 2016, or at least I was trying to say that.
Sorry. I agree with you now. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem. I might have misspoke. Sometimes I trip over my own words.
No, you're good. I could have misheard.
Yeah. Like the only time they've actually had a major successful win is 2016, and ever since then they've been getting their ass kicked in general.
And they didn't even win the popular.
Well, that's a whole other.
Okay, so
yeah.
No, you're good. I wanted to answer Roland in chat in Lactoid's chat. You loosely answered him for me, Ty, but I wanted to actually give him a more detailed explanation. So My problem with super PACs and corporates donating to money, donating in politics. I personally hold the opinion that we need to get rid of money in politics in general, like fully get rid of money in politics.
How would you do that? You can't donate? Sorry, go ahead.
Pause.
Sorry.
However, I think it is more feasible to limit, feasible at least short term, to limit who can donate. I don't think money should influence politicians. I don't think money should be able to be used to influence politicians, because it is basically used to buy politicians and buy favors from politicians and essentially buy off politicians. And I personally believe, regardless of whether it is dark money or money that is given in the light of day, it is still corrupting our government, because it is money that is negatively impacting our government.
I guess my question is, how would you implement that?
What do you think about? What do you think about progressive victory, Vigilante? I'm just curious.
If you look at some of their names on there, I am. Shout out Progressive Victory.
Well, I saw Fairy Queen ask that, but to give...
That's where I got the idea to ask you.
I know. To answer your question, Fairy Queen, I've said where I live before, so I'll go ahead and say it. When Destiny and Progressive Victory came here to my city in Cincinnati,
hey, you know who's there?
Were you there?
I was 100% there. I knocked doors, baby. My wife was like 4 or 5 months pregnant, and we said, no, you know what? This is worth it. We're going to go to the swing state of Ohio.
We were going to go and actually like knock doors and stuff. But we thought our cat got out, and because like Ty and a couple other people actually came over, and like we thought our cat got out, and we ended up not going to knock doors. So, but we did end up coming to Destiny's debate. So I don't know if I ran into you or not.
I was there.
If you were at the debate.
Yeah, I was.
So I might have ran into you.
With who's Tim Pool's guy?
Yep.
I met. He's actually a pretty cool guy. Like, I was surprised by how chill he was outside of the debate. Continue. I don't know where you're going with this.
But I support what Progressive Victory is trying to do. And
but isn't that a corporation?
Can't it?
I wouldn't necessarily. I guess you could consider them a corporation.
Well, the government does. Like, I'm not trying to get on your ass. Like, I'm just saying this stuff is complicated. Yeah. And like, sometimes I think we come in here with like, here's the easy way to solve all of it, when like it's for sure complicated. And I'm not saying do nothing either. I'm saying dark money is a problem. I don't like how elections can sometimes feel like they're being completely weighted in one direction. But like, that's also really easy for me to like, if I suddenly turn into a millionaire, I can't donate to Biden. I can't be like, no, this is the way to fix the world. Like, I feel like this is the best path forward. Suddenly I can't donate all my money to it. Like, it does sometimes suck. And it does, like, I think it warrants some further consideration than just like, oh, overturn Citizens United. I think that's a little simplistic.
Real quick, guys.
And I'm not trying to get on your ass either.
I gotta bounce, guys. I'll catch you guys later. Peace.
All right.
Thanks for the conversation.
See you, Lactoid.
Thank you guys so much for tuning into today's episode of Lactoid TV. Really appreciate all the support, all the gifts, subs, and bits, and all that good shit. Really, really, really appreciate it. We're going to be raiding on out into our good friend Rob Noor. And yeah, stay tuned for more content coming in. Hopefully, I will have gotten rid of the fucking fruit flies by then. It was my mistake. I left a fucking glass of wine out, and it's that time of year, I guess, and they just fucking they knew, and yeah, it sucks. But anyway, catch you guys later.